A year ago now, a YouTuber named Megalag dropped a video that was the culmination of an extended investigation that spanned the course of a very long period of time about a company who has worked very closely in the YouTube ecosystem for years, Honey, who was once the YouTube darling sponsor absolutely everywhere, more common than the cold, and never really had like a bad reputation, but Megalag, through a very extensive investigation, found some shocking, shady things that not a lot of people knew about. And I don't want to just regurgitate everything from that video. I'm sure you probably have already seen it because it was such a huge deal. Even outside of just the YouTube space, it was a really big thing. Because this is a multi-billion-dollar company that was engaging in some really underhanded tactics that really taptoe on the line for what is and is not legal, many would argue, which is why they've been faced with so many civil lawsuits since. Now, I know one of them was recently dismissed, but from what I can tell, it's not fully dismissed. It's pending an amendment, from what I can tell. But even still, even if that one gets crumpled up and thrown in the wastebasket from fucking way downtown, that's one of many. There's a lot still out there cooked up and being pushed against PayPal Honey. It's like the scene in SpongeBob when the anchovies charge the Krusty Krab. There is so many civil lawsuits here because a ton of people feel like they have been wronged, misled, and even in certain cases scammed by PayPal Honey. Megalag came from the top turnbuckle and delivered a biblical smackdown with a lot of really convincing evidence, and just released his part 2, the follow-up, which goes even deeper and exposes even more, and also starts talking about it from the small businesses that are being affected and a lot of things that are just being outright lied about by PayPal Honey, allegedly here. It's fascinating, and PayPal Honey has cease and desisted Megalag, claiming a bit of horseradish, I would say, trying to silence him because these are really damning things. The evidence is very, very strong. I highly recommend you check out the entire video from Megalag here. Of course, I'll link it in the description. I'm only going to cover a small portion of this because I really think you need to watch the entire thing. I think you need to see how the sausage is made here, but I will cover a couple of core components. But just as a little refresher, if you don't remember some of the things PayPal Honey is accused of, one of the big things outside of, like, obviously consumers not exactly getting what they thought they were out of Honey is the affiliate poaching. So creators that worked with Honey that would have their own special deals to promote to their audience, the audience would then use those codes on the website. But Honey had some protocol that would occasionally perhaps poach that sale and take the commission that was supposed to go to the creator, and they would take the lion's share. There were a lot of cases that Megalag was able to point to, and even in his follow-up video shows even stronger evidence for, of how this actually functions, where it seems to be a core component of Honey itself, where it will overwrite your cookie. It will inject itself, and it is looking to make that commission in a lot of cases. It's very scummy shit. And I know after the first video he dropped, a lot of people's response was, who gives a fuck? The creators can suck my dick, and my heart doesn't break for these businesses. They can go eat dirt. Okay, that's your prerogative. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not going to come in there with the belt and make you change your mind or whatever. That's fine. But in this second part of the video, you can hear from a business how that actually fucks you as a consumer.
A few hours ago, PayPal's lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter and requested Patreon take down my video under a copyright infringement claim. I consider this a direct attack against my fundamental rights as an independent journalist. PayPal has specifically taken issue with the fact that an anonymous source discovered Honey had left their source code exposed within their iOS app, which, if you know where to look, is publicly accessible. This anonymous source found the code and sent it to me. I reviewed the code for security research purposes, which is a protected act, and I only published relevant sections of the code that provide important context to the story, which I consider within the realm of public interest.
I haven't seen the unredacted video here where the source code was, like, more talked about, where he had these video components that showed, I suppose, sections of that when it was relevant, but it seems like it was more so a convenient excuse for PayPal to get the video taken down from his Patreon, and in order to get around that for the YouTube video, he just took the entire section out. Again, I haven't seen with my own peepers here what it looked like in all its glory with the full makeup on where, you know, the source code section was intact. But just based off of like the small bits, apparently it wasn't even that long, it feels like it's a pretty flimsy thing for PayPal to try and like strike it down for. I imagine it's more so to like hide even further proof for some of the things that you're about to learn about in the rest of the video. I never like when companies do something like this. Of course, there is like copyright protections, and in certain cases it makes sense to do so. I can't really see a strong justification for their action here on the cease and desist. It doesn't really pass the smell test for me here, especially considering it seems like he was very reserved with what was displayed from the source code based on how he speaks about it. But again, I can't say for 100% certain. I just find it hard to believe that PayPal Honey was acting in good faith with the cease and desist. That seems like they're trying to hush him up a bit.
Why? Well, you see, besides lying to consumers and stealing from influencers, Honey was also causing serious harm to small businesses. So much so that I believe brands have likely suffered millions of dollars in damages. But that's not all. In this video, you're also going to learn how Honey was collecting and sharing your data, and how they, in my opinion, illegally targeted minors through influencers such as Mr. Beast. Strong accusations, I know, but I have the receipts.
And the receipts are pretty convincing. So those are like the main components of this new video. This is an hour-long video almost. It goes deep here. This shit is deeper than my pussy. It is a very thorough look at all of it. And I know after the first video, people had a lot of questions, and I feel like here he sheds even more light on it through an even deeper analysis of Honey itself and the way in which it functions. It's not just him working alone. He had people help him with like getting a lot of the data so it can be viewed more easily and more accessible. So that way he doesn't have to make any like leaping conclusions or anything. He doesn't have to just like start trying to fill in the blanks off of, you know, just fucking hunch, like intuition. He's able to look at these things much closer in order to draw much stronger, analysis from it. It really is quite the deep dive, and like I said, I don't want to like show just a ton of his video. I would really like you to go watch it yourself, because I think it is eye-opening stuff. I want to focus on just a couple of things here that I know a lot of people debated after the first video about like, well, why should anyone that's not a creator or a fucking business owner care? Who gives a shit? Call the wambulance. I think that one of the business owners that Megalag had in this video giving his piece explains why this is a big deal, why it is bad for not only the small businesses that are not consenting to working with Honey, that are kind of just being forced to without even their knowledge sometimes, why it is bad for them with receipts and email exchange with PayPal Honey directly, why it has been a nightmare for them, and why it is also bad for you. You also get the business end of this penis. Even if you're not a Honey user, if you're watching this be like, well, I don't care, I don't use Honey anyway, well, it still affects you. And it's a very simple reason how and why.
In fact, Made in Cookware CEO Chip perfectly summed up the devastating impact Honey's actions can have on a small business.
When you're in the early stages of building a business, you're in the stage of, will this company even work? Is there product market fit? How do I scale this thing? Can the economics work, right? And so all the things we talked about, these discount codes and the kind of removal of attribution and killing margin, like those really affect the early stages of a company, from everything from where do I put the next dollar in to make sure I can survive, down to, you're taking 10, 15, 20% of my sales without me wanting it. And we have digital marketing costs, we have shipping costs, we have all these stacks of costs that not only are getting more inflated over time, like FedEx has been raising their rates over time, warehousing costs have gone up, COGS have gone up, as you know, through inflation for the last 4 or 5 years, right? Like all the cost structures have been going up, and to have someone just stealing and compressing the actual revenue you want, like puts small businesses in a real squeeze. And it's just really disappointing. And it doesn't even work, because at the end of the day, like you need to make the numbers work. And if Honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day to make up for that, right? And so it's not only not effective, but it makes it worse for the consumer. It compresses for the small business owner any margin. And it's just like a really awful business model. Like, we've been so mad at them.
That is a great explanation from him. I think that's very valuable insight that paints the whole picture clearly. Even if you're in a fucking Xanax-induced fugue state right now listening to this, I feel like you'd hear that and understand what makes this so bad for everybody. Businesses, consumers, and obviously like the affiliate partners like the creators. One other thing that was mentioned, but I didn't put it here in this space, is how brands, like, when they find out about Honey poaching the affiliate commissions, it makes it hard for them to know where to attribute commissions. So what'll happen is this confusion where they don't know where a commission goes. So like, let's say they're working with a podcaster or a YouTuber or something and things get really muddy. It makes it hard for them to know where they're supposed to put that money in the first place. So what ends up happening is they end up pulling out of that market entirely. So now they're not working with your favorite content creator anymore. So they're getting shafted, and they also potentially overspend on the compensation because of how confusing it gets. There was another example given how like a business had spent over $100,000 on like potentially like misattributed commissions from the affiliate marketing as a result of this kind of shit. Like, it gets to be a lot. So then they pull out of that market as well. But what's obviously the thing a lot of people are going to care the most about is how it makes the deals worse for you, because as he said, if PayPal Honey is going to be taking 10% of all of their revenue through this, which they can't really do a whole lot about, their hands being tied, well, they're going to have to make up for that loss somehow. And that is raising prices. That's how you make the numbers work again. If you're going to be losing 10%, you're going to have to raise the prices in order to compensate, so that way you're not going like negative or you're not starting to like tread water, which is what a lot of businesses inevitably have to do. And something like PayPal Honey putting the squeeze on them makes it worse. So that is a huge problem, and that is how it affects you, even if you are not a Honey user yourself. It is a bad deal for everybody involved here, except Honey. But what's a good deal for everybody is the Starforge Christmas sale. It's live now. Click the link in the description if you're looking to upgrade your PC. Best PCs in the universe.
Chip was kind enough to share his email exchanges with Honey from 2020. And you need to see it because holy shit. Hi, I am the CEO of Meeting Cookware. Please remove us from your app. You've scraped a private friends and family code from our checkout and put it on the platform for others to use. We've lost a bunch of revenue. 4 days later, Honey responds with, "Hi Chip, thanks for reaching out. Honey supports over 40,000 stores online, and we always prioritize protecting the Honey experience for users by supporting available stores and displaying available codes. We can absolutely remove the code in question. In order to protect the Honey experience for our users, we typically do not remove codes unless we have a working relationship." I mean, right off the bat, they're basically saying, we won't compromise the experience for our users unless you pay us. Classy. We'd love to discuss how we can work more closely and partner with your brand. Chip replies the same day, "We don't offer affiliate deals to coupon sites. We'd like to be removed from your site and extension completely."
The email showcased just how difficult it is to just be removed from Honey. He is putting in plain English, hey, we're losing revenue because of you guys. Please just take us off of this shit. I'm begging. It's like a fucking telemarketer that's refusing to take you off the call sheet. It's brutal. He reaches out to them because Honey had scraped a private code, which is something that earlier in the video, Megalag shows very strong evidence as like a thing that happens, not super unusual with Honey, which is a code that they didn't want to be public. It shouldn't have been public. A lot of businesses have these kind of private codes for like employees or friends and families, or in some cases, as was mentioned earlier in this video, like veterans or something. And Honey will sometimes get these codes and make them public so people can use them, which really fucks the businesses because those weren't supposed to be public. They were supposed to be for a specific person or a specific purpose. So the CEO we just heard from, this is his exchange with them reaching out like, hey, this happened to us. We're losing revenue. Get rid of this. And please take us off of Honey entirely. We don't want to work with you. And whatever zombie he's talking to over there at Honey is just not letting that shit fly. They're playing hardball, trying their best to keep them shackled to Honey, even though they didn't want Honey to be there in the first place. They were uninvited to this hootenanny, yet now they don't have a choice.
His leak code was added through Honey's user-generated coupon functionality. No surprises there. She completely ignores his request to be removed from the platform, only offering to remove the leaked employee discount. Chip replies the same day, "Our friends and family code was listed on your site. That was an internal code meant for a small group of people that was never published anywhere. A whole site can't be removed from your app? Honey only responds a week later, confirming they removed the employee discount, but again, completely ignores Chip's request to be removed from Honey. Chip responds immediately, pushing for an answer, but they ignore his email completely. A month later, and Honey leaks another private discount code. Hi, please remove from your app. That is a private code behind a private employee perk login. This should never be public. I don't understand how you feel taking a private employee perk and making that public to the world is helping our business. Honey responds confirming they removed the code, but instead of taking responsibility, they try shifting the blame onto Chip, suggesting his employees might be responsible for sharing the code with Honey. But given what we know about their system, I'm willing to bet Honey were responsible for the leak, not Chip's employees. Honey then suggests that Chip creates single-use codes for each and every employee.
Wonderful. Thanks for the unsolicited advice there on how he should run his business with his employees here, knowing full well that Honey does, in cases, take that kind of shit, even if it wasn't the fault of the employee. Allegedly. Like, it's fucking sickening. It's so disgusting. Like, the pompous attitude that comes through on these emails from Honey. This is a business that did not want to be with Honey in the first place. And there was another business that was interviewed in this video about like how he'd never even heard of Honey, but apparently people were getting tons of discounts on his site because of Honey, and he had never even fucking heard of the service before. So Honey, and you're about to hear from Megalag in the video here, Honey seems to just be subjecting these businesses, these small businesses, to their wrath, where they're just giving out, in certain cases, private coupon codes to users, which obviously damages the small business and causes them to lose revenue and causes a huge headache there. And then the only way to get off of it is by partnering with Honey, and basically, once you are partnered with Honey, then you tell them to exclude that kind of stuff, which is something that piggybacks off of a bit of what Megalag talked about in the first video, where, you know, partnered brands, they have like these certain exclusions and stuff. It's a really like awful business model that is bad for literally everyone but Honey. And it's kind of mind-boggling how the only way to get out of it in a small business's position like this is to partner with Honey and say, stop fucking us. No more of these coupons. So they get you. They get you because they fuck you raw a bit, and they slap you around, and then when you go to them for like assistance, they're like, can't really do anything about that unless you were partnered with Honey. You ever thought about that? If you work with us, maybe fork over a couple doubloons, a little bit of those clams, well, maybe then we can work a little something out about these pesky little coupons our millions of users keep finding.
2 months later, and another private code gets leaked. And once again, Chip asks to be completely removed from the platform. And this time, Honey finally addresses the question. We proudly host a consistent shopping experience for all Honey shoppers who rely on our shopping tools. Therefore, we cannot disable Honey for individual stores, and never have. Never have, huh? Well, that's interesting, because it just so happens that Andrew from TrueGrit Texture Supply also shared his email exchange with Honey. And would you believe it? He was dealing with the exact same Honey employee as Chip. And while Honey attempted the same sales pitch with Andrew, they did eventually remove his store from the platform. So yes, it is possible, and yes, they have done it before. Once again, we've caught Honey in yet another calculated and deliberate lie. And make no mistake, it was deliberate, because this employee, Kelly, confirmed the removal of Andrew's store just 1 month before assuring Chip that Honey had never removed a store before.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to argue that there. It's the same person, and also they removed that previous business a month prior to this exchange with my cookware. So, it's pretty obvious that she's telling some tall tales here. This is a big old fib. They can remove them from Honey, but it seems like they'd rather not, because they'd rather you partner with them so that way they can get a little more out of it, and then you can finally stop bleeding money through these private coupons that surprisingly just keep getting leaked through Honey. It's so fucked up. Like, it really is like a crazy rabbit hole here.
When merchants discover their codes have leaked and then they want to clamp down on that, they go to these coupon extensions and plea and request to have their codes removed. And 9 times out of 10, the response is join our affiliate program and you'll have more granular control over that. And so I think merchants tend to feel a little bit as though they're being blackmailed or extorted, because you join the affiliate program and then you have to pay that coupon extension company every time somebody uses a code. And you're doing that in order to have them not share your codes.
That beautifully explains just how scummy this model is, where it does appear that these small businesses feel forced to join these programs here with companies like PayPal Honey, because if they don't, well, they might keep having these problems, but by joining that company, they're not exactly all that much better off because now they're going to have to make those affiliate payments there. So it is just a lose-lose for the businesses. Now, I don't want to spend too much time talking about that section here. Again, I think you should watch the whole video. I do want to touch on where he gets into the Mr. Beast component, which is in the thumbnail, and something that was mentioned at the start of the video about how he believes that Honey has been strategically targeting minors in certain instances based on who they've partnered with, like Mr. Beast, as well as a couple other examples he gives, and why that might not exactly be completely legal, allegedly, because there is laws about collecting data on minors. And through his investigation, with very, very strong evidence, including some of PayPal Honey's own information that they themselves have talked about, they do collect your data. They do seemingly share your data. Now in the video, there's even a brief clip where someone is talking about the benefits of Honey's data collection. So even though they explicitly advertise they don't do any of that weirdo shit like collecting and sharing your data or anything like that, the truth of it is that they do collect your data. And to their merchants, they even do brag about how much data they have, and they do share that data. Megalag had a lot of very compelling evidence to prove that fact. I feel like it's pretty obvious, given everything that is accessible, that they do indeed collect that. I'll go ahead and show you that brief clip there, and then we'll get into how the marketing to minors may be a big issue for Honey.
For their partnered merchant. Discussing the benefits of Honey's data for their partnered merchants.
One of the metrics that we assess very frequently for merchants that work with Honey is, cross-store shopping. So, how many other stores is a user visiting as well as the store in question? They go into 6 stores, they go to 7 stores, they go into 10 stores before they make a decision on where to purchase.
And here's another former senior partnerships manager.
So one of the things we have insight into at Honey, because we're a browser extension and we can see our shoppers and how they shop, is that shoppers love to cross-site comparison shop. We're really kind of following the shopper where they go, and we're with them every step of the way. We have all sorts of tools to make those consumers stickier to those direct-to-consumer brands.
And here's a former PayPal executive discussing how beneficial the data is for their goals.
We've got a full suite of solutions across our consumer platforms that help drive new customers, that help drive loyalty, that help drive conversion, and ultimately sales lift. And we have a lot of analytics and a lot of data, a lot of shopper data, obviously, and that's something that we can unlock on behalf of our partners.
You've got to hand it to Honey. They've truly mastered the art of selling bullshit narratives. To users, they promise privacy, insisting, hey, we never sell or share your data. But to their merchants, they literally bragged about how much of your data they had and how it could be leveraged to provide them with valuable insights into your shopping habits.
I think we can say with a pretty high level of confidence that PayPal Honey does seemingly collect your data and is more than willing to share it. So that whole claim they like to make, and even it was part of some of their marketing about, we don't collect your data and we certainly don't share that data or sell it or anything like that. Looking like that might have been a big load of hooey. Now, as it relates to being potentially a huge issue when it comes to who they were targeting with some of their advertising, is what I briefly mentioned earlier, where there are laws in place about collecting data on minors. There is a whole host of laws in regards to that subject, and you're about to hear Megalag explain it, but the core issue is, based on some of their ads they were running with some of their partners, as well as who they were partnering with for some of these ads, it does seem like they were directly trying to target Honey to minors, which means they would be collecting data on minors through having this browser extension on their devices.
It's potentially illegal in numerous jurisdictions. Many countries have very strict regulations when it comes to the collection of personal data from minors, and for good reason. Therefore, if you intend on having minors use your product, many jurisdictions require that you obtain parental consent first. But this adds all kinds of technical and legal complexities, which is why many platforms simply limit the use of their service to adults only in their privacy policy, which was Honey's approach, making him Honey's #1 sponsor. In fact, according to my data, MrBeast sponsorships represent over 1/3 of Honey's total sponsor views on YouTube. But it wasn't just MrBeast. Honey sponsored many channels whose content was, in my opinion, clearly targeted at minors. They sponsored Minecraft channels, Roblox channels, cartoon channels. I mean, just watch this video and tell me it's not targeted at children.
This video is sponsored by Honey.
I trimmed it down a bit. He goes on to say, like, if they weren't looking to get minors to install Honey, why would they sponsor someone like MrBeast or these other channels that he gives a quick snippet of, like Roblox, Minecraft, and then that skit? And he's right. The main demographic of MrBeast, it is children. I'm pretty sure that's like an objectively true statement based on data. And Roblox is predominantly a platform used by children. And that cat skit definitely seems like some Nick Jr. stuff there for children. Like, it does appear like they did have marketing pushes that were trying to get Honey in front of the eyes of minors and trying to get them to install it on their browser.
If Honey wanted to target minors so badly, they should have just sponsored one. Oh, wait a minute, that's exactly what they did. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Desiree Machado, who at the time was just 14 years old.
Guys, I'm only 14.
Hilariously, one of her videos that Honey sponsored is appropriately titled Back to School. Honey even ran her sponsored segment as a paid advert on YouTube.
If you weren't convinced before, I imagine that was enough to convince you. That's pretty damning. They literally sponsored a child to promote Honey, and even used her sponsored segment as a paid advertisement across YouTube. I think there is a very strong argument with strong evidence to suggest Honey was looking to get Honey on the devices of children, and knowing what we know now based on this evidence, it was collecting their data, which is a big legal issue potentially.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
They are literally encouraging kids to install a browser extension that tracks and collects data onto every computer in their household, including those belonging to their siblings. That is fucking insane. And the emojis? I mean, come on.
That is a bad look for MrBeast indeed. Oof. It does seem pretty clear that Honey was more than willing to advertise to minors, and this is a browser extension that, based on all available evidence, does indeed track data and share data, which, again, appears to be a lot of laws in place that have very strict rules about that when it comes to the data collection of minors. So I guess we'll see what happens from there. Again, this is still not even all of what Megalag covered. I've only chosen a few things to talk about here that kind of piggybacked off of the things I was talking about from the first video. I just cannot, I've said like again 1,000 times now, but I cannot recommend watching this full video enough because it is a really surprisingly deep dive into a very, very suspicious and shady business that appears to have a lot going on under the hood here that is not very good. And the business model itself is bad for everybody, not just creators, not just businesses, and not just Honey users, but any online shoppers in general. They have a negative effect on. It's a bad deal across the board based on everything that has been presented here. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it for now. That's really about it. See ya. Finally, a game made for someone like me, a gym regular whose physique is often compared to a young Hulk Hogan, a fucking muscle-bound meatball monster. So this adventure goes out to all of my creatine comrades. Pump Maximus, baby. Soon this name will be a household one in the world of fantasy like Geralt from the Witcher series. Welcome to Jim Island, my favorite arc in the Hunter x Hunter anime. Looks like a pretty cool little place here. An island cut off from the rest of the world like Skull Island but for gains instead of like a giant kaiju. Oh yeah! I'm already in the Iron Temple, that's what I like to- wow. His legs mean business. That 0 to 60 speed was remarkable. That's faster than most Teslas. Alright, let's get some bench reps in here. You spot me, RuneScape default character? Not to offend you, but I'd like someone bigger. Oh, I don't even need a spot. Fuck it. So just hammer the up key. Alright, let's treat it like a Mario Party minigame then, huh? Let's get some clean reps in here, baby. This is lightweight. What is this, 30 pounds? Foam weights? Oh, it's going up so easily. Work it, jerk it, but don't hurt it. Oh my god. I'm getting so swole. Hide your girlfriend. She's already getting wet just hearing about the gains going on in this Iron Temple right now. God damn, these reps are fast. Someone get a funnel and put it in my asshole and start pouring C4 pre-workout in there. Oh, easy. Plus 3 strength already? Let's get some more in here. What else we got? Get some deep squats going. Someone put a Sibian sex machine under me. Keep me motivated. Have that shit going right up my anus every single time. That'll get me repping shit out like a madman. This form's a little odd to me. He's not exactly like leaning back or anything. It's two-dimensional. It looks more like he's shrinking. Somebody hit my boy with a Wumbo ray instead of the shrinking one. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed with the form here. This isn't going to give me too much for gains. Only some back problems. But these reps are nice and fast, really working those type 2 muscle fibers right now. Man, any second now, I'm about to fucking take off to the moon with the weight on my back. This is too easy. Are these even real weights? Come on now, what do you got me working with here? Those Instagram weights or some shit? Give me some real iron, some real steel, some vibranium shit. Let's do some reps with Thor's hammer or pulling Excalibur from the stone. Serving up another easy set this Thanksgiving. You're welcome, family. What? No, you can't work in this set with me. Are you out of your fucking mind? You can't handle my intensity. Look at your arms. Arms looking like 2 hot dogs stacked on top of 3 dicks. Nah, get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. No, I don't give a shit if I'm deadlifting in front of the dumbbells blocking you from it. Who gives a fuck? Okay, yeah, go tell the manager. Yeah, go tell the manager. Get his small ass over here and let's see if he can even get me out of here. That'll make me laugh. Scrawny dudes at the gym. How pathetic, am I right, boys? Another easy set down in the books. They need to put some real weight on this shit for me at some point. It's just embarrassing now. I'm just embarrassing these weights. Might as well throw them in the dumpster. They've been fucking shamed. I'm done training. Fuck this. This gym can suck the dirtiest part of my asshole. It's time for an adventure. Hey, anyone know which way to the Billie Eilish concert? Ooh, a kiosk. What are we serving up over here? We got some whey protein powder in the background over there? Alright, baby girl. I feel that. You got an IV? So that I can just have a, you know, fucking drip of whey protein at all times. Make sure I'm getting maximum protein synthesis. Another kiosk. Is this just more protein powder? Oh, we got weapons. I don't know if I necessarily need those, though, buddy. You look a little soft. I see why you'd need weapons, but... I mean, I'm pumping up, you know, fat weight in the gym. I could probably take anyone. I could probably arm wrestle God and come out on top. But I will take these just because they're here and I have the money for them, so there's really no reason not to. This is another gym up here. We got the YMCA. Let's embarrass some old fucks. Let me show them what it's really like to be young and jacked. Oh, it's like a bar or a club. Like a cafeteria. Why does this lady have like a milk mustache? And milk mustache eyebrows? Come on, girl, get on the dance floor. Throw that ass in a circle for me. You won't be able to feel my penis because my thigh muscles are too big, but trust me, it'll be there. In spirit. We got the moves out here, alright. We're fucking moving and grooving right now. What's she hitting me with? The Frankenstein's monster? That's pretty goddamn cool. Hell yeah. Hitting me with the monster mash, getting her with the moonwalk. We're vibing right now, baby. Now let's seal this deal with some cum. Let's get her with my ultimate mating dance. The malfunctioning robot. Fire this shit into turbo mode. What's this? We got some type of lonely nerd on the bench? I'd give you a wedgie if that'd cheer you up. What do you got there? Some type of long string dumbbell that makes sound? Music or something? Ew. Let me give it a try if you don't mind. Nah, it sucks. Fuck it. Fuck you. I'm out. Can I go fishing? Where I just flex really hard and scare the fish into jumping on the boat for fear that I might jump in the water and strangle the fuck out of them? That seems like it could be a viable fishing strategy. Let's go to Labyrinth Island, baby! Alright, let's get the adventure really started. Labyrinth Island, more like Lab Bench Island. Cause, I'm fucking huge in the muscle department, baby. Fuck yeah. This doesn't really look like much of a labyrinth. It looks pretty empty. Like a roller coaster tycoon park that no one's decided to build anything on yet. But looks can be deceiving. Ooh. My wooden armor looks pretty goddamn cool. Looks like 4 slabs of meat stuck to my body. And my awesome shoulder pads look like the crab rave. Solid. Well, now that these soft shell crabs are giving me a round of applause, I'm ready. Is this the bouncer? Oh, shit, no, it's a warrior. He's got some real courage to be fighting me. Why am I not attacking? Why am I not... Alright. That'll do it. Yeah, that will do it. All that time in the gym, all for nothing. And nothing saved, huh? Yeah, I think I'm gonna be done playing this for now. Finally, a Skyrim killer though. Lifted is up there. What an adventure. You ever do a cryptid hunt? Yeah, we've done that before as well. Shocker, we didn't find anything. Your non-believing aura scared them off. Unironically, that's what a lot of people say in the ghost believers crowd, that you have to believe in order for them to show up. Which I think is a crazy take. The ghost knows if you don't believe and it won't show up. If you follow that train of thought, though, to its natural conclusion, don't you think your overwhelming willingness to believe is influencing what you think you're experiencing? Because you want to believe? Well, maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm just on the crack pipe. Cryptid sightings disappeared when 4K cameras came about for some reason. Are you insane, brother? There's cryptid sightings every day. Don't you remember the whole giant thing? Where people on TikTok were convinced that giants were real because they saw the top of a fucking antenna on a mountain? And the guy who originally filmed it got, like, arrested or something? The jackalope is the most underrated cryptid. That one's very popular. What do you mean underrated? Flatwood Monster is cooler. Who's the Flatwood Monster? I do not recognize this at all. The terrifying true story of the Flatwoods Monster. Give me the cliff notes. West Virginia's Flatwood Monster.
The Flatwoods Monster. One of West Virginia's most popular legends is from the small village of Flatwoods. The story is that back in 1952, 3 boys, 2 brothers Ed May, 13, and Freddie May, 12, and their friend Tommy Heyer, 10, had been playing soccer in the evening after school when they saw something strange. A pulsing red light flashed in the sky and then appeared to crash into a farm by the hills. The boys grabbed their mom, May's mom, and a few other boys, all aged 10 to 17, all went up to check it out. What they found not only terrified them, but shocked the entire village for decades. They found a monster, described as having a bloody red body and a green face that glowed. It was huge, about 10 feet tall, and had a head shaped like a spade. Its hands were clawed and had a very distinct hissing sound. News of the story spread far and wide, and because of the panic it caused, the US Air Force had to do an inquiry, specifically a UFO inquiry, which they called Project Blue Book. The project came to an end.
No shot, that's where that comes from.
Flatwoods Monster lives on.
No shot, that's where the Project Blue Book comes from. Is that actually the origin? No, yeah, I was surprised you've never heard of this one. Nah, it just doesn't ring any bells. I've certainly never seen that image of the Flatwoods Monster. Looks like an Adventure Time character. The Sandown Clown is the most terrifying cryptid. It's another one I don't know. The Sandown Clown. Hit me with the cliff notes.
Did you know about the alien clown? The Sandown Clown is a humanoid entity that was seen by 2 children near Lake Common, England.
No, that shit's the amazing digital circus.
Children heard an ambulance-like sound and came across this being, which was described as a mix of a clown, robot, and alien. Standing over 2 meters tall, the Sandown Clown was thin with a large head, blue triangle eyes, a flat brown nose, and yellow lips. It had a tall pointed hat, a red and green clown suit, and wooden antenna extending from its body. Despite its appearance, the Sandown clown was friendly and spoke to the children for almost 30 minutes. It spoke through some kind of microphone or speaker system. It identified as Sam and claimed to be all colors and non-human, providing cryptic responses to questions about its nature. When asked if it were a ghost, it is reported to have answered, "Well, not really, but I am in an odd sort of way." After this encounter,
that's deep.
the Sandown clown vanished and has never been seen again. Whether it's true or not, the tale of the Sandown clown is another odd mystery of our world.
No, it's not. How is that an odd mystery? Some kids lied. The end. How is that an odd mystery? I'm always interested in the real cryptid stuff, the goat mans, the hairy hands, that kind of thing, not the fucking Sandown clown, where the only thing is these two kids said they met a weirdo. That's not real cryptid shit. That's fraudulent. That's stolen valor. These I spit on. This is a bunch of hooey. Black Knight Satellite is no stolen valor. What the fuck is Black Knight Satellite? That sounds like a character from My Hero Academia. What?
Lots of people believe in the abstract theory of alien life, but some people believe aliens have not only visited Earth, they actually placed a mysterious device into orbit above our planet thousands of years ago that they used to communicate with humanity. Sounds crazy? Here's a look at the mystery of the Black Knight satellite. In 1954, the New York Times ran an article saying that Dr. Lincoln La Paz had discovered 2 satellites orbiting the Earth. The reason this was news? In 1954, no country had managed to launch any satellites yet. Whatever La Paz saw, it was enough to worry the Pentagon for a while that the Russians might have beaten America into space. La Paz later said he made it all up, while the Army said no such satellites existed.
Okay.
Still, many people believe the satellites were there, and they were made by aliens. Nikola Tesla is the internet's favorite scientist and is famous for lots of other things too, like inventing the Tesla coil, his dislike of women, and his strange obsession with pigeons. In 1899, though, he made his most controversial discovery when he claimed to have received an electric signal sent by aliens. He even published an article for Collier's Weekly, subtly titled Talking with the Planets, where he theorized the signal was from Mars. Modern conspiracy theorists, however, believe Tesla was actually intercepting a message from the Black Knight satellite. According to Vice, in 1927, a Norwegian engineer named Jürgen Hals was listening to radio signals when he noticed that some of them had a strange echo. Despite turning to other physicists for help, Hals could never explain these long-delayed radio echoes, but some believe the answer is pretty obvious. By the end of the 1950s, the space race was in full swing, and both the US and USSR had managed to put satellites in orbit. But according to Skeptoid, on February 11, 1960, a radar used by the US Navy picked up the presence of a strange, dark, tumbling object that didn't belong to either country. Americans freaked out, worried that it was a new Soviet satellite, but Time magazine announced it was just an innocent piece of space junk. However, thanks to declassified documents, we now know that it was a cover-up, as it was actually an American spy satellite doing reconnaissance on Russia. But is that just another layer to the deeper cover-up of the Black Knight satellite?
Probably.
Even the French managed to get in on the conspiracy action. In 1961, a scientist named Jacques Vallée made a startling discovery.
This isn't even a cryptid, by the way. You have provided me with something that's not even a cryptid. Unless the Black Knight satellite then came down to fucking Florida, grew legs, and now haunts the forests of Apopka or something. Puckwudgies are my favorite. They're pretty creepy and believable. Know of them? Puckwudgies. Are we making up words? We're fully in fucking Poppy Playtime Society now? Puckwudgies? Holy fake cryptid fan. Is this something that's blowing up right now? Puckwudgies? 2 to 3 foot tall, gray-skinned, magical woodlands creatures. These are pretty believable, you say?
A pukwudgie is a fascinating mythical creature deeply rooted in the folklore of Native American tribes, particularly the Wampanoag and Algonquian peoples of the northeastern.
Man, that is an unfortunate looking little guy. Yikes. Oh man. That's gotta be awful.
United States. These diminutive beings are typically described as standing knee-high to a human, with distinctive features such as wrinkled grey skin, large noses and ears. Pukwudgies are renowned for their capricious and sometimes malevolent nature. They take pleasure in playing pranks on humans, often starting as harmless tricks but occasionally escalating to more harmful actions. In some legends, they are even believed to possess the power to cause illness, bad luck, or in extreme cases, bring about death. They are also associated with a range of mystical powers, including the ability to create fire, shapeshift.
This is just Dungeons and Dragons shit. Where's the evidence of the Punkwudgies? Oh, it's this guy again. This is the guy that keeps finding fairies.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
What? Bring his little ass out here and make him dance for me.
He's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Where? Oh, fuck! There. That dirty pervert was twerking. Oh my god. Alright, well, maybe Punkwudgies are real. They exist. I'm a believer now. Can't argue with the facts. Next he's gonna say he hasn't heard of the Fresno Nightcrawler. That one actually somewhat sounds familiar. At least that one rings a bell. Can't say I've seen the Fresno Nightcrawler. The name sounded familiar though, but I do not recognize this SCP. Wow. That does give me a lot to ponder. Just when I thought I had seen it all. I know all about Mothman. See, Mothman's a real cryptid. That's an interesting cryptid. These are nothing. This is all trash. Trash garbage. Not real cryptids. You hear about the recent mysterious patterns of death and disappearance of 10 UFO researchers? It's 11 now, isn't it? Who are the missing or dead scientists with connections to government research? Stephen Garcia, 48 years old, last seen leaving his home in Albuquerque on August 2025. He was on foot carrying a handgun with police reportedly warning he may have been a danger to himself. He worked as a property custodian at Kansas City National Security Campus, which manufactures non-nuclear components for nuclear weapons. He had top security clearance at the facility, which would allow him wide access. Frank Mawald, researcher with NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, died July 4th, 2024 at 61. Frank managed the development of the SBG Visweir instrument and had previously overseen successful delivery of 2 instruments for the AMRC program. No public cause of death has been provided. Carl Grillmare was shot to death on his front porch. He was an astrophysicist at Caltech who collaborated with NASA and found water around exoplanets. He was known for his work on collisions of galaxies and his search for water outside our solar system. There was no clear motive for his death. Detectives arrested Freddie Snyder later that day for carjacking, connecting him to Grillmare's death. Although detectives believed the 2 men didn't know each other, Snyder had been arrested in December for trespassing on his property while carrying a rifle. Michael David Hicks died July 30th, 2023. Physicist with JPL, specialized in comets and asteroids. Worked on major space missions, including DART. His passion for science was coupled with a deep appreciation of art, pursued projects in visual media, woodblock prints to oil painting to metalwork. Cause of death not disclosed. Disappeared February 26, 26, leaving his New Mexico home. Rumors about his connections to alleged UFO programs sparked questions about his missing case and probable connections. During his tenure in the Air Force, he oversaw classified space weapons programs, head of research at the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Monica Riza, another JPL employee, disappeared June 22nd while on a hike. Melissa Cassius disappeared from her home June 26, 2025. An administrative assistant at Los Alamos National Laboratory forgot her work badge, decided to work from home that day, took her daughter to lunch, disappeared. Anthony Chavez, an employee at Los Alamos. A former employee at Los Alamos disappeared May 4th, last seen leaving his home on foot. He hiked trails, distributed flyers to businesses, reviewed hours of surveillance footage, diligently followed up on every tip. Nuclear physicist Nuno. This one I think most people know. This one was a very big story, because this one happened pretty recently and was national headlines because of the work he was doing. But he was shot to death from a fucking madman. Jason Thomas disappeared December 12th. Wife reported missing when he didn't return home. Body was recovered in Massachusetts Lake, March 2026. That's all of them so far. And the list just keeps growing every week. How many scientists are linked to the government? Some of these deaths are pretty spread out. Unless there's like a couple hundred of these guys, it doesn't seem too odd. I don't know. But I still think it seems odd regardless, because it's all in a relatively short period of time. You see, IGN gave Mouse PI a 6. Why? Because the protagonist kills too much. Was that actually one of the reasons they gave it a 6? The protagonist kills too much?
I love noir. I'll take all kinds. The hard-boiled detective, the seedy crime story, neo-noir, and tropes of classic noir films and novels, as well as 1930s cartoons more broadly. It doesn't seem to get why those things are there, or how they're used to tell compelling stories. By fusing a hard-boiled detective mystery with a fast, retro-styled FPS, developer Fumi Games has made a shooter that is thematically incoherent, with the apparent aspirations of its story contradicted at every point by the actual action. Of all the Steam libraries and all the PCs in all the world, Mouse PI for Hire walked into mine, and I wish I liked it more than I do.
It's over. What is that statement? Of all the PCs in the world, it walked into mine? That's such a cringe sentence, bro. You bought a game. Well, you didn't buy it. It's IGN. They gave you a game. You downloaded it. That's not even a good noir take on something. That was awful.
You got nowhere left to run. I run toward the dream! A bright future ruled by big mice!
Mouse follows Jack Pepper, a private eye in a world where everyone is a mouse, after Wanda Fuller from the Mouseburg Herald sets him on the case of a missing magician.
I can give you more than a crumb, Jack. I can give you a magician.
As you'd expect, that spirals into a much bigger conspiracy that includes an attempt on a mayoral candidate's life and racially motivated mouse-on-mouse violence.
It's a riff on an old noir quote. I don't know which one.
My buddy got nabbed for just being a shrew!
Same as it ever was, even in Mouseburg. And the requisite twists and turns you'd expect from any good detective story make this tale solid enough.
I was in too deep. Way deeper than I signed up for.
What bothers me, however, is how overly referential so much of it is. The world is full of mice, so everything is about cheese. Everything. A bad guy? He's a cheese-legger.
These cheese-leggers in on the shrew racket.
Yeah, that's fair. Mouse with a sultry voice.
That's a fair criticism.
As
Gorgonzola picante slapped on a mozzarella platter.
Someone need to assure you they're telling the truth?
Swear on my mama's
It grates him. That's fine.
This is charming initially, then it never stops. Everything is a reference to the fact that everyone is a mouse and mice like cheese, and when it's not, instead it'll be a reference to an old cartoon, or the fact that this is a video game.
When you jump, just act like you didn't.
I should have probably guessed the former when one of the first things I saw was a steamboat named Willie, but at least that and the reference-heavy power-ups are cute. Constant callbacks to classic films or other video games? Not so much. And it doesn't end there. A boss fight in the sewers? It's a literal alligator, because of course it is. If you're looking for the cheese-liking foreman,
who
Jack
cares?
That he doesn't look like much of a boss.
More like a
that's weak. I guess he doesn't
joke. The voice actors
he doesn't like
Troy Baker
the sewer gator, I guess.
They have, but nothing in Mouseburg is allowed to just be. It has to be a mouse reference or a literally cheesy one-liner.
Cheddar, what's wrong with Gouda?
No good if you broke, Jack.
Or a reference to something else.
Ticket seller.
That's fine if the writing doesn't hit for you. That's a fine complaint.
I need your strongest tickets.
It's hard to care about.
Sure, I can see that getting annoying.
Because it never stops making jokes about everything.
Here's Jacko.
It just wants to remind you of other better things. Surely that's enough, right?
Time to find someone higher up and squeeze until they snap.
At least the shooting is better. This is the latest in a wave of boomer shooters inspired by old school FPSs like Doom or Quake, and it's a decent one at that. You start with a pistol in Jack's fists, but you'll soon acquire a shotgun, dynamite, a James gun, which is just a Tommy gun, and more unique stuff like the Devarnisher, which shoots what looks like Elmer's glue that melts the flesh from your enemy's bones, leaving only a skeleton.
Why did you shoot 3 of that at one shield
jump,
enemy, bro?
Dash, spinning tail for hovering, and a slide, and Jack's got some stylish moves when the bad guys show up. This ain't Quake, but it does feel good. It doesn't hurt that all of it, from reload animations to random conversations, is rendered in an absolutely gorgeous black and white mix of sprite work and 3D models. The world building may be thin, but Mouse PI for Hire is still dressed to the nines. Even here, though, I have issues. Weapons can feel weak, especially the shotgun. It's got the audio kick of a pop
Especially
gun.
the
There's
shotgun.
a strange disconnect to seeing something that sounds like a kid's toy blow off some poor mouse's head as you paint the white of the world with black ichor that spews from his neck. Enemies mostly come out of doors marked with a skull that you can't enter, robbing these areas of anything remotely resembling a sense of place. Levels also
Alright,
really
I don't want to watch the rest of it. So what brings it to a 6? He just doesn't like the jokes?
Police in Mouseburg would be the safest city in the world because nobody would be left alive to commit crimes in the first place. It's hard to buy into Jack as the regular guy who needs to gather evidence I'm told he is when he just wiped out the local police department, you know?
The police blockade.
Brother, who cares? It's a cartoon. That's like the whole
Mouse PI
vibe.
for Hire nails the aesthetics of both the 1930s cartoons and the detective stories that inspired it. And it's also an amusing boomer shooter that largely feels good as you're playing it. But its haphazard marriage of noir storytelling tropes and shooter gameplay are often at odds with each other in uncomfortable ways that weaken both aspects. And the writing is so busy making references to other things that it's actually painful to sit through at times. This FPS is solid enough if you just want to blast some cartoon mice and not think about it too hard. But once you do, all you'll see are the seams where disparate ideas have been fused together, and no trench coat can hide the stink of that moldy cheese. For more, check out our reviews of Pragmata and Resident Evil Requiem. And
How interesting. This guy gave WWE 2K25 an 8, by the way. What an interesting criticism. It's fine to not like the cheese puns all the time. I can definitely see that getting annoying. But the other complaints are fucking terrible. It's hard to buy into this world when the guy's just killing all the police. And the mouse, like the Mouse City, like all the police are getting killed. I can't buy into the world. It's a 6. I don't get that one. GamerRanks also had similar complaints, by the way, about the story. Well, it's two different things. The story not being good and the game not being good because I can't suspend disbelief in a cartoon game. This doesn't logically make sense. Thus, it's bad for that. But if the story itself is bad, that's a legitimate complaint. I'm not far enough in the story to know if it's, like, good. I'm enjoying it so far. I think it's been great so far. But I'm only, like, 2.5 hours in. I don't really give a fuck about the whole Logan Paul vs. KSI boxing saga. I just never really cared about that whole anime arc. But the recent showdown actually did show me something. It showed me the importance of shit-talking in sports. I've always thought that shit-talking plays a crucial role when it comes to competition in general. Shit-talking just adds a very human element to an otherwise extremely corporate world when it comes to sports. Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather, for example, a whole lot of shit-talking. Really, combat sports in general are very big on shit-talking, and it works very well for them both in terms of viewer numbers, turnout, and as well as just general investment into the people, because in the corporate world of sports, you have people trying so hard to appease brands, be child-friendly and everything like that, where, especially in esports, shit-talking is actively discouraged and punished. It makes it hard to even know if the players are even invested in their sport or if they're just there for a payday. But when you have them giving some type of passionate press conference or even just a tweet saying something like, "Hey, your mom's so fat she rides my wiener with only one ass cheek," something like that's enough to say, oh, okay, so it seems like they do care and they are actually going out there to beat this person. If they care, maybe I should care. And then you have these rivalries that form as a result. You have great rivalries in sports, such as the Yankees and the Red Sox, LeBron James' team versus whatever team LeBron James is playing that week, Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus good coaching and good decision-making. I'm no longer a mainline sports fan. I've abandoned that religion long ago. I've left that cult, but I certainly used to be. You should have seen my room growing up as a kid. So much fucking Bucks memorabilia. Goddamn had fucking Buccaneer nipple tassels, basically. The point I'm making is, the role of shit-talking, I think, plays a very important one in getting people excited or interested in an upcoming sports event. KSI vs. Logan Paul is the perfect example. These two people seemingly hate each other, and they give these very heated press conferences that sound like you're at the middle school lunch table. And people like that because they like to see that kind of emotion and that drive where these people really want to win. It's not just there because it's a payday, they're there because they want to make a point, they want to win. So you choose sides in this saga. Wrestling entertainment, for example, they build drama into their characters themselves where they have shit-talking between them. And you know what happens? People side with characters, people root for characters, and it heightens the whole experience. That's what esports in general is missing. There's this giant wave in esports to eliminate toxicity from their game. Toxicity is a very loose word they use because in some games you get banned for fucking excessive pinging in League of Legends. League of Legends used to be a goddamn cesspool, no doubt about that. The fucking wild, wild west of degeneracy. Now they've cracked down on it and made it a daycare. Overwatch, similar situation. But I can't help but feel that turning these games and these communities into Weenie Hut Jr. is detrimental because it actively discourages people from getting invested in putting their ass on the line, putting nuts to butts. You know, I get when people are being hateful, racist, shit like that, throwing your games, going AFK, I get that being grounds for a ban or punishment. But as for just getting heated in the game, and if they're not actively making you lose, them just being all mad and shit, telling you to play better and mean words, there's already a solution built in. It's called muting them. You can mute everyone if you want to, so there is a solution for that already. And I totally get wanting to take bullying out of it because people get very mean in these competitive games, and I'd never advocate for bullying, but the solution has already been found 20 fucking years ago with being able to mute your bully, mute the person that's being an asshole. That solves the whole problem. They don't need to translate this fucking crusade against toxicity into their competitive environment where no teams are allowed to playfully banter with each other, shit talk, or even really get emotional about what they genuinely feel. They give all these fucking cookie cutter responses just like in regular sports, and it's boring, and it loses that element of making it something big, making rivalries, making anything meaningful. Imagine if the KSI vs. Logan Paul fight had none of the shit talking beforehand, and it was just two guys going out there to fight. Would people care? Probably not. It wouldn't be nearly as big as it was, but because they had these months and months of constant back and forth shit talking and emotion on the line, it got people invested, obviously, because that's the kind of shit that people want to get involved in and see the result of. It creates an entire narrative around an event coming up as opposed to just being another cookie cutter sports event with maybe some cool moments. It actually puts something there, which is why wrestling does it instead of just have fucking action figures go out there and colliding. There's actual emotion behind it, which esports I think is dreadfully lacking. Now you'll notice my shirt changed throughout this video. That's because as I was rendering it out initially, a story came out about an esports professional in the Call of Duty scene named Mutix, I believe. Basically what happened is, during a stream he didn't mean to start, he was bantering with his friend and he said some bad words. He said autist and he also said retard to his friend. It was supposed to be in jest, but it was caught on stream and now he's at risk of losing his career, his sponsor. His 12-year-long esports career is now in jeopardy because those words were picked up on stream in a fit of trash-talking banter with his friend. And since this happened as I was rendering this, I figured it'd be a topic people were talking about in the comments, and I wanted to address it in the video itself. Do I think he deserves to lose everything because of the words he said on stream? No, absolutely not. Cancel culture is a goddamn plague. 100% he doesn't deserve to lose his entire career because of trash talk banter with his friend, even if it was in poor taste and not comedic at all. And one thing I always see happen that I like to talk about when some shit like this goes down, there's always some Twitter verified checkmark losers in the fucking comments that dogpile on to try and score internet points. Mutix posts this I'm sorry video where he's crying and talking about everything that's at stake and what he might lose. Pro tip, never make a crying video on the internet. No one's gonna believe it even if it is genuine. I don't know fuck all about Mutix or this scene in general. Maybe this guy's a huge asshole, I don't know. But just from him saying the words autist and retard in a trash bantering with his friend, I don't think warrants him losing everything, even though it is in very poor taste. Alas, Ashes comes into the comments of his I'm sorry crying video to post a GIF I think his name is Ashes. I don't know if it's LA Patty P. I don't really know. He looks like McLovin. He comes in to post a gif of Joker laughing at him. Then someone says, bruh, come on, and his response is, no respect for that behavior, brother. And that's totally fine. If you don't want to forgive the guy for what he said, that's absolutely within your right and makes total sense. But if you're going to act all high and mighty and celebrating this man's downfall, when you yourself are just as guilty of the same things, if not worse, you're pretty much the lowest of the fucking low, you goddamn two-faced asshole. If you dig through his tweets for 1 second, it takes literally one search on his page, here's a picture, he's constantly throwing around this word. That's pretty goddamn bad, don't you think, Ashes? So if you're celebrating him losing all his shit, don't you think you should be equally held accountable? You should probably lose all your shit too, right? And I fucking hate when people dig through old tweets to find things to get outraged about for their little cancel culture small boner. But if you're using it against someone who's already on the cancel culture bandwagon dog pile, I'm totally fine with it. Yeah, Ashes, your tweets were from 7 so years ago. Who gives a shit? There's no forgiveness in cancel culture, baby. There's no time limit on it. That shit doesn't expire. Who's to say you changed? Mutex didn't even mean to have that shit go out in public. You openly post that shit on your Twitter. So if Mutex is losing his career over the things he said by accident, and you say things that are worse on purpose, shouldn't you also lose your career? Like, that makes sense, right? I mean, yeah, maybe you don't say this in public anymore, but you definitely did, and who's to say you still don't say it off stream and behind closed doors? I mean, there's no telling. But anyway, I got sidetracked. I was just focusing on the role that trash talk plays in competition. I want to be clear, I'm not talking about hateful shit, racist shit, throwing games, losing games on purpose, or any of that garbage. I'm talking about actual healthy trash talk banter between competitors. I think that is extremely important to the success of a sport. And it doesn't have to always be trash talk, but just the ability for players and teams to give genuine emotional thoughts on an upcoming match or their opponents, I think is crucial to getting people excited about a match. It takes away something when you're telling these teams and players that they can't say or, do anything that might come across as disrespectful to the sport or the opponent because they represent brands. That takes away a big element of it from a viewer's perspective because you have these two teams going into game day and neither one of them said anything about each other past the cookie cutter shit of they're a great team, they sweat, they pee, they come just like us, it's going to be a tough one. That's all you get. You don't get like this back and forth trash talk or this back and forth joking or really any insight into how the teams actually feel or what they're going in or what they're expecting going in. So if you take that away, it's kind of just like looking at robots doing a job. It's just these people going in there and doing a job, not competing. It's like you're peeking into a fucking cubicle at a big business. There's nothing it's still fun to watch the events, but there's a certain element that's missing. And that's the element of caring. It doesn't seem like anyone's invested in actually competing. They're just there because it's their job. And I think just having the ability to joke around and trash talk and banter and be genuine is extremely important to a sport. And KSI and Logan Paul shows us just how important it can be in getting people excited and interested in it. Even people that don't like either of those two people still tuned in just because of all the hype around it that they generated through their trash talk and keeping it on people's mouths. And I think that's what esports is dreadfully lacking right now. They always discourage trash talk or anything disrespectful because they do represent brands, and the brands, I guess, don't want to be associated with that shit. And I just think that loses a core component of what makes competition exciting for viewers, and even for players as well. So that's all I really wanted to talk about, and that's about it. So yeah. Almost 3 years ago now, I made a couple videos talking about a YouTuber whose house had been firebombed. The YouTuber's name is Friendly Jordies, and he was very outspoken about corruption, calling out bad actors in the local government, and for all of this, his house was targeted in a firebombing. And actually, the fucking stooge that was in charge of this, the mysterious boogeyman, actually went for the double scoop on the firebombing, so they started by firebombing Friendly Jordies' neighbor, thinking that it was his house. Then when they realized they got the wrong house, he came back to firebomb Friendly Jordies' house. And luckily, no one died in this, but the intention was pretty clear, either to scare or kill Friendly Jordies. And now, almost 3 years later, there is someone who has been arrested for this.
Some not so breaking news. One of the guys that firebombed my house back in 2022 has been sentenced to 5 years in prison. Now, I'm grateful to the judge, the arson squad, and the financial crimes unit for all their hard work in securing this little bit of justice. That was a Herculean slog for the investigators to get it to that point at all, but this is hardly a definite end to this saga, and there are a few things that really need to be said in wake of this conviction.
The man who was arrested and now facing 5 years in the slammer is an associate of a well-known crime family in the area. His name is Tuffy, or Toofy, Goofy, whatever the fuck it is, however you say his name. He's 39 years old, and they're describing it as a professional attack on a journalist. But don't worry, he's not a monster. He has a lot of remorse here. He feels really bad about it. He even made an apology video for it. So he is clearly feeling a lot of sorrow for his misdeeds, no doubt. In a video he sent from prison, he said, "I would just like to apologize from the bottom of my heart." Aww. Alright. Not guilty. Free this man. He clearly feels bad about firebombing 2 people's homes. He's no longer a threat. He's seen the error of his ways. That is a touching sentiment. He went on to say that he believed in God and said he was over his life of crime after spending so much of his 20s and 30s behind bars. Quote, "I'd rather die than return back to jail," he said. He's turning a new leaf. You can clearly see it here. I mean, it's just an honest mistake. Who hasn't accidentally firebombed 2 people's homes after being paid to throw those firebombs in the first place? It could happen to anybody. And this is a guy who clearly recognizes that these evil deeds are best left in the past. And it's crazy that he's only getting 5 years, by the way. He is a career criminal, and he's still getting 5 years after firebombing 2 people's homes, which is literally like attempted murder. At least it should be. That was the whole goal. At least one of the goals, either to have Friendly Jordy's fear for his life or take his life here in the firebombing attack. It's just crazy that he's only getting 5 years. Maybe that apology really did weigh heavy on the heart of the judge.
The person convicted of the firebombing is a man by the name of Tufi Jr. Tuisi Alua. I don't know if I'm saying that name correctly, and frankly, I don't care. I've never met Tufi Jr. I've never mentioned him in videos before. In fact, before he was charged, I'd never even heard of his name, nor do I hope to hear it ever again. It does, however, open a big question, a question which was not satisfactorily answered in court, and perhaps even more shamefully, not examined by most of the media. Why would a man with no connection to me whatsoever go to the effort of stealing a Mercedes, cloning number plates, surveilling my house, and then setting that house on fire?
As Friendly Jordy's points out here, it's very interesting that the judge recognizes this as a professional attack, a coordinated attack here on Friendly Jordy's. They even call him the Muscle. That's what he was hired to do. Yet, at no point do they try and inquire as to who hired him and why. What were his motives? Why would someone whom Jordy has never heard of, never mentioned at all, go through so much effort to firebomb his fucking house? That's awfully strange, right? Isn't that a little weird? They fully recognize that this was a paid, planned attack on Friendly Jordy's, yet don't bother to try and uncover who planned and paid for this attack. It wasn't just some random act of violence where this guy just had 2 firebombs sitting on his passenger seat from, last Halloween where he won his, the pyro from TF2 or something, and he decided, all right, I'll just throw these 2 firebombs over here. This was clearly a planned attack, and they recognize that, yet don't even give the slightest smidgen of effort to try and figure out who's behind it. That definitely smells a bit fishy.
I think I know the answer. I'd wager some prominent defamation lawyers, property developers, and politicians also know the answer. There were some unsurprisingly cowardly and oblique hints of an answer in the ABC article about the conviction, an article which refers to me as an internet personality. Mr. Shanks, who uses the moniker Friendly Jordy's online, had mentioned the Alameddine crime network in a video 2 months before his home was set alight. Just mention the Alameddines. A lot of people mention the Alameddines, Anton. The Alameddine crime network might be one of the most prolific gangs in this nation's history. They're nightly news. Some people bank their entire journalistic careers on talking about the Alameddines. They don't get their houses burnt down. How characteristically low from the ABC, especially when even the judge labelled the firebombing as, quote, a professional attack on a journalist. Anton here acts as if it was a coincidence after reading out a BuzzFeed article on a stream.
I found this fascinating. What Jordy's is mentioning here is that some journalists, like the one he's pointing out, are making the insinuation that because Jordy's has mentioned the Alameddine crime family before, prior to his house being set ablaze, that maybe it's not a coinky-dink. Maybe the two are related. But Jordy's hits him with the counterpoint here. He gets him with the Uno reverse with some very basic logic that the Alameddine crime family is one of the most infamous in the area, talked about daily as a piece of nightly news, where tons of journalists make their whole career solely around reporting on the Alameddine crime family, and yet none of them seem to be getting fucking napalm striked here like Jordy's was. So it's a pretty weak insinuation to make that doesn't pass the smell test, especially because it's not like that's all Friendly Jordy's talks about is the Alameddine crime family or anything like that.
This is not at all to excuse Tufi Jr. He tried to kill someone. He burnt down a house with no regard for not only the other potential occupants, but neighbours, which were the elderly, and for all he knew, could have been children. Even worse, because his motives are murky and seemingly transactional, he seems to have just been waved away with he was just the hired muscle. He tried to kill people. He burnt down a house. Things are a little bit scary in New South Wales if you ask me. At this point, you can order a firebombing, not only not get caught, but the muscle who does get caught gets about the same time as it takes to do a bachelor's degree.
The guy responsible for double fisting firebombs that could have killed multiple people is getting an extremely light, soft sentence of just 5 years, which is basically just the amount of time between Stranger Things seasons. And not only is he getting a light sentence, but the people that hired him, that they openly are saying that he was the muscle. So they recognize he was the muscle for someone, but the people that he is the muscle for, they're not even bothering to try and investigate and find out the identity of. They're just like, oh yeah, he was the muscle, and that's it. We know that's as far as we're gonna go. It's just so blatant. It's so obvious. It's so fucked.
Pretty good risk to reward ratio, if you ask me. Over the past few years, I've faced multiple different criminal investigations and charges over what apparently in New South Wales is a far more serious crime, making YouTube videos. I don't think it's hyperbole to say that there were far more investigative and legal resources thrown at botched attempts to punish me than there were at punishing the firebombers.
If you followed Friendly Jordies at all for any length of time, you are probably familiar with the fucking ringer they have put this man through over the years. The justice system over there is trying so hard to bend them over their knee and spank his cheeks red every chance they get for even the slightest things. They will go to extremes for him, all because he posts videos online talking about corruption. Meanwhile, a firebomber who firebombed 2 houses, a career criminal as well, by the way, so he has a history too, gets significantly less resources put into that investigation. It's fucking crazy.
How can a man be charged and sentenced to 5 years in prison for a firebombing and the courts get to know nothing about his motives?
No, they know everything that needs to be known about his motive. He was hired to do it. He was the muscle. Hired by who? Cares. Who cares? They don't give a fuck. Just gonna send him to jail for just a little brief period of time here and just let this whole thing quietly die down so that way people don't ask too many questions about this whole firebombing, hoopla, that kind of thing. Because there's no need to dig any deeper on who might have paid for this kind of thing to happen. You know, it's just, he was the muscle. Ah, come on, let's move on.
Why certain politicians like Rose Jackson, who originally condemned the firebombing, albeit in the most performative Twitter-approved template, that not only was mostly about her and how awesome she thinks she is, she also just had to add, right after I was nearly killed, that I'm, quote, way off and gross. I'll tell you what I think is way off, Rose. Hanging out with and propping up a development company which, again, shares the name of the video I was forced to remove due to death threats, and doing so knowingly. You know. That's what I think is gross, you self-aggrandizing transactional party machine cog.
Yeah, over there, Jordies has got a lot of very powerful enemies. I've made a couple videos talking about Jordies and everything that has gone on recently. It is not an overstatement to say that he literally does put his life on the line for the journalism that he does. And it's not just him, he does have a team as well that takes the same risk. They have some very powerful enemies over there. And it is very clear that they are willing to go to extreme lengths to silence Jordies and his team. Keep in mind, the firebombing attack, they didn't know Jordies wasn't home. They had no idea. They also didn't know about the neighbors' whereabouts if they were home. That very well could have ended with bodies, just corpses, charred corpses from this hired muscle coming out and firebombing these 2 houses, all to silence Jordies and his team for their reporting on the blatant corruption over there.
Why do the Alameddines, an organised crime gang, give so much access to certain ABC journalists? Why is the ABC so ardent in defending these certain journalists? And why isn't anyone able to get enough evidence to bring whoever ordered the firebombing into a courtroom? I'll tell you, there's some very strange things happening in New South Wales.
Very strange things indeed going on over there. I'm happy to at least see that someone was arrested in connection to the firebombing. That's good. 5 years is kind of laughable considering the crime. But I mean, I guess at least there was some semblance of, like, you know, catching the bad guys here to a certain extent. But there is a lot of work to be done. I feel like there was definitely a lot more that should have come from this. And hopefully it will. Hopefully there will be more that comes from this, God willing. Because holy shit, it is unhinged. Anyways, wishing the best for Friendly Jordy's here. Hopefully he and his team can stay safe. And just wanted to give you the update. That's about it. See ya.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Soda Drinker Pro for the PC. Let's do this shit. Alright, pretty basic controls. Let's begin. The beach. A lovely place to drink a soda. Lovely is an understatement. This is beautiful. Is that like a pink cyclops spying on me? Just adds to the atmosphere, I suppose. Ooh, nice little swig of soda here. This is just gorgeous. It's like I'm on the beach right now. This is disturbingly realistic. Oh, look at this rock. This is a good-looking rock. Are you thirsty? Would you like a sip of my soda? Where's your mouth? Is this your mouth? Get your thirst quenched, asshole. Now it's my turn. Now it's your turn. Now it's my turn. Now you can go fuck yourself. It's my soda. You're taking huge gulps of it, you son of a bitch. What else do we have on this beach? Some sperm trails in the sky. The sun. Barney's dildo. What is this? Some forsaken soda? I'm here to rescue you. Bonus soda. That is music to my ears. Some bonus soda. Just look at this. Perfectly serene. I cannot think of another place I'd rather be drinking soda. This right here is why the world exists. This right here is why we exist. This is why existing can exist. This is just a marvelous beach. My goodness. Just so full of life. So full of soda. Oh shit, what happened? Oh, I guess when you finish your soda, you go to the next level. Well, I guess I've entered the chalk zone. Who's got the chalk? Chalk zone. Oh, this soda is dancing for me. Don't worry, darling. Daddy's got you. These are some really nice trees. These are the trees nature wanted. But now we have these fucked up trees in our world. But these are the right trees. This witch's house is the only thing out of place in this calm forest. Seems to have like a volcanic eruption going on up there on the roof. Can I go in here? I guess not. Oh, a little more bonus soda up here. I'll hike up a mountain, no problem. Alright, I can't climb the mountain. That is not so delicious. Oh no, here we go. I just took a bad angle because I'm fucking stupid. Bonus soda, here we come. I'm on top of the world. I'll tell you, all this soda drinking has really worked up a thirst. You have now entered the world of soda. You must always sip on soda. Otherwise it will be treated as high treason. Drinking soda in a weird room. Awesome. Alright. I'm on a paintball course. Drinking soda in space. Now this sounds exciting. Oh shit, I'm falling. Am I still fall? No, alright, I landed on the ground. This is stunning. Oh shit, look at that one just zooming by. That planet thinks he's faster than all the rest. What a douchebag. It's like I'm actually in space right now with my soda. It's everything I've ever wanted. What is this, like a cue ball in billiards? Oh, what the fuck? I don't have to hold down the mouse to get the straw to my mouth. I can just click the mouse and the straw goes right to the correct position. This blasts open the doors to all kinds of future soda drinking possibilities. Oh my goodness, this is a game changer. What the fuck is this over here? Is this bonus soda? How am I supposed to reach that bonus soda? That's really high up there. Is there like a staircase here or something? Am I falling? Oh fuck, I am falling. Oh shit. Better take a sip. I'm just falling into the void of space, drifting through the emptiness. This is a nice view of our solar system, though. This is still a good time for some nice soda drinking here. This opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. You know what? As long as I have my soda with me, everything's gonna be honky-dory. The planets may be getting further and further away, but I'm getting closer and closer to enlightenment through soda. I'm going to get an erection, and then I'm gonna pour soda on my wiener, so that way my dick can have a taste of this soda as well. The planets are almost completely out of the picture here. The planets are completely out of the picture now. I'm just gonna fucking finish this soda. Now it's just a space. Drinking soda in a castle. That is a mushroom. Alright. What am I standing on, like a giant dartboard here? This is a fucking shitty castle. Who lives in this castle? King Ass Cheek II of the Ass Cheeks dynasty? Drinking soda in a mouth. A little behind the scenes action here, alright, some insider access. This what the fuck? Person should really see a dentist. These teeth are extraordinary. A mouth nipple. Seen it a million times. This is undoubtedly a human mouth we're in. Alright, there's also some vagina lips inside of this mouth. That is a long fall from the tongue to the teeth. I would definitely get a boo-boo if I fell down there. Maybe even drop my soda. That would be an absolute jar of fuck. Drinking a refreshing soda before a convention. Alright. Look at this convention. Oh shit, whoa, what the fuck? Allow me to explain these graphs. The green line represents the number of titties suitable for milking over the last 10 years. The other two lines represent shit holes that currently exist on the planet. This pie chart, it doesn't show us anything here. The arrow is pointing to blue. So there you go. Now this one here is probably the most important. This is the blueprint for the roller coaster I'm planning on opening on the moon. So it's a little sneak preview here for everyone at the convention. These fucking chairs are huge. Who is attending this convention? Godzilla and friends? Drinking a soda by an empty pool. Now we're talking. This pool is empty. Drinking a soda in the creepy woods at night. This sounds scary. Oh shit, look at this. Heads of broccoli everywhere. Oh wait, what the fuck? Why is the bonus soda way up there? How the fuck am I supposed to get to that? What is this? Like a fucking magic wand? What is it trying to stir here? There's nothing here. At the county fair. I know we're fucking drinking soda there. How am I supposed to get that bonus soda? Do they expect me to just, like, shoot the soda at the ground and use it as a jetpack? That'd just be a giant waste of soda. Is this piece of cabbage selling the food here? You did it. You drank all 10 sodas. You are no longer thirsty. Thank you for playing. No, thank you for making Soda Drinker Pro. I've always wanted to drink soda everywhere imaginable. Alright, well, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Hola, mi nombre es Carlos y he estado practicando español. Yep. That's about where that stops. I've recently been practicing Spanish again. I previously studied Spanish for like 8 years, 8 años, when I was in school, escuela. And I haven't dusted off that knowledge in well over a decade, and I've recently just had the urge to go back and study it, so that way I can hopefully become fluent in Spanish at some point. Ever since Chinese Charles kind of took over on Bilibili, I've really liked the idea of being able to speak more than one language again. Chinese Charles really kind of opened my third eye and enlightened me on the fun of being able to speak multiple languages, but I have no knowledge on Chinese, but I do on Spanish, so I figured that was the one that made the most sense for me right now. So, you know, I don't need the Rosetta Stone or anything. I'll just chip away at it, and hopefully we'll see how my Spanish is looking like a year from now. But anyway, that has nothing to do with today's video. I just thought maybe you'd find that cool. Today's video is actually about a wacky woman getting a little bonkers in an Uber.
He's videoing me now.
Yeah, for my safety.
If you feel endangered, I would refer you to call the police.
Now, I don't know who she has on the phone there. Maybe it's fucking Miss Frizzle about to scoot in with the magic school bus. I couldn't tell you. But what I can tell you is that if you feel in danger, maybe the first thing you should do is get out of the car. So this whole thing has apparently started because she feels unsafe in this Uber. Yet she refuses to leave the Uber. And now she's making calls in the back seat there like it's fucking Deal or No Deal. Just get out of the car. Why would you not remove yourself from the situation you feel unsafe in? You are just keeping yourself planted there. And this guy wants her to get out of the vehicle. He has now started filming for his own safety, which I think is a very smart call from him, because if she starts to try and spin some fib that he was like, you know, scary, mean, angry, you know, threatening her or something, he now has this very clear evidence that he was just sitting there and doing nothing threatening, and that he was actually the one that felt unsafe around her with her fucking lunacy.
So what do you provide as a safety line?
She says she feels unsafe. I'm sitting here, obviously, have my seatbelt on. Nothing's going on. She's sitting back there. She refuses to get out of my vehicle. So I'm recording for my safety.
Is there any store or is there anything in the area that you're in that you can go in and wait for your next Uber driver?
As you can see, there's the businesses right in front of us. You see the businesses.
Exactly. They're not in the fucking back rooms here. They're not in the middle of nowhere. As he just showed you, there is a business right in front of them. She could easily just get out of the vehicle and wait there for the next Uber if she's unsatisfied with this one and feeling unsafe. Why is she just waiting in the vehicle if she feels so unsafe? This is the classic fucking Watchmen moment of, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. I feel terrible for the Uber driver. Dude just has to sit here and just stew in this weirdo atmosphere she is creating over nothing. Now, to me, and this is just my little tinfoil hat game theory here, my little conspiracy I've cooked up, I feel like this is probably a scheme that she pulls from time to time to avoid paying for an Uber. I feel like she's probably doing this to try and get like a refund through the service. Like, I felt so unsafe. This is unacceptable. I need a refund. Look at this, like, horrible experience I went through. It was traumatic. I couldn't leave the Uber. I was trapped. I was a prisoner in the Uber. I need my money back. That's what I think it is.
She says she don't feel safe, but she refuses to get out. She can go right to the business over there. There's chairs. She can sit there with her things and wait for her next Uber.
He's gonna drive off with my packages. I mean, this is like, I've never had this before. I'm pretty surprised that you're not able to provide more assistance other than call the police.
So her concern is that when she gets out of the vehicle, he's going to drive off with her packages. Why would he do that? Like, I don't even know why that would be a thought that would cross his mind, that he would drive off with your packages. He just wants you the fuck out of there. I would guess that he would do anything to get you out of that car. He looks miserable in there. This lady's like a dementor, sucking all of the joy and fun out of life everywhere she goes, it looks like. And I don't know who she's on the phone with. Like, why are you surprised that they can't do more than just refer you to, like, calling 911 if it's an actual emergency? What is she supposed to do? Get the Navy SEALs over there? I'm so curious who she's talking to on the phone there. Like, maybe she got Zordon on the horn and she's hoping that he'll dispatch the Power Rangers over there to save her packages and let her get out of the back seat. Just get out of the fucking car. Anyone would tell you the same. Like, if you feel unsafe, just get out of the vehicle. And if he's trapping you there, call 911. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I have an expensive package in the trunk. If I get out, what if he drives off with it?
Now she's saying I might drive off with her things when I can clearly just take them out
If he's
and place
asking
them over
you
the
to
side.
get out of his car and he's on the phone with the authorities, you could get your package and wait for your next Uber.
But how do I get the package?
You get out of the car, bozo. That's how you get your package. Oh my god, what an infuriating person. He is even saying he can just take her packages and put them over there, take Bikini Bottom and move it over there. He is telling you he will do that. Just say, okay, let's do it.
I need him to open the trunk.
Open the trunk.
Okay.
You can ask him to open the trunk.
Well, I'll do that right now. Whatever gets you out of here, I don't care. I'll open it, you get your package, whatever you need to do. I'm going to get her package out of the back. So she's scared I'm going to take her package. Her package is out. Her package is right there. I'm right here. I'm getting back into my vehicle.
Once he heard a possible solution to get her the fuck out of that car, he sprung into action. He recognized this was a stalemate on the chessboard, but then heard her talk about this package and was like, okay, I'm just gonna do it myself because she's not leaving, so I'll get the package. He gets it, he sets it on the ground, then the ball is in her court. The rest is in God's hands there. He set the package down, and it's like placing a nut like in the grass or something to like lure a squirrel out to go somewhere. So he's hoping that that'll be enough to get her to finally open that car door and just leave. And thankfully, it was. We got the good ending here. She finally got out of the car. What a baffling interaction. So, she felt unsafe in the Uber. And instead of leaving or anything to try and remedy that situation that she's cooked up in her head, she stays in the Uber. What sense does that make? How do people go about their lives like this? It is incomprehensible to me. Anyway, I just had the app about it. What a weirdo. That's about it. See ya. Anyone remember the plot to Kingsman where the bad guy had that special technology that had people's brains just kind of get fried and they all couldn't resist the urge to just kill each other? Just violence out the wazoo? Yeah, that technology exists right now. It's called Pokemon cards. There are so many fights breaking out from Pokemon scalpers, and there's some new ones that I want to show you today. I know I've already covered quite a few, but these are 3 brand new ones, fresh out of the oven here. These muffins are still steaming, and one of them gets pretty bloody. What started as a wholesome hobby for children has been completely hijacked by the stinkiest, greasiest, most aggressive losers you could ever possibly imagine. And they love to fight. You know, there's chemicals in the water turning the frogs gay and the scalpers violent, because it's getting brutal now. Anywhere that sells Pokemon cards has become the salty spittoon. It is a PvP-enabled zone. It is deplorable. Card shops getting robbed every single day, many times a day, actually. Armed robberies often, too, now, it seems. And now fights are becoming even more commonplace at businesses that sell Pokemon cards from these stinky fucking worms, man. It's crazy. Now, if you want to avoid being stinky and greasy and a loser, you better start showering using Cheeky soap. It's the best soap in the universe. Go to usecheeky.com right now. Get some of our soap.
Everyone just gonna look. I'll look.
No.
Nope, you didn't hit it, bud.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. You for real?
Are you for real? Are you fucking kidding me?
Chill. We were sitting here for an hour. Chill.
One of those rare scenarios where everything and everyone in here seems peculiar. So this guy rolls up, I'm guessing he's got like his meta glasses on, so Dweeb kind of rolls up, scoots in sideways after locating the Pokemon card vending machine, and then goes to get a box out of it. There were 3 dudes standing in front of it, all on their phone, but they're not interacting with it. Even though the machine is on, it's functional, they're just standing there idly. I guess they all entered low power mode or something. So, like, it's clear they're there for the machine, but this guy cuts in front of them and goes for a box, and then one of the other guys activates and he says, nope, that's not going to happen, and then instantly, like, throws him against the shopping carts, like it's the WWE, so he's throwing him against the turnbuckle. And then the guy, like, grabs him by the neck, like Homer Simpson to Bart. And he says, are you kidding me? While, like, getting strangled. Now, the guy who went for the box was also instantly aggressive because the other guy's like, no, not gonna happen. He's like, you didn't touch it, dude. So, like, if there was a legitimate confusion, I feel like he would have expressed that. Like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were waiting. You were just standing there. I was unsure of what was going on. Like, I feel like if there was real, like, innocent confusion over not knowing if they were there to get something or if they were waiting for someone or something, he would have expressed that as opposed to just like, snooze you lose, pal. I'm getting my Pokemon cards to scalp on Facebook Marketplace first. Sorry. Like, I feel like his response is already combative too. And then the other guy escalates by throwing him in the shopping carts. Then it leads to the neck grab there.
Chill with that, bro. You really gonna do that?
Are you really doing this?
Fuck the Falcons, by the way. Keep pounding, bro.
Oh, real cool. What the Gaber sitting here fucking shit. Oh, good one, buddy.
You can actually hear the lump in this guy's throat starting to develop as the tears are welling there. Good one, buddy, he said, sniffling on the way out. Like, what do you even mean good one? All he did was call you a pussy. Like, that's all. It's not like he was trying to roast you or anything. He just said you were a pussy. That's all. And he walked away saying, like, gay birds here talking shit, I think is what he said. Like, now, I again don't really understand what they were doing there. The guy said they'd been waiting for an hour. To do what? Like, the machine is still just sitting right there. Are they waiting for, like, a restock on the machine or something? Like, they're sitting there trying to spawn camp it, which has become extremely normal, by the way, for these fucking losers to stand around these Pokemon card vending machines like it's the magic conch out of SpongeBob. So I think maybe that's what they were doing. They were sitting there for an hour waiting for it to be restocked with the product they wanted. But in that case, why would it matter if this guy came up and got one of the boxes that none of them were interacting with in the first place? I don't really get it. It doesn't make sense to me unless I'm misunderstanding what they were doing there for an hour. This whole thing is so odd, and I can't even imagine the shamelessness to get handsy and, like, pugilistic over your placement in the Pokemon card vending machine queue, or like trying to cut in there to desperately get your paws on a Pokemon box there. Like, to start like fighting over it is so cringe, man. These scalpers, like, I don't know how they don't have any shame at all. It's impressive.
Round two.
This one's just a little quick one. This one's kind of just like a little hors d'oeuvre for you here of a fight for Pokemon cards. I don't know what led to it. I don't have a whole lot of context, but there was a scuffle that broke out apparently over Pokemon cards, and it ends with that guy getting him in like a headlock there, and the cameraman saying round 2. So I don't know if this is like the second time like that they've tussled like in that afternoon, or if this is a thing that keeps happening between these two guys. They keep meeting up here and squaring off over Pokemon cards. Either way, it's pathetic.
This isn't
Guys,
yo.
stop.
Yo.
Stop.
Stop.
Guys. Oh yeah. Stop.
Oh,
Stop.
oh,
yeah. Stop holding!
Get your shot.
We can't fucking do that here.
What do you mean they can't do that here? You sell Pokemon cards at this establishment, right? It's a fight club, fundamentally, then. This is exactly where you go to exchange some knuckle sandwiches. Now, according to the Poke Street's description here, it's not known what exactly caused this altercation between these two gentlemen, but I think we can make an educated guess based on the ambiance of the card shop. Pokemon seems to be a pretty integral piece of its identity. I would say it was likely something to do with some Pokemon cards. Just a hunch. This one gets kind of wild, though. This one, there are some blows that are connecting. They are swinging on each other. It does get a bit bloody. This one's one of the more brutal fights I've seen over Pokemon cards, outside of the guy that got stabbed over Pokemon cards a few months back.
Guys, stop! This isn't needed! Yo! Guys! What the fuck?
Johnny.
Come on!
Bro. You little bitch, stop on camera.
Stop!
I'm gonna sue.
You're gonna get sued.
You the one over here going crazy.
Why are you fucking swinging on him? If you don't want any altercation,
Swing, bro. Oh, whatever. I'm getting him off him.
Yo, chill out, guys.
The guy who's pushing the other one like it's a weight sled is now leaking a little bit. His nose has been popped. His snoot got booped there. So he's now dripping blood all over the floor of the card shop here. And the guy who's pushing him back and eating punches like it's a bowl of cereal is threatening to sue him. He makes that threat multiple times. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like you'd have a really hard time winning that case when it seems like he is also aggressively pursuing this confrontation. And according to the comments, he may have even been the aggressor in the beginning too. Again, it's not entirely confirmed or not, but I think you'd have a really hard time winning that lawsuit there. He'd have to really fucking get Saul on the horn.
Bro, I don't care,
Oh, this is gonna be so good for me.
Guys! Stop! Guys! Stop this! Guys, come on! Guys, come on! Guys! We don't need any of this!
Andrew, chill. Your life is so fucked.
Chill.
You're like that?
Stop.
Andrew, you don't know me, dog.
Stop! Yo!
Get your stuff.
Yo, we don't need any of this going on, guys! What the fuck?
Like a dog chasing the mailman, this guy who is actively still bleeding cannot stop chasing the other guy around the store. The other guy seems to be trying to disengage with this now. He's like, all right, look, enough is enough. We've been pugilistic for far too long. Let's let bygones be bygones. He's like trying to get away from it, and the other guy just keeps saying, your life is fucked. You don't know me. He's still threatening like the lawsuit angle, and then gets pushed onto this table. He just keeps trying to go up to him. So like I said, I feel like he'd have a really hard time with that lawsuit, because it's not like he is trying to get away from it. The other guy's disengaging, and the guy who's threatening the lawsuit just keeps chasing him down for more action.
Yo! What the fuck? Bro, I'm coming back, bro. He's the one that's harmed, bro.
Oh, yeah?
You gotta get him off.
You gotta get him off him.
You're big hacking me, bro. Guys,
Keep hacking at him.
Head out, dude. Head out. He's so Johnny. Bro, what the fuck? Yo, Johnny.
Finally, they separate them again, and the guy immediately tries to go outside, but then is still followed by lawsuit Larry over here, who now is following him outside to continue the altercation further. That's where the footage cuts off, so I don't know what happened next. I'm assuming they continued the tussle out there, which, you know, I guess that's a little more civilized. They at least took it outside there, taking it out of the card shop. All over some Pokemon cards. Well, most likely. We don't know for sure what was the catalyst, but I really think we can make a good guess here. Just look at the spot. It is a card shop that clearly has a strong Pokemon presence. They're both, I think, in the Pokemon card collecting or scalping community. I think it probably stemmed from that. Anyway, though, just wanted to show you some of the more recent Pokemon card fights. The hobby is not improving at all. It is still being completely fucking destroyed by scalpers, and it's just a disaster. That's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
I wasn't expecting much from Crawl, and the interest in this movie is about as low as it can get. There's more interest in getting a fucking ingrown toenail than there is going to see this movie, and that's actually a shame because the movie's pretty damn good. I was really surprised. So the movie's about a girl who goes to get her father during a Category 5 hurricane because she's worried about him. Turns out he's being hunted by alligators in his home. It takes place in Florida, as you would expect with alligators, and it uses our biggest and best feature, the alligator. Finally, it's about time that our superstar gets his time in the limelight. The alligator is what Florida's known for, albeit I think it's kind of blown out of proportion. I personally don't see a whole lot of alligators. I don't battle them. I don't fist fight them going to the store or anything. But I couldn't help but pump my fist in celebration seeing them on the big screen. And I'm really happy to say that the movie is pretty good. I didn't expect anything. Again, I really thought this was just going to be a stinker that I'd forget. But I liked it. It does everything that it wanted to do. It does it well. It does jump scares, but it's not a horror movie. It's more of just like a monster movie, a monster escape movie, survival. And it's really well done. It's a very short movie, so it focuses really hard on delivering all of the beats it needs to hit. You know, build tension, keep ramping up the stakes. You know, instead of just one alligator, there's 50 alligators. Pretty much anytime you see water, it's safe to assume there's 3 alligators having an orgy in that water in this movie. There's a lot of bloody scenes, a lot of people dying and getting ripped to pieces by the alligator. The CGI is super fucking good. It looked like real alligators that they fucking trained like dogs to be in this movie, but it's CGI and it's really convincing. So that was really shocking because I thought it was a lower budget movie that would be kind of shitty looking, but nothing about it is shitty looking at all. Hurricane looks believable, the violent scenes are pretty brutal, just the whole movie is a really effective package. A couple of complaints I do have though, I think the dialogue's ass, the dialogue's super cheesy. I also didn't think any character except for the main girl was well acted. It seemed like the dad was like this unbroken Terminator who just didn't feel pain. His nerve endings were seared off and just couldn't feel anything. Because he was getting the shit gnawed out of him like he got bit 1,000 times by alligators. He was a fucking pincushion for their teeth. And he didn't really like, he screamed a little bit, but then he like forgot about it. He's like, oh yeah, that's right. I don't feel it anymore. He's just, all of a sudden, he was this like super tough guy. And I guess adrenaline and all that, but I never really got the feeling that that was even a human being. It was more of just like a machine pretending to be human sometimes when it got bit. Still a good character, that's not like a big deal. He was a cool character. But, you know, as far as acting like you're getting attacked by alligators goes, his performance was kind of weak. Or he's just saying like, ooh, ouchie, as he's getting tossed around by an alligator. That goes for a couple other characters as well. There's some police officers that get fucking brutalized and they're just kind of underwhelmed by it too. But still, that's not like a massive complaint because that's not the focal point. It's all about survival, and I think the characters do a great job of portraying that desperation and that need to survive. A couple of the decisions they make I think are really silly. A little bit of a spoiler here, so forewarning. There's a helicopter that flies overhead, so the girl breaks a flare and waves it in front of her window, but the window's got water covering the entirety of it, so there'd be no way for the helicopter to see that, because it's fucking underwater already, and then the glass breaks, there's alligators in there. But overall, they didn't make the stupidest choices. There's a couple of plot holes, and I feel like there was a couple of ways they could have escaped much earlier on in the movie that they just didn't bother even trying. But that's just, you know, you gotta suspend your disbelief for something like this in that regard. Overall, though, I was really invested in the characters. I didn't think they were the strongest characters, but it was enough to make me root for them and make me want to see them get that fat victory royale against the alligators. It's just a good movie. I wasn't expecting to care about it. I thought it was going to be a shit show, but I enjoyed it. Did a great job at everything it wanted to do. Executed well. Plugging the shit into the moist meter, I'm giving Crawl a nice 70%. Things it could have done better, but for the short experience you get, it's a very concentrated one that's fun, and I like that. I appreciate that. It didn't strive to be anything above its genre. It knew exactly what it was and what it wanted to be, and it did it really well. That's about it. So yeah. I just saw a very wild clip. Politicians are no strangers to weird takes, but what Ted Cruz just said is so shocking. I actually can't believe this is real. I double-checked if this was like AI or like a bad lip-reading video or something dubbed over. It's not. He said it with his whole chest.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
What in tarnation? Pardon me? Can we roll that back, put it on the Jumbotron, please? There's no way he just said that out loud, right? What a crazy Freudian slip. Or maybe not even a Freudian slip. It looks like he is reading off a piece of paper for his monologue here. He might have wrote that down as like a really strong stamp that he needs to get across here about people need to come together to stop attacking pedophiles. What? Teddy, sweaty and ready out here trying to defend pedophiles or some shit? Man, those Epstein files are never coming out, huh? Heavens to Betsy. Now, you have to imagine that's not what he meant to say, so you would think that he'd pretty quickly scramble to set the record straight so there's no confusion on where he stands. I don't think he wants to be known as Ted Stop Attacking Pedophiles Cruz. But he never goes back to, like, explain what he tried to express. Also, nobody in the room challenges him on it, like, hey, Ted, quick question before moving on. Did you mean what you said at the end there? Like you said, stop murder? Okay, good, yeah, alright. And then stop rape. Alright, good, yeah, no, rape's bad. Let's stop that. And then you said, stop attacking pedophiles, and I couldn't help but be confused because, well, attacking pedophiles is good, like, that needs to happen more often. In fact, I'd argue we don't attack pedophiles enough. So what did you mean there at the end, Ted? But there is not a soul in this building that says anything about it, not even a peep. So they just move on.
Robbery fell by 57%. Homicide fell by 58%. Sex abuse fell by 40%. Those are real results. And Detective Pemberton?
Goober just carries on business as usual, as if nothing is abnormal about what he's just stated. No one in the room says anything about it, not even a whisper. That's crazy to me. Now, I attempted to do the impossible of putting together the jigsaw puzzle that is Ted Cruz's enigmatic mind, but that's like dividing by zero. I can't quite figure it out. I tried to understand like what he wanted to say, but fumbled based on the slide that he pulls up, which is stats. Robbery, homicide, sex abuse. Homicide ties into the first thing he said about stopping murder, but then the second thing he says about stopping rape, well, that ties into sex abuse. The third thing, robbery, is not anything he ever said about stopping. So where the fuck does the word pedophile even come from? And how does the word attacking pedophiles even squeak out from between his foul butt cheeks? I've seen, like, long versions of this, not the whole thing. Maybe at some point it comes up as like a, previously on Dragon Ball Z I said this, but meant that. Maybe, but I haven't seen that. I checked both of his Twitter accounts, because apparently he's got two, and he posts, like, 8 times a day, and he hasn't uttered a peep about him saying to stop attacking pedophiles, that we should come together to stop attacking pedophiles. So maybe there's a chance that's what he actually believes. It's not that far-fetched. Just look at how the current administration handles everything in regards to Epstein, jumping around from lie to lie to lie about, oh, the Epstein files, they aren't real. The Epstein files, no, they were on my desk, but they're also not real. Also, there's no the new thing, there's no credible information that Epstein trafficked minors to others. There were no clients, there's no list. Also, Maxwell gets moved from a prison to a fucking summer camp, basically. So maybe Ted Cruz is just going full mask off, saying, like, alright, enough is enough. Can we stop attacking pedophiles? The Epstein files are never coming out. Like, maybe that's what was on his mind. All in all, it's a pretty interesting strategy here from old Ted Cruz. The think about the pedophiles approach. Why won't anyone think of the pedophiles' feelings? No one's considering that. Stop being mean to pedophiles. Can we all come together and agree on that? Holy shit. It's unbelievable, man. Anyway, I just had to show you this. That's really about it. So yeah. I imagine most of you are familiar with the classic fairy tale of the princess kissing a frog and it turning into a charming prince. But based on the video I made earlier today, it seems most of you are unfamiliar with the true story of the out-of-touch Hollywood director that kissed a beautiful video game franchise and turned it into a piece of poop movie that's now playing in theaters called Return to Silent Hill. I made a review on it earlier today, and I feel like I should apologize for even making anyone aware of it. It seems most people were happier in the blissful ignorance, unaware that a new Silent Hill movie was even coming out and that it's bad. But I thought, instead of just focusing on, something negative, a bad movie that I wouldn't recommend to anyone, why not balance out the videos today here with the opposite of something that I have been recommending to literally everybody for like the last week. It's called Orb on the Movements of the Earth. It's a Netflix anime, which I know immediately just had a ton of people roll their eyes and just like really tempted to just stop the video now and leave. But just hear me out for a moment. Orb, I think, is an extraordinary anime that is unlike most shows I think you've probably watched. I'm making a bold assumption here, but I'm pretty confident in that assessment. And I know I did reference Orb in a video not too long ago when I was talking briefly about 100 Meters, which is another anime movie that came out to a lot of glaze, a lot of people gushing grannies over it, which I also thought it was great, and made a mention that it's from the same creator as Orb. And at the time, I hadn't finished this show yet. I only just finished it like a week ago. And since then, I've been real Orb-brained. This shit has been in my noodle for a while, and it sent me down a rabbit hole of research on my own. It's a show that I really think most people would appreciate. Now, it's really hard to talk about this show without getting into spoilers, and I think it's very important to not be spoiled on anything going into this. So I'm going to do my best here to give you the elevator pitch and hopefully put a boner in those shorts here over Orb. So the show is set in a time where there is an accepted view of our life on this planet as well as our place in the cosmos. Geocentrism, where it is believed that Earth is the center of the universe and all of the cosmic bodies overhead, the heavenly bodies, revolve around us, Earth. And in this time period, faith is, of course, of paramount importance. So to be conducting research that goes against accepted doctrine from the church in regards to geocentrism is viewed as blasphemous and will have you labeled a heretic. Heretic. It made it sound like it was some kind of like Warhammer technology or something. Labeled as a heretic, which is a huge crime punishable by death. But in the quest for the truth, to understand more about astronomy, people keep doing more research and start arriving at different conclusions that go against what's been accepted as the truth with geocentrism, which arrives at the notion that perhaps Earth isn't the center of the universe, maybe it's the sun. Heliocentrism. And this show explores how they arrive at this conclusion, the research that goes into it, as well as constantly being at odds with the church, which is life or death. And I know maybe hearing this concept, you get the impression that this is like religion bad type thing. It's not. This is a very complex show that dives into really deep and intricate themes that I think is just a thrilling journey. It's not like an action shonen where you're getting like crazy fights in every episode. There is action. There are like some sword fights that happen, but that is not the bulk of the content. The bulk of it is a philosophical exploration of research, the joy of learning things and knowledge, and the pursuit of finding like your truth or questioning things, and the importance of being able to think. It goes into so many different directions, and I think it does it beautifully. I want to talk more like deeply on it, but I don't want to spoil a single thing about this because I think it would be doing it a disservice. This show went in so many directions I could have never expected. It does not pull punches. I think it carries huge emotional weight, and I think it is just an overall very thought-provoking experience. This is actually like a top 20 anime of all time for me now. I really, really enjoyed it. At first, I imagine most people will watch it and think that it'll be pretty simple. We follow a kid named Rafal who has a chance encounter with a heretic who has just been released by the church They gave him like a second chance, basically abandon his blasphemous research and he gets to live. He cannot do that because this is something I think is very well conveyed in the show. When you have an idea, when you start to question things, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. It becomes something that you must pursue. It's part of human nature to like want to find these answers that now start plaguing your mind. So even though he is being tortured, and even though he knows by continuing this research it will lead to him being killed, burned at the stake, he can't help it. And our main character, Rafal, happens to cross his path and unwillingly at first ends up going on a journey with him where a simple idea gets presented. The Earth is what's moving. Geocentrism is wrong. And at first, he dismisses this as just fucking lunacy. This is ridiculous. But the idea gets planted. And once that simple idea makes it into his brain, he then starts to question things. And once he starts questioning things, he starts really diving into this research, which now puts his life on the line as well. And it's the first domino that begins to fall across this, like, I think it was 25 episodes, this 25 episode journey that I think is just beautiful. Absolutely stunning. I also think this show has an incredible main villain, which is Novak, who is, I think, such a good fucking villain throughout this entire show. Super, super good. And there's so many twists and turns throughout this that I would love to talk more on, but I don't want to spoil anything. I really do hope that you'll at least give Orb a chance, because I think this is a show that a lot of people probably wouldn't even look twice at. When it came out, it flew under the radar, apparently. I thought the show was very popular because my friends like Dankin and Scoots were constantly preaching the gospel of how great Orb is, so I was hearing about it a lot, and I assumed a lot of other people were watching it, but based on what I've seen, this is not a very popular anime for some reason, and I really think that's a shame because this is a very unique one. I haven't seen a show quite like Orb before. The closest thing I can compare it to is like Vinland Saga, maybe. That would be something that I would consider kind of closely related to it in regards to like character exploration and like complex emotions being explored. Now, one thing I do know will be the case, maybe some people out there try and give Orb a shot, but they end up dropping it because they just find it to be boring. I think that's very possible. I think a lot of people might view this as a snooze fest, especially in like the realm of mainstream anime. This is very, very, very different. It is a slow burn. Kind of. I don't really consider it a slow burn because the show itself is constantly high stakes, high intensity, like always on edge. The characters you follow, at any moment, the Inquisitors like Novak could find out about their research and torture and kill them. And that there's a lot of torture and killing throughout the show. So, like, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a slow burn, but it's not an action-heavy show. I also imagine some people who start the show might have an issue where every character that gets interacted with is like a very deep-thinking philosopher. There is no character in this show that's a fucking idiot. There's no character that is stupid. Every character, when they are talked to, if they have a single second of screen time, they will give you a philosophical speech. And I think some people might find that to be a bit overbearing, because I'm not exaggerating. There's no dumb characters here. Anytime a character has something to say, they have a lot to say, and it's always like pretty deeply philosophical. I actually really liked that. I was very intrigued to hear each character's unique perspectives on things. I liked that, but I think some people might find it to be, like, too much. Which, I guess I could understand. But for my taste, I actually really appreciated that. Also, I've got to mention how good the opening is to the show. It's a very creative opening, by the way. I haven't seen an anime opening do what this show does. I don't want to get into spoilers, but I will tell you, the opening goes through its own kind of evolution as well throughout the 25 episodes, which I thought was very cool. I thought that was a really unique idea that they explored. I'm sure there's other shows that have done it, but none of them come to mind, or maybe I haven't seen them. So when Orb was doing it, I thought it was great. I could go on and on glazing Orb on the movements of the Earth, but I think you get the point. I think this is a very special show. I don't think there's a whole lot of anime out there quite like this. And I really think this show will constantly surprise you. It will go places you don't expect. And I honestly think that it may even inspire some to a certain degree. Like I said, after watching Orb, I myself started doing research because I found it so fascinating. The ancient astronomers, what they were doing in their day and age to start reaching these kind of ideas, and how they would set out using their tools of the era that they were in to try and prove these very complicated, complex ideas, like geocentrism potentially being an inaccurate model. It was so interesting. It is a show that I think can even plant ideas of its own in the viewers. And ideas are a very powerful thing. I don't know. I really, really liked Orb a lot, and I think a lot of people would. Maybe they just haven't heard about it, so this is me just letting you know Orb on the movements of the Earth fucking slaps. That's really about it. See ya. You remember a while ago when Overwatch blew up, so every company on the planet tried to bite that bosom and make their own slop-ass hero shooter and flooded the market with garbage? That exact same phenomenon's happening right now with human beings on TikTok. Every single day, there is a new broccoli hair prankster or 3D printed looks maxer that just spawns in, gets a following, and then snowballs from there. And today I just learned about a new one named Hulo, who is a looks maxer that is now facing 15 counts of possession of child pornography, all of which he has publicly admitted to. They have pretty much irrefutable evidence based on what's available, and that's only what's publicly available, not even everything they submitted to police. And despite all of that, there are still oodles of people defending him, even though he has publicly confirmed that the evidence is accurate about his purchasing and possession of child sex abuse material. There are still these revolting mosquitoes, these flies that are attaching themselves to Hulu or Hullo. It's probably not Hulu. The streaming service probably would have ceased and desisted him if that was his name. Hulo, whatever it is. They're still attaching themselves to his butthole to suck his farts and fight tooth and nail for his honor, even though he has admitted to these unforgivable crimes. That's the state of things right now. It's sickening. I talked about this same thing happening with David, how the dipshits for David movement is still defending him, saying he's been framed, even though there is so much evidence publicly available and the case is still ongoing and not looking good for him. They are still willing to die on this hill that David's innocent, and now in this case, Hulu is a good guy and he deserves to be defended. I'll start here before going over Gideon's investigation of it. He has been arrested, and here is all of the charges he is facing here. Now, based on some of the reports I saw, this could carry up to 25 years in jail if he's found guilty on all of these, but it also varies from the different sources I read from. It's a long time in jail here. And the fact that they have these charges against him, the possession of this material, means that they probably have evidence of it. Outside of just Gideon's video where he admits to it, I imagine they have something far more solid, because they wouldn't... Think about all of the other, predator catchers, where they do get the pedophile to admit to things, and that becomes inadmissible. There's a lot of times where that can't be used. So you don't see them ever get these kind of charges. The fact that he has 15 counts of this means that they probably do have very solid proof that he had this material.
This is just one of the Telegram messages that he was talking to. Just one. So, as you guys can see first, he messaged first. He said, "Hi, this is what the trader said. CP, teens, and all group links available. Which package are you interested? And what's your budget?" He said CP, $25 max.
So, to give you a bit of context here, the lore, his ex found out what he was purchasing, the CP that he was purchasing, and then Gideon found out about that because of her blowing the whistle on it. Then they teamed up as well as predator poachers. They went to the police, they submitted the evidence, and then also publicly started to out some of the evidence so that way people could see it and stay away from him. And I've talked about this a lot. I think when it comes to shit like this, putting it out in the public is extremely important. Making sure that it doesn't compromise the authorities' investigation on it, but also alerting the community so they can stay safe as well and avoid these kind of fucking monsters. So I totally understand that approach. And what you were seeing there is some Telegram messages. Gideon goes through a lot of them. This is him trying to purchase CP for $25. And this became a meme in his community, as well as like a couple other looks maxers made it like a joke to try and water it down and like sterilize it. Like, oh, it's not that big of a deal. Haha, $25 for cheese pizza, which they all keep calling it on TikTok. So he even posted like a 5x5 joke about it.
Oh, his manager, who I will be outing later, is purposely telling his client to make jokes about him buying CSAM. That $25 he spent $25 to watch and jack off to children's innocence being taken away. And he knows he did that, yet he posted this meme.
Evil shit, man. This guy is purchasing videos of children being raped and then making a meme out of it. And apparently at the direction of his manager. It's actual demon shit.
He said hi, they said hi, CP content available, and he says how much.
More Telegram messages get posted that show him cruising these telegrams attempting to purchase CP. So Hulo, I'm just gonna call him Mason. His real name's Mason. I don't know how the fuck to say his stupid handle online. So Mason was going around trying to purchase all of these videos and did successfully buy them. And was then confronted directly where he just started singing. He just started squealing and confirming all the evidence was true.
You guys can defend him all you want. You guys can make all the memes and jokes and all that. But keep in mind, this man has a 10-year-old sister and an infant sister as well. And listen to what he admitted.
Like that you saw? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. I guess. Okay. So I'm just going to ask you straight up because you've been straight up with us. You're going to be straight up with this too. Did you masturbate to those videos of 12-year-olds? Or was your hand rubbing your penis at the time that was being watched?
It was just, I guess my hand was on my dick like the whole time. I'm just going through everything.
Okay. So was your hand going up and down on your penis?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that's probably masturbating.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest about that.
On camera, openly admits to masturbating to videos of 12-year-olds being sexually abused, and the Hulo is innocent gang doesn't care. He is then asked again if the allegations are true, and he confirms they are. That he downloaded those videos, he claims he deleted them. Also, it says he, told the police, when directly confronted, he openly admits to it. And it's all on camera. And now he is being charged with 15 counts of this. And still, people are defending him. In Gideon's own chat there, you could see a lot of people saying he's not a bad guy, free him, it's not that big a deal, that kind of thing. You can literally see it in Gideon's own chat. And then on TikTok, his community is standing beside him 100%. As if it's, some kind of mistake that he made that he'll learn from. That's not a mistake. That is pure evil. He is buying videos of children being raped for his sexual pleasure. He apparently tried to say that he was in a dark place when he was doing it, but now he's a changed person, so people are like, oh, he deserves a second chance. No, we can't let his life be ruined over this. He was just in a bad spot. Do you know how many people are in a bad spot that don't turn to paying money to watch videos of children being raped so they can jack off to it? That's not an excuse. That's not a justification. It is pure demonic evil shit. And people are just giving him a pass and fighting tooth and nail for him. They got their fucking shield up going to bat for him like white knights to defend Hulo. Even though he openly admits to it, he is being charged. They're pursuing 15 counts of possession of the child sex abuse material, and still people don't care. They think that this isn't that big of a deal, and that, well, he was in a dark place, so we can't be mad at him for it. They're not even saying that he's innocent, that he didn't purchase these and watch these. They're not even saying that. They are saying they don't care that he did. It's just unhinged, man. It is actually scary. Because it's not a small amount of people. It's not. It is not a small number of people. I know you can always point to like these fringe outlier freaks that'll defend anyone and anything, but here you can find a ton of them. Like, go to any post that's talking about this, or go to any video, or go to some of the communities. There's even some people like in the Looks Maxing community that are going to bat for him. You can find so many people defending him. It's just, I just cannot wrap my head around how we even got to this point. I don't get it. I don't get it. There is just nothing that is just universally condemned anymore. There isn't. Even just objective evil like this no longer gets a complete condemnation from human beings. Sanity is just devolving. It's scary. It is completely unhinged. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this. I think it is a great thing that he is being charged with all of this. He's a fucking disgusting monster. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Initiating moisture.
Nostalgia comes in many forms. Maybe you think back on grandma's old special grilled cheese recipe and get a semi-chub. Maybe you're like me and remember supersized options from McDonald's before they phased it out due to causing hearts to explode. Point being, nostalgia's fucking powerful, and nothing is more nostalgic for me than the original Luigi's Mansion. I still remember the Christmas I got it on the GameCube. Just an outright great game that still holds up well today, and I'm super excited to say the newest Luigi's Mansion 3, is just as good and in some cases even better than the original. So let's dive the fuck in. The thing I like most about the new Luigi's Mansion is that they have it as a hotel instead of a mansion, which let them do each floor its own unique theme. In the original Luigi's Mansion, each room would have a different theme or purpose, a fitness room, a ballroom, whereas in the hotel, each floor is dedicated to it, the entire floor, so every room follows the theme. For example, there's an entire room or floor that's dedicated to just being a full-blown movie studio that has you with a really cool boss battle at the end on camera. Another floor has you entering an LA Fitness, where you can go in the locker room and find used needles where the synthol was used. Each floor just becomes its own entirely different adventure with a really good boss at the end. The bosses in this game are super fun. They each have different mechanics, some better than others, and there is one boss in particular I find to be a bit tedious for the sake of tedium. It's a cat that you have to chase through multiple floors doing the exact same mechanic to 6 times, and I just think that's a bit excessive. Not that it's a bad fight, but it doesn't change. You're just hunting it across these floors. So I didn't care for that boss, but every other one, for the most part, was a really memorable and enjoyable boss that not only looked good, but had some fun mechanics to play with. And it really is the strongest part about this game, just all of the different places you go and how great they look and how great the boss at the end is. You go to a floor and it takes you to a fucking pirate ship, you summon the Black Pearl and fight its captain. So it's not restricted to just being rooms in a hotel or, themed around something indoors. It has you going all over the place and doing all kinds of crazy shit, which was a lot of fun. Now I'm going to get to a complaint now because some of the boss fights were made hard, not because they were a hard boss, but because the controls betray you. The controls have a mind of their own and they're constantly trying to fight you for their independence. When you're trying to aim something like the plunger is something where you can fire it sticks to a surface, you suck it up and you pull something off. When you're trying to aim that plunger, the controls just don't really work. They don't lock on to what you need them to, and they'll have you spinning all over the place, and this is where the camera angle kind of fucks you as well, because you can't really tell where you are in space or exactly where you're aiming, so then you just get confused. You end up firing the plunger straight behind you or throwing it out your own asshole, so it doesn't really go where you need it to during a boss fight, which became painfully tedious during the last boss. The last boss has you firing bombs into a mouth, and you can't find the mouth half the times because it won't lock on, so be fucking firing bombs like you're doing it with your goddamn eyes closed, because for some reason, it won't target properly. Now luckily it's made a little easier by being able to use the bumpers for the things that you'll need to aim, but even then it's still not great because when you spin around it does it so violently and you can never really quite tell where you're looking, that it ends up still just being very wonky and just not great. There's also an entire level where you're in a water raft, and the water raft controls are abominable. Has you spinning around like you're drunk on a fucking Ferris wheel. It's just confusing sometimes with how the controls work, but it's not the biggest issue in the world, it's just something that becomes frustrating during certain parts of the game. But that aside, those are my only real complaints with just the occasionally frustrating controls with a camera paired with a camera angle that doesn't really do you any favors with figuring out where you are in space. Other than that, the game's fucking great. The majority of the game will have you solving puzzles, which are actually pretty cleverly designed. They're not just surface level baby shit. Has you thinking like a real strong scholarly man. And there's a lot of things you can find, some rare jewels hidden throughout the world. And you have a lot of different things to tackle these puzzles with, so you'll be using a lot of them between the plunger, the dark light, and Gooigi. Gooigi's this sidekick that you fart out. He's basically just a cum clone of you. So then you control two Luigis. Gooigi can squeeze through gates and holes and shit like that. So there's just a lot of different ways of approaching these puzzles and a lot of things that you'll have to be thinking about when attacking them. It's a really fun game. And it just feels great to be back in the saddle again with the old Dyson in hand sucking on some ghosts. And the game's also not super short or anything. It took me just under 10 hours to beat it, and that was without going through and finding most of the things hidden in the world. And it does have an online mode, but I didn't find it to be that enjoyable. The online mode basically just has you and some teammates going through rooms, clearing them of random ghost mobs. I didn't find it to be all that enjoyable from the couple of games I played, but it is an option if you just can't get enough of sucking up the ghosts. So plugging Luigi's Mansion 3 into the moist meter, I'm giving it a nice 90%. I think if you own a Switch, this game is a must-have. It's a lot of fun, a really, really cute and exciting adventure, and I just really fucking loved it. That's it. So yeah. I've been doing one of these in a while, and I used to do them all the time. Many of you may remember way back many moons ago, I used to do an annual video, a yearly roundup of the most common questions I got asked that year, and answering them all in one big video dump. But it's been a long time since I've done that, mainly because I started streaming daily, which means I was answering the same 50 questions every 4 minutes, so there wasn't really a ton of questions that were going unanswered. But I wanted to give a little mix-up here, hit you with the shake and bake, because there is one question that for actual years I have been asked probably above all else. The only thing that comes close, maybe second place, is why am I so short? Which is a question I've answered 3 times now. I mean, again, it's not a question for me. You gotta ask the man upstairs. I don't know why God made me this short, but I don't mind being fun-sized. Can't change it. Is what it is. But I'll be right back, though. I have to excuse myself to the little sailor's room. Alright, anyway, and that question is about the gym. What is my advice for anyone looking to get started with gym going, a fitness journey? And it's a question I always enjoy answering or just diving in on. The subject is just something I'm very familiar with. Maybe you know, maybe you don't, maybe go fuck yourself, but a little bit of lore on, my academic career. When I first went into college, I had a digital arts major. I wanted a career in animation. But it became painfully clear for the 2 years I spent in this major that there is no one worse in that field than myself. I have to be the least talented organism on the planet when it comes to art and animation. When zookeepers give paintbrushes to elephants and they fucking doodle on a canvas, that demonstrates a higher level of artistic prowess than what I was able to produce in 2 years with that major. So going into my junior year of college, I switched to a human sciences degree with a concentration on exercise physiology. And even though I don't use it these days, I of course still am very active in the gym. I know a lot of people like when I do the old sleeper build showcase type shit. It is something that I've always been very passionate about, and as such, I get questions about fitness and gym all the time, like where to start, because that is the hardest part of this whole journey. So I wanted to make this whole video dedicated to that topic on how to get started with working out. I always really enjoy seeing that so many people are really taking their health more seriously. It's always been like the number one thing I recommend to people that are struggling with self-esteem or maybe finding themselves in a bit of a rough spot mentally. I always recommend starting some kind of fitness journey, setting these small, attainable little goals that you can chip away at, so that way you can feel yourself progressing and taking your health more seriously. I really think it can just do wonders for people's self-esteem, their outlook, and their general attitude. And it's something that's completely free to begin with. You don't need an expensive gym membership. You only need your body. I'm a big proponent of calisthenics. The bulk of my training these days has been heavy weights, but I always integrate calisthenics into my workouts because I think they are just great for functional strength, and especially if you are just starting, it is great for beginners because there's so many progressions. So like push-ups, for example. If you can't do a full push-up, you can do knee push-ups. Pretty much every calisthenic movement has progressions for it. But by far, the most important thing when it comes to working out and taking your health more seriously, and one that everyone always mentions, how do you stick with it? How do you stay motivated? I believe it's routine. It's not easy to start for a lot of people. It's very hard to stay motivated. It's hard. It is difficult. But if you can just grit your teeth and bear it for like a week of sticking to a schedule, it starts to become easier. It starts to become routine. It becomes more comfortable. And then over time, maybe you start to enjoy it. Maybe you and your friends want to start working out together. You go to the gym together. Then it becomes fun. Like, it may start as something daunting that you're not looking forward to, but if you stick with it for a week or two and it starts to feel like a routine or even starts to feel fun if you're doing it with a friend or you start to find the joy in working out, then it starts to be locked in. Then it becomes far easier to stay working out, going to the gym, this kind of thing. So that's always the number one piece of advice I give to anyone looking to start a health and fitness journey is stick with it for like a week or two so it starts to feel like a routine. It becomes a normal part of your scheduling because then it's a lot easier to stick with it. Now, the next piece of advice I always give to people that are starting a health and fitness journey is you do not need to spend fucking oodles of doubloons on all of these outrageous fitness courses that are being hawked on every single social media platform out the wazoo. You don't need to do that. It's the big 2026. There is unlimited information right at your fingertips for exercise science. There are countless great resources online. There's innumerable channels on YouTube dedicated to every single possible training methodology that you could ever imagine. And when you're just beginning, you don't need to make yourself like the perfect split off rip. You don't need the perfect workout regimen to begin with. I think what's far more valuable to a beginner is having a big charcuterie board of a lot of different exercises that you have compiled from a lot of different training resources and trying them all yourself. Making sure to use good form, learning the movements, and finding which exercises you like the best. Because when you're starting a health and fitness journey, you probably want to be enjoying it. Having fun would make it a lot easier to stick with it. So finding the exercises you actually like doing in the beginning, I think, is far more helpful than immediately spending hundreds of dollars finding the most optimized workout splits for yourself. That can come later. Once you're more, seasoned in the gym, you know what you like, you know what's working for you, what's not, then you can start catering your workouts more specifically using other resources that are specific for the goals that you are trying to achieve. But I don't think you need to do all of that all at once. I think it's much more valuable when you're starting out to find the exercises that you really like. Now, naturally, that leads into another question. How do you find these exercises? Where do you go to learn about these lifts and how to properly do them? And how do you avoid the information overload if you do just type in just workout, for example? Because if you do type in something like that, you're going to get hundreds of thousands of videos from thousands of different channels and influencers telling you a bunch of conflicting things. Like maybe this guy over here is saying you're a fucking idiot if you're doing barbell bench press. This guy over here is saying, no, actually it's a gold standard to just flat barbell bench. This guy over here is preaching the gospel about, no, actually you have to dumbbell press. That's the only way to train your chest. That's the way you got to do it. And when you're just starting, it's a lot of noise. How do you figure out what's the best or who to trust? And I believe, kind of like what was said in the famous commercial, why not both? when you are just starting, I think it's valuable to experiment. So learn both of these lifts and try them for yourself. Because maybe this guy hates dumbbell press, but you end up loving it. So now that can also help you narrow down what channels you want to get your fitness information from, what resources work for you personally and what you enjoy most from your lifts. And like I said, it doesn't always have to be weight training. Maybe you fall in love with calisthenics. The point is just trying a lot of these movements and a lot of these lifts and figuring out what you enjoy most will help you stick with something. I think that's far more effective than immediately spending tons of money buying like a program and, buying a bunch of supplements. Just try shit yourself first. And as you become more accustomed to working out, as you start making it more of a routine, then you can start fine-tuning it a bit more. And I think by trying a ton of things, it'll help you narrow in on what resources are teaching you these kind of things. And those can be the channels or influencers, whatever, that you follow as like your trusted source for workouts, because it's what's, most enjoyable to you and what's working for you on a personal level. But as I said, the most important thing to start is trying to lock it in as a routine. And starting with somebody else is always going to make things easier. If you do this with like a friend, I think that makes it infinitely more fun just off rip. So if that's an option on the table for you and a buddy to begin this kind of thing, I definitely think that's going to help both of you right away. But again, it can be done solo too. It just takes effort. Like, it does take some time and it takes some effort. But I truly think it's worth it, which is why I always recommend it to everyone. And I always like when people ask me about it, even though I'm not the most knowledgeable guy in the world on it. Far from it. There are people far smarter than I on this subject, but hopefully this yap session has been helpful to someone out there that's been tinkering around with the idea of taking their health and fitness a little more seriously. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah, there's useless, and then there's Pam Bondi. Cockroaches have more respect from people than Scam Bondi ever will. She's just been fired. Hallelujah, time to butt chug some brewskis in the bathtub tonight to celebrate this wonderful news. Pam Bondi famously shut down the conversation about Epstein, stating that we need to focus on the Dow because it's over 50K, stating that it's ridiculous to be talking about Epstein when the Dow's over 50K. That's what we need to focus on. And now look at us, Pam. Who could have seen this? Dow's under 50K and This is one of the more infuriating stories I've seen in recent times. The injustice here is just unfathomable. Meet Jesse Butler. He is a rapist. Jesse is an 18-year-old that was facing 78 years in prison for heinous crimes, including 10 allegations, including rape, battery by strangulation, rape by instrumentation, and domestic assault involving 2 women. He pled no contest to these charges. The evidence is overwhelming. It is irrefutable that he is guilty of these crimes he was charged. There's photo evidence. There is even a video Jesse himself took of him strangling one of his victims till they passed out. There is more proof that Jesse Butler is guilty of all of this rape than there is proof that the sky is blue. This is not a matter of him like weaseling his way out of these charges because they were able to muddy the water or something. He literally pled no contest to them. So you would think this would be a slam dunk case to lock a monster away. I think every sane person in this country would hear this story, learn about Jesse Butler, and agree this is just pure evil and there is no reason at all he should be anywhere but behind bars. But we have to remember, not everyone is sane. And some of these people that have a fucking screw loose are also in positions of power. And in this case, a judge. A judge named Susan C. Worthington in Payne County, Oklahoma, who is just a fucking troglodyte homunculus, it seems, that decided that Jesse Butler shouldn't be going to jail for these crimes. No. Susan C. Worthington rolled up her sleeves and ultimately decided that the punishment that fits the crime in this case is a teensy tiny bit of community service with a 1-2 punch of rehab. That is the justice that Susan C. Worthington brought to the victims of this rapist. This guy will not see a prison cell. He is still going to be a free man, even after pleading no contest to these heinous, vile crimes. He is a rapist. And this judge, Susan C. Worthington, has said, that's okay. Well, it's nothing we can't fix here with a little bit of tender love and care and a bit of elbow grease with some community and service. Now, to be clear here, and keep in mind, I'm still a little, new to understanding how a lot of this shit works with my fucking Neanderthal brain here. But as I understand it, this wasn't Susan C. Worthington's proposal or anything. This was a plea deal that was reached and was put in front of Susan. She granted it. But she had the ability to reject it. A judge can reject a plea, and especially in a case like this, that would have been the right thing to do. This is a monster that under no circumstances should be afforded this kind of deal. This is someone that should not be able to weasel their way back into society. They are a danger, a menace to everyone around them. So while Susan may not have been the one to theory craft this whole community service and rehab idea, she did agree with it ultimately, that this is the right course of action. So by granting this, to me, that is her putting her stamp of approval on it, that this, in her eyes, is justice. It is fucking unhinged. I think Susan C. Worthington needs to be investigated ASAP. This is protecting a rapist. And there is a body cam of when Jesse Butler was taken into custody, and his mother is very supportive of Jesse, talking about how they're going to get him out and all of that. And it turns out Jesse's family is very well connected in Oklahoma. They have a lot of powerful friends, it seems, over there in Oklahoma.
Of both victims who came forward against Jesse, there is a third victim who, she hasn't come forward, but can you blame her when you look at this as the justice that they get? Speculation is that Jesse Mac Butler's father is a man by the name of Mac Butler, and he was the head of football operations at OSU. So somebody with deep-rooted ties into the community, and that then leads you to the judge in this case, or one of the judges in this case, Judge Susan Worthington. Between her and her father, the Worthingtons have had a hold on that bench for over 50 years. So while you can't necessarily say definitively that, hey, there's this connection here because he's deep-rooted in football.
He goes on to say that it's not difficult mental gymnastics for people to maybe connect these dots or follow these breadcrumbs, that there might be some kind of connection there, considering that this town needs that football program. Like, OSU is a staple of it. Thus, Mac Butler, Jesse Butler's father, is a staple in the community, deep-rooted ties here, and there could be some kind of connection there with him and the Worthingtons. Again, it is something that a lot of people have speculated and taken notice of, to the point where there is now even an authority that is considering investigating this potential connection. And it is very weird how Jesse Butler has these indefensible crimes, yet is not getting any real punishment for it. Is it possible it's because of who his family is? They were very confident that he was going to get away with this. They even said in the body cam we're about to see, his mother said, you know, we're going to win this. It seems like they were really sure that these unforgivable crimes were going to be forgiven here, ultimately, in the eyes of the law in Oklahoma. I wonder if that might have played a role in him getting away without even a slap on the wrist. This isn't even a slap on the wrist, this is a slap on the ass. This is basically Susan C. Worthington and the entire legal system over there in Payne County, Oklahoma, giving him the old keister clapper saying, hey, good work out there, don't worry, we got you covered, we got your back over here in Payne County. It's fucking sickening. It is actually unbelievable. I'm going to show you the body cam real quick because I think it's important you get to see who he's surrounded by. Because even though his mother is aware of these crimes, it seems like she's more concerned about her child's future. Like, the actual victim here is Jesse Butler, not the two women that he raped and all of those horrible things he did. It's actually Jesse Butler that, you know, is getting the short end of the stick here and is getting traumatized.
Yeah, so we're here. We're obviously going to place you under arrest. There's a warrant for your arrest. We're going to take you to the jail. I told your mom that she can contact a bondsman, and you shouldn't be there very long, but there just is a process for paperwork and stuff. But right now you do have to come with us, and I do have to put you in handcuffs, so turn around for me. Do you have to put me in handcuffs?
Oh man, Jesse's calling the wambulance there. You can see him start to tear up. Oh man, it almost breaks your heart looking at him get all sad like that. And his mom, she's starting to feel it, saying, oh, do you have to put him in handcuffs? Fucking obviously, yes, lady. Of course they have to put him in handcuffs. This guy is a violent rapist. To such an extreme degree, I wouldn't have been surprised if he tried clawing at the fucking cage in the back of the police car to get his hands on one of the officers next to strangle them and rape them. This guy is an animal, an absolute fiend. He is a fucking monster. Of course they need to put him in handcuffs.
You know what you're doing this. It's okay. Yeah. I'll get you out. For me? Alright, stay silent. Rick knows about this. Candy's on this. Dad's on his way. We're coming to get you, okay? Just stay strong, okay? Say your prayers. Awful experience with a child.
What she said while Jesse was walking to the police car there actually made my stomach turn. She said, what an awful experience for a child. Lady, your son raped 2 women. Numerous times. He nearly killed one of them with the strangulation, by the way. And you're saying that him going to jail here, like in handcuffs, is the awful experience for the child? What about the victims? What do you think about that? Do you think that wasn't an awful experience? Like this is worse? Like Jesse's the one we should actually feel bad for here? I understand it must be extremely difficult to wrestle with this reality that your child is a monster. I can't even imagine what that's like. That would be soul crushing. But to wipe your ass with reality and just blindly support them to the point where you will do anything to ensure they don't actually get punished for the very real crimes they committed that you yourself are aware of. Again, this isn't a matter of like his parents believe he's innocent or something. Everybody knows he's guilty. He has even pled no contest. The evidence is irrefutable. So they know he is a rapist, and yet they have fought tooth and nail to ensure he doesn't go to jail for it. In my eyes, that makes them very bad people as well. They are knowingly ensuring a rapist is back in society. And since this punishment, I can't even use that word. That word does not apply here. That stretches the definition. This is not even a punishment. What they gave him is chores to do now. That's it. Where he does like a bit of community and service, and then he does like a rehab program. And they tried to make it seem like this was like a super strict sexual offender rehab program. I don't want to get into like the weeds of how they ended up at this ruling. I recommend you watch the Law and Crime video. They do a good job breaking it down. But basically, to my understanding, is they legally de-aged him like Robert De Niro in The Irishman here. They rewound time, gave him the fucking time infinity stone, so that way he could fit into the youth sex offenders program, so he would no longer be like an adult in the eyes of the law for these crimes that he was being tried for, so that way he could be part of this rehab program. And they said, you know, if he reoffends, he could be facing 10 years in jail. We're really sticking it to him. This is super strict stuff. And I truly think, I really believe, that this is so weak, so flimsy, that the lesson Jesse Butler learned here is that he can get away with anything. And that the only reason he got caught is because his victims survived. So I bet that if he continues to be a free man, it won't be long until he rapes again, and this time he will not leave them alive. That's what I think is going to happen down the line as a result of this ruling here. They have let a monster back into society, and they have now said to that monster, he's untouchable. So I think there's going to be a corpse on their hands at some point because of this. Jesse Butler is a rapist. Jesse Butler is an evil, evil rapist, and everyone that played a role in him getting away with his crimes needs to be held accountable for it. There needs to be an investigation into this. There needs to be real fucking justice here. This is absolutely sickening, and I just had to yap about this today. It's crazy. That's about it. See ya. I have been paying very close attention to the Twitch bot apocalypse. I've kept my finger on the pulse of it. I find it to be a really interesting topic here. For those that don't know, a few days ago, Twitch made good on their promise where they swore they would be making bot detection and eradication a priority. They finally called attention to a issue that has plagued Twitch since the beginning. Since the genesis of Twitch, in the primordial soup of streaming, there has been bots that have infected the platform. And for the longest time, Twitch had gone really hands-off. They said, you know what, if we don't put our hands on the stove, we won't know if it's hot. But recently they said that they were going to actually be directly attacking this bot issue. And a few days ago, they rolled out their first targeted strike here on bots. And boy, howdy, it was a doozy. Apparently, the overall viewership on Twitch went down as much as 24% compared to last week, with many big streamers suddenly losing thousands of viewers. Not just big streamers, streamers of all shapes and sizes lost tons and tons of viewers, like across the board. It was a pretty big purge of invalid traffic, bot activity. As I said a couple days ago, I was pretty surprised with how hard they hit the ground running here. I thought it would just be like lightly poking the bear, like, oh, we got rid of like 100 bots. Big W, Twitch is saved. But no, they kind of like, they dropped a bomb here. It was a pretty big deal. So big, in fact, that a lot of streamers, many suspected of being a view botter, had just decided not to stream for like the last week or so, inexplicably. Just randomly deciding not to stream during the bot purge, which of course has everyone raising an eyebrow. And of course all of this has led to a lot of finger pointing, a lot of shit stirring, a lot of spitting, a lot of farting and coming. It's been kind of pandemonium in the streaming space as people are noticing view counts have been dropped from a lot of streamers. And in some cases, drastically. So the natural conclusion people are drawing is they were view botting. And as I predicted, and as everyone predicted, nobody wants to own up to being privy to their channel being view botted because that's against the rules. They would get banned. No one's ever going to admit to it. So it's been a lot of cope and a lot of excuses like, oh, it must have just been this stranger over here that's been doing this and I had no fucking clue. I'm glad that it's getting solved. Everyone is talking about this as a positive thing. Meanwhile, in the background, there are people that no doubt are shaking their fist in anger in demanding that their botting service get it under control and fix it because they need those viewer numbers to go back to where they were. Because obviously, if it doesn't, people are going to be aware there was some fraudulent activity there. And the only question remains, did the streamer know? Like, were they guilty of paying for the service themselves? Or was it like an org they were affiliated with? Because according to a lot of the data, all of which is public, by the way, you can see all of the viewer numbers post and pre-purge. All of this is public. So you can see a lot of streamers that are affiliated with an org, like OTK is the big one everyone's talked about. But not just OTK, there were other orgs coming under fire as well. Namely, FaZe was another one that people had a lot of question marks over their head with because a lot of the streamers affiliated with FaZe also took huge drastic drops in their viewership during this purge. So the speculation is that these orgs are boosting the numbers of some of the streamers under their umbrella because By having more successful streamers under their brand, it's good for the brand. Obviously, the motivation is to make more money because you can make significantly more doubloons if the streamers that are under your blanket are more popular. So if you boost your streamers by thousands upon thousands of viewers that they don't legitimately have, you can still bring those numbers to brands that would be none the wiser in the partnership. And according to some other streamers, there's been actually quite a bit of talk from streamers about orgs even like softly admitting to doing this in certain cases. I don't know like all the particulars around that, but there has been like a lot of discussion that orgs do actually do this. Like it's not just a full-blown conspiracy theory, but then the question becomes, well, do the streamers under these orgs know about that? Like, there's just a lot of questions now after all of this bot detection and all this bot purging. It's been a flood of questions like Yahoo Answers just got revived. Did the streamers viewbot themselves? Was it a member of their community viewbotting the streamer? Did the streamer, are they a victim of like a stranger, a malicious bad actor trying to artificially boost their numbers to potentially ruin their reputation? Is there a super fan of the streamer that's trying to boost their favorite streamer to make them more popular because they just love them so much? Does the streamer know that the org they're affiliated with might be boosting their numbers? Just so many questions. And another big discussion that's come from all of this is about sponsors. Allegedly, some sponsors have been botting sponsored streams in order to make it seem more popular to the average viewer. So they'll artificially boost those numbers so it seems like there's more hype around the product, and they've also been accused of botting even beyond sponsored streams because by being partnered with that streamer, it's better for their brand if that streamer is perceived as more popular. So they'll boost them even beyond the sponsored stream just so that way they can use it as marketing material like, hey, look, we're partnered with this big guy. And meanwhile, a lot of the viewership is botted by the sponsor, allegedly. But I also want to mention that in only 2 days here, it seems that there are some botting services that have already found ways of circumventing these bans. There are some streamers that have miraculously bounced back after a 3-day plummet to not only where they were, but in some cases even higher, despite nothing changing in their content and doing nothing different. So it does look like in certain cases, some bots have found a way to evade this. So I'm hoping this isn't Twitch's only action here against bots because, as I mentioned, it's going to be an ongoing tug of war. And it is good for the entire platform to do your best to stop bot activity. Fake, phony, baloney numbers are bad for all of the streamers on the platform, except for, of course, the ones that are paying to win in the streaming space, which is another thing. There is a very real possibility, and something that has been talked about by some of the biggest streamers, that a strategy that used to be used and is probably still employed to a certain degree is some streamers would bot their streams for a while to try and grow an organic viewer base, and then they would completely stop paying for the botting service and just let the organic numbers start to take over as more people assimilate into the community. So, of course, this is never going to detect that strategy, but even still, Twitch needs to do everything it can to stop bots because it is very bad for everyone on the platform to just let this rampant issue continue and spiral out of control. Now, I think I need to explain why I have this perspective and so many people have this perspective because I've seen a lot of people downplaying this as like not a big deal, like this is a fucking nothing burger. Who cares about view counts? If you can pay for it, you should do it. It gives you the advantage in the space. You gotta stand out in the market, so if you can do anything to get an edge, you gotta fucking do it. And yeah, you're right, it's a saturated market, so obviously buying view bots is going to immediately help you stand out by floating to the top of a category, so that way some curious Georges will see you at the front there, and they'll click because you've got the most viewers, so obviously there's a lot of hubbub there and they want to see what all the fuss is about, so they'll check out your stream because you have artificially inflated the numbers, and then you have now occupied that viewer, which takes it from another streamer that is legitimately streaming to an audience and a real community of people there to watch them instead of just an army of clankers. In fact, the argument kind of mirrors something from many moons ago when Twitch was still pretty new. I'm going to take you back to the past to talk about some titties and ass. There was a huge trend on Twitch for a while with something called booby streamers, if anyone remembers that, where there was a trend on Twitch where streamers would try and wear the most revealing clothing that Twitch would possibly allow in the most sexual of positions and constantly putting cleavage as like the main hook to draw viewers in. And this drew a lot of outrage because people believed that by doing that, they were stealing viewers from their streams because they weren't showing cleavage and everything. It was a huge debate that raged on for years, actually, and people were always split on whether or not that was the case. Was this streamer with cleavage stealing a viewer from this guy over here who was building a brazen bull in Minecraft? Well, the jury was always out. But in this case, there is clear data, clear-cut, irrefutable evidence that viewbotting your streams and fucking leapfrogging your way ahead of everyone that is legitimately streaming with less viewers than you does actually steal the viewers from them. You are directly competing in the exact same content, but you have now floated more visibly to the top through artificially inflating your numbers, fundamentally paying to win, and cheating the system. That 100% does take viewers away from the actual streamers on Twitch. Across the board. It's not a debate, and it's not like a competitive advantage. You are cheating. You are breaking the rules of the website too, by the way. Twitch just doesn't choose to enforce them very often. They have just let this go unchecked for an extremely long period of time. But it's not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to do that. So this, again, is not a debate. So, the problem is, that shit sucks. That is bad, not only for all the streamers that are doing it legitimately, but it's also bad for the platform. I'm actually kind of surprised Twitch doesn't face more hot water for their handling of bots for this long, because while Twitch on their back end can identify fraudulent traffic and adjust your ad revenue for it, that is something they've talked about before, how, like, if you viewbot a stream up to 2 million viewers instantaneously and then just start farming ads, Twitch will go and analyze that traffic to see if it's real, and they will adjust your earnings on it. I've seen them talk about that. While Twitch can do that on their back end and not lose their ass on that, you know who can't? Brands that work with streamers. The way a brand partnership works when it comes to streamers is they base your pay on your metrics. And the metrics that you provide, well, that's not going to account for bots. They can only go off the information that is accessible. And they don't have that back-end ability that Twitch has to go in there and see, well, who's a real viewer versus a fake one? Like, how many bots are here? They only have your metrics. So that's your average viewers, which could easily be hyperinflated because of bots. So what streamers can easily do, and definitely have done, is they boost all of their numbers to really high levels that they really are not achieving organically. It's not real viewers. It is all fraudulent, invalid traffic from botting services. They will inflate their viewer numbers. Then brands will approach them, or they will approach brands about doing a partnership or a sponsored stream, and they'll provide those viewer numbers, which will have the brand then give them higher pay than what they should be receiving. And the brand will pay this money under the impression that it's being served to X amount of viewers. And those viewers, they're assuming, are real, legitimate human beings with a pulse, but in reality, a lot of times, it's being served to bots. Aren't even there, aren't consuming it at all. So they're paying a lot of money to be put in front of bots without their knowledge. In some cases, of course, that's not every case. As I mentioned earlier, there are some brands that have been accused of botting the sponsored stream itself in order to float more visibly to, like, Twitch in whatever category they're in. So there are definitely some brands that are more than fine with using botting services to make it seem like it's more hype and there's more interest in this sponsored stream. Like, wow, there's 20,000 viewers here to watch, you know, the poop that took a pee 2.0 just dropped. Look at all these people in here that are watching this sponsored stream. Meanwhile, it's the agency itself that is paying to boost those numbers. So both of these things happen where a brand will be none the wiser that what they are paying for is not getting served to real human beings that they expect it to. It's getting served to bots. And there are some brands that pay to actually just use the bots to try and generate this artificial hype around something. The way that bots function in the Twitch ecosystem is fucking crazy. I really am kind of surprised Twitch hasn't faced more problems from these companies for it. Like companies that might feel defrauded. Like they paid hand over fist to these streamers based on these viewer numbers only to learn, well, they're all being botted because Twitch does not care about botting. They kind of gave the soft green light that they're not going to crack down on it and don't really give a fuck. I imagine some brands would be really pissed to learn that. And I'm surprised they haven't, like, called out Twitch or tried to handle this litigiously or something about it. I don't know. I just found that to be a little interesting because it is very clear botting is a huge issue on Twitch. When they finally took their first real step in fighting against this menace, their overall platform viewership dropped 24%. And that's just the first snowball in an avalanche of bots, I imagine. That is the first wave. Can you imagine if Twitch actually deleted every bot from the platform? I wonder how high that percentage drop would have gone. You know what I mean? Now, in reality, I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's a very tall order to fight and delete every bot when these services are constantly going to be doing everything and spending tons and tons of money of their own to evade bot detection because they have so many clients that use them. There will probably always be bots on Twitch. Not only on Twitch, it's obviously on YouTube and every other streaming platform as well. I understand that. And also, I feel as though Twitch might be apprehensive about this anyway. Like, if Twitch had a magic button that they could press it, and it would guarantee every bot and all invalid traffic would be banned on Twitch from this point forward and could never return. It'd basically be like in K-pop Demon Hunters when they fully seal away all the demons, they can't return. If Twitch could do that right now, I think they would be very apprehensive about it, because we just saw them take one step in fighting bots and they lost 24% of their viewer base over the last few days that it's been there. Like, that's a huge drop, and if they did it even harder, that number would only climb, and I imagine they would be worried about all of their brand partners starting to jump ship, like, oh no, Twitch is dying, look at this graph. You see how there's no more views, it's all dried up? Time to pull our ad spin from Twitch. I think they would be worried about the future of Twitch if they did that, because their viewer count numbers would be so much lower, significantly lower, that they'd probably be getting hit financially pretty hard from all of these sponsors that are paying money to be put there. And brands don't really care about, like, the nuance of what the numbers say. They only care about what the numbers indicate. So most of the brands, I imagine, would see this. And in fact, some of them are probably already worried with the 24% drop. But if it got even higher, some brands would probably see this and they wouldn't take into account like it's all bot activity. They would see this and be like, nope, this is dangerous. This is not worth the ad spend. We're pulling out. And even if they did bother to take a little bit of time looking into it, they might feel slighted by Twitch for letting this bot problem persist for so long, and they were spending so much money for what ultimately amounted to a lot of invalid traffic. So I think Twitch would be really skeptical about getting rid of every bot, even if they could. Which is why I was so surprised that they went this hard out of the gate against the bots and actually did make a dent in it. And I hope they continue to do this. I hope that they didn't, like, you know, pump the brakes like, oh, that was a lot. We took a big viewership hit there from all this bot stuff. Let's maybe, you know, pull our punches a little bit here. I hope they don't go down that path. Like, I do hope they continue to make this a priority and do legitimately try and get as many bots off of Twitch as they possibly can. Anyway, that's enough blabbering about it from me today. That's about it. So, yeah. I've got to yap about two freaks today, and I want to start with the wackiest one. RFK Jr. and a dead raccoon's penis. That is a match made in heaven right there. That is peanut butter and jelly. Vultures don't get as excited about roadkill as RFK Jr. does. This guy loves it. And he brags about having like a freezer full of roadkill that he studies and like feeds to his hawk. I had no idea this guy was a cock scientist. I didn't know that. But in his new book, he just openly talks about the time that he pulled over with his family in the car, mind you, his kids in the car, pulled over in order to cut the penis off of a dead raccoon so he could bring it back and analyze it. As if he's some kind of, like, archaeologist. Like he's, fucking Evie from The Mummy going through, like, the Book of the Dead trying to research it and learn about it as if he's some kind of scholar for Dick. Animal Dick. It's all documented in his new book, RFK Jr., The Fall and Rise. I don't know when the rise is happening. It hasn't happened yet. He's still in that fall. This dude looks like he's housing every single plague that the world has ever seen in his body right now. Every image and video I see of him, he looks like he's deteriorating further and further and just devolving into a fucking ghoul from Fallout. This is the experience here that he pinned. I was standing in front of my parked car on I-684, cutting the penis out of a road-killed raccoon, thinking about how weird some of my family members have turned out to be. A surreal passage indeed. I like how he's cutting the penis off of a roadkill raccoon in front of his probably horrified children in the car, and he's like, God, my family is so peculiar. They're such odd goofballs. They're so weird. Over there with the fucking hacksaw on the raccoon's cock. If only they could be more like me, just normal and well-adjusted. There we go. And then he holds it up like a trophy. we're celebrating, family. Quick, get some ice out. I gotta put this on ice. I need to study it when we get home. My kids waited patiently in the car, he noted, as he collected the raccoon's genitals so he could study them later. Finally, a man brave enough to go where science fears. He was willing to do the dirty work of snipping a raccoon's dick so he could take it home and really find out what makes it tick. Like, I'm curious, what is there to study with a raccoon penis? Like, what is there to do with that? What was he doing, just over there, like, playing with it? Stretching it like a penny whistle? Write it down. Interesting. These are the notes that will, no doubt, propel our species into the next scientific age, the final frontier of science. Raccoon genitals. Excellent, yes. I just have to wonder what he was doing with it. Like, was he trying to, like, fashion some kind of necklace out of it, like Ringar out of League of Legends, but instead of bone tooth, it's just raccoon penis? Or, like, was he trying to make a stew out of it? Maybe he was, like, crafting Saradomin brews out of RuneScape, just dumping the raccoon penis in there with some colloidal silver, just like this disgusting concoction, this witch's brew, this potion. Like, what was he doing with it? Genuinely, like, what was he doing? Because he traveled all the way home with it. So this was like an important thing that he did. And this is apparently something that he made a habit out of doing with dead animals. Dude pillages roadkill like he's Indiana Jones looting a tomb full of treasure. Just imagine hunting with RFK Jr. Dude probably doesn't even bring a gun. He just sits there in the bush waiting for the animal to get hit by like a bus or a train. And then he leaps into action. Yes! Yanks the wiener off of it. According to his daughter, this obsession with dead animals also put a damper on vacations. Apparently there was an incident where a whale carcass washed ashore, and so RFK made a beeline for the beach and decapitated it with a chainsaw and strapped the whale's head to the roof of the family minivan with a bungee cord, intending once again to bring it home to study. Every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Sounds like hell on earth. He's out here torturing his family on this vacation. We all had plastic bags over our heads with mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger, but that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. Sounds healthy. And then, of course, there's the infamous one where he dumped a dead bear cub in Central Park after a botched attempt to skin it. That one's been talked about a lot. I'm pretty sure all of you have already heard of that before, but the whale and raccoon penis, I think, are new revelations here from the bizarre adventures of RFK Jr. and his fascination with dead animals. Bro thinks he's the villain from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Like, what is he doing? Is he trying to, like, breathe life back into it, like Frankenstein style? Like, what is he studying? Actually, what is he possibly studying there? Holy shit, the worm in his brain must be giving him some odd directives here, forcing him to get all of this roadkill like treasure so he can squat on it at his house like Smog. That's his gold. All of this roadkill, all this dead animal penis and heads all over the place in his secret villain lair. What a wacko. But don't worry. Some highly intellectual people are out there defending this as just a lame media hit piece. The raccoon was already dead. Find a new slant. Typical lamestream media hit piece. Yawn. Raccoon was already dead. Penis was up for grabs. I pull over all the time when I see a dead animal. I make sure to take that cock and balls right off of there. Normal activity. Wasn't alive, so it's not weird. If it was alive and he chased it down in order to yank that puppy off, then I might raise an eyebrow, but this is just lamestream media. Who doesn't cut off a dead animal's cock on the side of the road while their family watches mortified?
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
That little giggle he does there, that laugh, that was some demonic sounding shit right there. That sounds like a man who can't wait to get back to that raccoon's penis that's rotting somewhere in his abode. I bet he's got that raccoon penis and like an IV drip or something that he's mainlining or some shit. This is actually the secret to keep me looking so young.
I just got one question. In all seriousness, what is your fascination with roadkill and dead animals? I know you've done a few things, notably with a whale, with a bear, with a raccoon more recently. I just want to know what the fascination is, sir. Anything? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There goes a hero right there. Not many men are courageous enough to pull over to the side of the road and cut a raccoon's penis off after it's deceased. It wasn't using it anymore, and RFK Jr. had a need for it. And he's a man of action, so he went out there and he claimed that. Same with the whale head. And the bear cub, I suppose. We may never know exactly what he's learned through his research, but one day it may be the key to the future of our species. Or he's using it for some kind of satanic rituals or some shit that he's conducting. Could be either or. There's really no telling with this guy. But anyway, speaking of penis, we gotta talk about a penis that's alive, and one that's on a human being. And from the sound of things, he can't stop using it for evil. I'm talking about Eric Swalwell. This is a congressman who was also running for governor of California, and this week numerous women came forward accusing him of inappropriate things as well as genuinely evil, awful things, including allegations of sexual assault. Initially, Eric denied it, saying that it was all false and that he was going to do everything, fighting it tooth and nail. He has since stepped down from the race for governor as well as his position in Congress. He has resigned. And the allegations are only having more and more evidence to support the victims and their claims against him. That includes a video of him with supposedly a prostitute that he was in a hotel room with. On the video, you can see him making out with her, and things start to progress. Now, if you don't know the lore, Eric is married. Eric has been married for a decade. Now, in the video he made denying the very serious allegations, he did make a mention of mistakes in his judgment, as well as mentioning that a lot of it's between him and his wife, and he has to accept the responsibility for mistakes he made, seemingly corroborating the extramarital affairs while denying the sexual assault allegations. All of this is still pretty new, and from what I've read, there is an investigation taking place because he might be facing criminal charges if these allegations are proven true, which he 1000% should. This is vile shit here, and from everything that I've read about it, from what's available, it's not looking like this is just some innocent guy here. There's quite a lot of meat behind these claims. Personally, I think Eric's guilty as a motherfucker here. Based on all of the available evidence here, I don't see any world where he could weasel out, just squeak out some kind of excuse like, oh, it was all just a big misunderstanding. I was just cheating on my wife a lot. Come on, it's not that big of a deal. Just come on, the sexual assault stuff. No. We don't need to get into the weeds of that. Like, based on everything I think that's out there, there is so much evidence, and I think it should 1000% warrant a further investigation into Eric and hopefully some subsequent charges based on whatever they find there. So anyway, I found that to be extremely disgusting. I was reading about that earlier, so I wanted to yap about that as well. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Feels like it's been a while since the last time I covered a good old-fashioned Walmart weirdo, and I got quite a specimen for you today. It's a gentle sir who's going ballistic because, as I understand it, he was upset that there wasn't 3 managers in his section to complain to. I guess he really wanted to, run the gauntlet, wagging his finger at a manager. Customer's always right. You should know that, or something. He's going like a sports player coming out of the tunnel giving everyone high fives. He wanted to go through and just give a bunch of fucking complaints to a ton of Walmart managers, I guess. And since they weren't there, he instead took his anger out on one of the employees. And apparently, the woman that was filming tried to interject to get him to calm down, which only fanned his flames of anger even more.
You want to call me a dumb bitch again?
Dumb bitch? Fuck you. So,
I'm recording him for.
let me tell you what I've accomplished.
Do you have a son?
I don't have any children. I haven't found a capable mate.
Oh, that makes a lot of
It
sense.
sure as hell does make a lot of sense.
That makes.
Turned into like a pseudo-therapy session there for a moment. This guy just came over and just trauma dumped briefly. So she asked, do you have a son? I imagine she was going to ask, do you teach him to treat people this way? But he immediately took that question on the chin saying, no, I haven't found a capable mate. So he's like, he comes over here, yeah, I'm mateless, what about it? No mates? Is what it is, I guess. And then he even says like, yeah, it does make a lot of sense actually why no woman would want to be around me. I get it. Yeah, You know what? That does sound about par for the course. I'm over here just fucking spitting and shitting in a Walmart because there's not enough managers for me to be yelling at. Also, just the sassy way he says it sounds like a child during a temper tantrum. No, I haven't found a capable mate. Oh man, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Anyway, though, he comes over after calling her a dumb bitch and then saying, fuck you. He marches over, he gets his phone out to start recording, which is a pretty common power move that dumb assholes like this try when they're getting, like, called out on something and then they try and, like, go into their defense mechanism of also recording, like, I can do it too, look at this. So now he's recording her because he deludes himself into thinking that people will be on his side if they have his perspective from his camera. So after blowing up on a Walmart employee and then calling this stranger a dumb bitch and then saying, like, he hasn't found a capable mate, there's no woman on this planet capable of handling my seed. I'm a victim of my own masculinity. I'm too much of a man, and women can't handle it. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense why no woman wants to be around me. That I do get. Time to start recording now. Now it's time I win. Here's my checkmate move.
Tell me about your accomplishments today, ma'am. I can talk to them however I want.
No,
you don't even know what I was saying to him.
Look,
You're
standing speaking to me. You're a large man.
You involved
and
yourself
I'm a
in
small
something that's
female.
not it's not your business.
It's my business to protect other
No, it
women
isn't.
from
It's not.
abusive
I
assholes
wasn't
like
abusing
you.
them. You have nothing. You have no idea what I was even saying to them. No, you just wanted to get involved.
It's verbal abuse, and if I'm a woman
The
and you're verbally
only
abusing a
one
woman,
the only
I will
one
stand
that-
between you and them every time.
And do what? Do you want to talk about it outside? Miss, I'm going to stand between them. You want to go outside and talk about it, stupid?
So here she's kind of laying the foundation for what led to all this. He was being rude to an employee, she stepped in, and then all of this started blowing up. And now Tough Guy here's like, so what are you going to do about it, huh? You want to take it outside? He must have analyzed the surrounding area, making sure there was no men nearby that might take him up on the challenge, no doubt. So now that he's confirmed that it's only this woman and the other female employees, now he feels like a real big guy saying, let's take it outside then. Do you want to take it outside, huh? Now, something I want to mention is he's only just started recording. This is the intro to his video from his side of things. So they didn't even get all the prerequisite lore of him being like an asshole to the Walmart employee or what led to this interaction between him and the woman filming. So when he shares this with his fucking Facebook group or whoever he hangs around with, if anybody at all they're going to see is their goofball loser-ass friend going up to a woman, asking her, do you want to take it outside, challenging her to a fight. Wow, bud, I'm sure this one's gonna bang. They're gonna be cheering for you. A big round of applause. Somehow the video he himself is recording makes him look even worse than the full video does. Because now it's just him as like a highlight reel challenging a woman to a fight at Walmart, basically.
Guys, do y'all want to get trespassed on?
No, I want to find out who's the manager for the section.
He's being
She's
verbally
involving
abusive
herself in
to
something that's
these
not her
employees.
business. She should just go about her business.
And he's being aggressive.
Calm down.
Bye. Was I abusing you?
I said he was being verbally abusive.
Was I abusing
yes.
you or was I complaining about the manager? Don't lie.
He was using language and everything.
That's right. Why did I get mad? Because you're supposed to have three. Because your manager can't do her
Okay, y'all
job.
need to
That's
keep
why I
it
got
down a
mad.
little bit, or I will have your sometimes could be.
That's pretty much where the video wraps up right there. The other employee comes over and just threatens to trespass both of them because of all the commotion here, so they get separated. And that's kind of where it is curtains. So the context clues here. If I'm understanding correctly, he was mad because there wasn't a manager there, so he took his anger out on the employee for the lack of manager, saying that there needs to be 3 of them there, I think? 3 managers, maybe? Which to me seems excessive. Why would you have 3 managers in a single section in the store? Unless he's like this raid boss of cringe, like the top tier male Karen, that they need 3 managers just to like wrangle them in, to like hold them down. I feel like that's just way too many managers to allocate to one spot. But maybe he meant like there's supposed to be a manager here and then 3 employees? So he needs like a whole army to take care of him to like fluff his nuts or something? I really don't even know what the whole complaint is here in the first place. Because clearly there are employees in this section. He was just berating one of them about the lack of manager apparently. So like, you did have people there to help you. I don't know why he needed to like escalate it and get even angrier at the employee for what I imagine is something very trivial in the first place. Now, the woman who filmed this did make a follow-up to it to give like a little more insight onto what happened next. They did like go their separate ways, but apparently he kept carrying on, and according to her, he was escorted out of the Walmart. Not super willingly. He wasn't, very enthusiastic about that, and she did mention that police were involved with that. Not overly surprising. That checks out. That makes a lot of sense. Much like him not being able to find a capable mate. That also does make sense. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret real quick. Here, come in close. I'll whisper it in your ear. Anyone who says capable mate probably is doomed to be alone forever. You're already kind of too far gone. You are so lost in the fucking sauce. You are probably already a douchebag and already kind of just in a loveless position. The only salvation that you can find is crawling yourself out of that hole that led you to thinking that that's a normal thing to say. No sane person is going to be talking about the reason I have no kids at this age and I'm not in a relationship or anything is just because I haven't found a capable mate. That's just so fucking odd. What a peculiar thing to say. You immediately raise eyebrows with that kind of shit. So that's just a little, free tip right there. Don't end up like this guy. I think it should be a pretty easy fate to avoid. But anyway, I just wanted to yap about this a little bit. It does feel like it's been a while since the last time we analyzed a wacky Walmart meltdown freakout type thing. So anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I imagine a lot of you are tired of hearing me whine about insomnia in the intro of some of my videos recently, lamenting my lack of sleep. Well, that's too bad, Buster. And dagnabbit, I haven't slept again, in case you couldn't quite tell. And you know what? I don't feel like turning that light on over there, so you're getting the scary campfire lighting right now that makes me look like a character out of Fear and Hunger. So deal with it. I feel like SpongeBob when he got the goddamn suds. I'm tired, but I can't sleep. Been tossing and turning, laying around, not able to catch any Z's. So, I decided to go to the old tried and true method of getting a wonderful lullaby together to help me fall asleep peacefully, making fun of Pokemon scalpers.
Get away from me! Hey, yo, get away from me! Stay behind me! Get away from me, dude! Hey, you're putting your hands on
all the cops.
You're putting
behind
your hands on me for assault.
You're assaulting somebody right now.
You're assaulting me.
If you see a Pokemon card vending machine, just know you entered a PvP zone. They're like the most hostile places on Earth. Anytime there's a Pokemon card vending machine with multiple people around it, you know shit's about to pop off. Now, it usually doesn't result in a full-blown fight with haymakers being thrown or anything. Typically what you get is what you saw right there, where it's a lot of boxing out, like he's about to try and get a rebound, while desperately trying to swipe for more Pokemon card product from the machine, as someone's trying to get around him to take control of the device themselves. It's a lot of bumping and grinding, but make no mistake, this is only elevating in frequency and aggression, and I imagine it won't be long now before we see our first fatality at a Pokemon card vending machine as people fight over these products so they can scalp them online for a $2 profit.
You're putting your hands on me. Get away from me! Yo! You're over here assaulting me, bro.
Now it's starting to get a little scrappy. The guy in the glasses got a little feisty there. He went over top of him, and I thought he was going to give him a fucking titty twister right there, just start tweaking on his nipples the way he wrapped around him like a fucking jetpack. But this guy's defense is good. He definitely knows some BJJ or something right now. He's doing a great job trying to getting out of the full mount, and he is still maintaining control of the Pokemon card vending machine.
Get away from me! You're assaulting me! You're putting your hands on me! Look, get away from me! Brother. Really funny.
An unstoppable object meeting an immovable force. It's inspiring. The guy in the beanie is just refusing to budge. And I gotta tell you, the tactics from the glasses guy are confusing. This technique is clearly not working. He's going for chest bump him out of the vicinity type deal. But the other guy's just, getting him with some shoves. He's hitting him almost with the E Honda moves from Street Fighter at times here. Yet this guy does not give up. He still keeps trying to, like, swoop in there. Now, Pokemon card vending machines have a glitch in them right now that a lot of scalpers are exploiting for their own financial gain, where Pokemon card vending machines have a limit where a customer can't just buy out the whole machine and leave everyone with their fucking dick in their hand. But these fucking worms, these degenerate dweeb dork losers, have found a way around those limits by doing, like, basically a frame-perfect speedrun trick. As I understand it, if they swipe their card while in between screens on the Pokemon card vending machine, they can still add product to their cart even though they're past their purchase limit, even if it says sold out. So that's how a lot of them are glitching the machine. The guy in the yellow beanie here, I don't think is actually trying to glitch it. At least it doesn't seem like it to me, compared to the other videos of people that are blatantly glitching it and proudly talking about how they're glitching it. I don't think he was one of those people. But I think the guy who's desperately trying to get in there probably was. I think he was probably going to do that, and he was upset that he wasn't there first, so that way he could take all the inventory. That's my hunch, at least.
You're bleeding. You're over here. Oh, you already got stuff, bruh. Let people go. I'm alive. You already got stuff. You better get away from me. You already got stuff, bruh. It's crazy.
Now, of course, it is entirely possible he is attempting to glitch the machine, and that's the reason why this guy is so desperately trying to get in there, because he knows once he, goes fucking turbo mode here with the glitch activated, then he won't be able to get any product for himself. That's also equally possible, but I'm going to show you some footage of someone who did glitch the machine, and it just looks different than how he's doing it. But before that, I want to show you someone trying to glitch the machine the old-fashioned way, the way our forefathers used to scalp Pokemon products and ruin this hobby for children.
What? Get out from behind there now.
Okay, I'll get
out. No, now. Okay.
He's got the spirit, but he doesn't have the brain power for it. The body is willing, but the mind lacks the neurons to pull off the glitch. So he said, to hell with it. I'm gonna do it my way. So he crawls behind the machine to unplug it, I think in an effort to reset his limits, but then he got stuck. So one of the employees is over there just trying to bargain with him to get the fuck out from behind the machine, but he is firmly lodged in there. I wish I could find a longer video of this, because I have no doubt he probably got filmed by a couple of people, because he is now like a turtle on its shell. Like, he can't get out from the machine. He is now just fucking stuck there.
Look at this dude. Glitching out the machine like a loser. So kids can't get it. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know it's actually illegal to tamper with vending machines. I will. Please do. I will.
So this is someone who does appear to be glitching the machine. You can see he's adding products that's labeled sold out into his cart, which is a result of glitching it. As I understand it, sometimes it'll say sold out to a customer in order to prevent them from adding more product past their limit. But it's not actually sold out per se, like there is still more product there, but it's the Pokemon card vending machine's way of trying to fight back against these fucking parasites. So they just say that it's sold out, but even that's not enough to stop them. So this guy is apparently glitching it out. And this guy is now just insulting him to his face, and he mentions that tampering with vending machines is illegal, that it's a crime, which I'd never heard of before. And I looked it up, and I guess, yeah, it does seem to be true. I don't know if anyone's going to get arrested for this, but that would be fucking amazing. If the Pokemon company worked with law enforcement to have everyone who's been caught glitching their machines fucking thrown in jail. Can you even imagine? Holy shit. That would actually probably cure my insomnia on the spot if I heard about that happening. That'd be incredible. I feel like anyone would be able to sleep peaceful knowing scalpers are out there miserable. That'd be great. But unfortunately, that's not the case right now. This fucking hobby is truly a cesspool. Like, I know I cover a lot of Pokemon scalper shit and a lot of Pokemon armed robberies that seem to be happening a lot now. And I can't help it. It's just out of control, and I gotta yap about it. This shit is fucking disgusting.
Hell yeah. These guys are the guys glitching it, as always. Mm-hmm. Dude, I know who you guys are. You're the Tui boys. I know it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
It's alright. Just goes to Pokemon Center. They already started one on you guys up north.
That's fine. I don't give a fuck. I'm enjoying this Red Bull.
You enjoy it.
Having a good day.
Oh, the way he's nursing that Red Bull there, just sipping it like he's at his first fucking college frat party with a PBR in his hands and unable to figure out how to socialize. So all he does is try and like put his hand in his pocket and drink from the fucking can. Just to try and make it seem like he's not bothered by this, even though he clearly is. So a big thing that's been happening is people glitching the machines, and when people glitch them, they immediately get filmed and shamed, it seems. Even among scalpers, that's apparently a big no-no. So now, all of these losers that are glitching the machines are being filmed by, in a lot of cases, other scalpers who are pointing and laughing at them. So now there's, in the world of Pokemon scalpers, there is people even scalpers look down on. And it's these Pokemon card vending machine glitchers. It's pandemonium out there. There are so many videos of people just going up and insulting individuals or even groups sometimes that are glitching these vending machines. It's a ton. But I don't think I need to show you all of them here. They're popping up every single day, and multiple times a day. So anyway, I just wanted to make fun of some Pokemon scalpers again. That's really about it. So yeah. I found a clown that I'd like to share with you all today. It's a fascinating little rabbit hole that I've stumbled upon here, and there's quite a few years of lore built up here, and it's pretty deep. I'm talking like Warhammer 40k levels here. And it's all revolving around one goober named AJ Thakor. However, he doesn't really like to go by that name. He wipes his ass with that nomenclature. He'd rather be referred to by his preferred Xbox gamertag, Ace Rogers. I shit you not, I am not making this up. He prefers to be addressed as Ace Rogers. And the incident that put this on my radar is actually kind of old. I just saw it today, but it happened in 2024, which in internet years is basically ancient, prehistoric really. But it has led to a discovery of one of the more fascinating losers I've seen.
I'll kill you. I will kill you. You know I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. I got it. Ace Rogers, well, I'm in place. I'll kill you. To your face.
There he is in all his glory. So he cruised up here on his Lamborghini yacht, this is more important to them than his own life. This boat means more to him than oxygen, really. And he was denied access to this private dock. A worker had turned him away, letting him know that he didn't have permission to dock there. And he just immediately had a fucking freak out. He blew a gasket right away. So he starts seeing red, and he starts threatening to kill this guy. And the worker doesn't even really seem to take him seriously. He just hits him with one of these and just lets it sit and linger there. And it just makes him even more upset. So as he is driving away, he gets so upset, the rage bubbles over so much that he takes his pants off and starts wiggling his wiener at him. He starts shaking his cock. He goes whole hog and just starts like helicopter dicking his flaccid cock around. Whoa, you're witnessing a true alpha maneuver right here. Damn, that was hardcore. Holy shit. According to the worker, by the way, there were like women and children around here. They are just in public. You can see people walking around behind him. Like it is just out in public. Then he has now just exposed his genitals in front of everyone there. I'm always so shocked to see that being like a common tactic used in like a heated argument where you just get naked. Like, checkmate! Look at this! This is my dick! I win! Like, I don't really understand, but, you know, maybe I'm just not, grandmaster level here like he is of being a top-tier yacht owner. But what I will tell you is, I went through and censored that myself, which is why I can see my handiwork there with the black bar. I had to go through and like frame by frame try and censor his penis. And I truly think that I was wrong and was way too charitable saying he was helicopter dicking, because I don't think his penis even makes it into his hands. It was a very unimpressive size there. There were times where it didn't even look phallic. I thought for a second there I was watching him play with his clitoris like he was DJing himself. So, very interesting maneuver here. And it did land him in some hot water. He was charged with a few different things, which of course he pled not guilty to. I do think ultimately he was slapped with a misdemeanor charge of indecent exposure. I haven't found like the verdict on what that was or not, but what I did find is that he was interviewed 8 months ago shortly after this by CBS, and he is just genuinely one of the most unlikable guys you'll ever hear. He is so desperate to appear cool, and his whole personality is him being rich. But from what I can tell, he made his money a long time ago and has since just kind of been belly up in every endeavor that he's tried to dip his toes into. Everything he's tried to fit his cock into, the condom's just been too big, biting off more than he can chew, so he hasn't really found success like he did over a decade ago. So he still rides that high and does clearly still have money, and he's made that his entire soul, is just having money and just trying to make himself appear cool for it.
What, let me get your name so I get it right later.
Ace Rogers.
Ace Rogers, is that what you prefer to go by as opposed to AJ?
Only the cops call me AJ Thagor, and we don't need anyone calling the cops.
Okay.
This guy actually looks like a Halloween costume for just the most insufferable douchebag imaginable. He is a cartoon character. And his whole personality is like it was written by like a really lazy writer to just make someone that everyone would hate. But this is actually him. So he does not like to be called AJ Thakor. He just wants to be known as Ace Rogers. It's like a name I'd see on Summoner's Rift or something. What the fuck? He is not a very young guy, by the way. And he is actually going around with this mentality. By the way, that briefcase of money that he puts there, that's his own prop that he brought. He wanted to make sure he could flex some money in this interview because he can't be seen without it. It's like makeup for this guy. It is all that he has. Without it, he is nothing. He is just a shell, a husk. So he brought this briefcase of money. I don't even know if the money's real, by the way. It could very well just be like fake prop bills, but he claims it was from Super Bowl betting. So he won $500K. He said it's $500K in the briefcase and called it poor people amount of money, but that he wanted to spend it anyway. It's so unbelievably embarrassing. It is so comical. And I'm honestly surprised he didn't put like a cigar in his mouth and light it when he said, "Only cops call me AJ Thakor, and we don't need cops being called here now, do we?" I bet he thought that line went so hard.
All right. Well, what's going on with the yacht?
Well, I'm selling my Lamborghini 63 yacht. It's definitely a prized possession of mine that I love more than anything, but circumstances have evolved where I want to sell my yacht. So
I mean, do you need the money, or why are you selling it?
I obviously don't need the money. I'm fucking rich. I'm not like all the common folk.
This is something the extremely wealthy like to do. Sell their most prized possession they love more than anything in the world in an urgent sale. Yeah, no, that's just something normal. It doesn't mean he's struggling for cash. It's just something everybody seems to like to do, right? Like, how dare you accuse him of needing the money? He's selling this purely because, according to him, he has something much better coming. I don't know if it ever arrived, because on his Twitter account, all the pathetic videos he posts that get actually zero engagement, except for occasionally one like this receiving a single like, which I imagine is probably from him on an alt account, a burner, still have him on this Lamborghini yacht. It is still what he has wet dreams about and what he thinks about every second of every day.
And it's tough to pull someone away from me, and I have a really good chance of pulling them away from you because I'm a great recruiter, I'm a great boss, I'm a great CEO, and people want to work for me. You know, the demand to work for this company is beyond belief. It's through the roof.
Yeah, I bet everyone's banging down the door to submit their job resume to work for the guy that pulls his fucking wiener out when things get a little too tense. Yeah, I bet he's an amazing boss to work for. But anyway, point is, this is a brand new video from him. This is only like 3 days old. It has a single like on it. And he is here in this AI cartoon filter on his Lamborghini yacht. It is literally the most important thing in his entire life. But he's been trying to sell it. Why, if you don't need the money? why not keep it and then also just get the new thing that's coming that's so much better? If you got so much wealth, just so much money flowing out your ass, why not have both? You know, it's crazy. What a weird concept. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest with you. I'm just getting a sneaking suspicion that you needed the money, which is why you're really trying so hard to sell this yacht. It's just a hunch, though. I don't know.
Bigger, better. I'm not downgrading. And, you know, people like me, you know, rich people, we always are looking for the next bigger and better thing. I don't move into smaller houses. I move into bigger mansions. So my next vessel will float and be the baddest fucking thing my next vessel will be the baddest thing this town's ever seen.
Chills. Literal chills. Whoa. I can't wait to see it, AJ. Excuse me, Ace. I truly cannot wait to see it.
Pick him up, and this guy's like, no, you can't do that. That's the equivalent of just pulling up to a red spot your car and letting someone get in. But unfortunately, this poor 17-year-old poor person took it upon himself to be like, no, you can't do that. Like, bro.
His retelling of the events here are truly insightful. When you hear it from his eyes, when you get his side of the story, he almost seems like a victim here. Oh, what do you mean the worker wasn't going to let him pull up to this dock here to pick up one of his salespeople? Why isn't he allowed to do that? Does he not understand that he's rich? This is Ace Rogers we're talking about here, of the fucking Ace Rogers Pirates or whatever. Like, come on, of course he can do whatever he wants. He has money. What do you mean you're gonna stop him from doing what he wants? I'm starting to really see where Ace is coming from here.
I got pissed. I did a dick twister off my Lamborghini yacht, and nothing says you don't give an F like doing a dick twister off your Lamborghini yacht.
Amen to that, Ace. Preach. Yeah, you definitely don't give an F. Nothing says not giving an F quite like pulling out your cock when you're really mad after threatening to kill somebody. And also being completely unable to be seen without money in your person. He won't even do an interview without having money be visible. This is a guy who gives more fucks than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He cares so deeply and is so insecure. He is desperate for people to perceive him as cool because of his money. So his whole persona, his whole being has just become poor people that, plebeian this, poor that, I'm rich, money that there is just nothing left. There is no humanity left in this guy's body. He is just this embarrassing shell.
What happened with the case ultimately?
It's still going on. It's pending now. It's 2 misdemeanors, man. I get 2 misdemeanors are like frickin' Tuesday around here.
Damn, mic drop. Yeah, those misdemeanors don't mean anything to a cool guy like Ace Roger. Like he said, that's just a Tuesday for him. He accumulates those indecent exposure charges like they're Pokemon cards, I guess. When looking up his name, there was a couple of other things that came up as well. It seems like he's just been a public nuisance for quite a while now, and no one has a single positive thing to say about him or their experience with him. And it is embarrassing how someone can get like this, because he did make a lot of money. Like, he is, by all accounts, set. And yet he does everything in his power to showcase just how unhappy and miserable he is, and tries to put on this strong face, this facade that he's like happy. But meanwhile, he's melting down at 17-year-old workers when they tell him no to parking his yacht. It's just so crazy. What a pathetic loser. So yeah, I had to show you a little bit from AJ Thakor here. Very interesting little rabbit hole. And there is still some other stuff that I didn't really dive into here when I was looking him up. There's no point. This is by far his crowning achievement here. This is his legacy. This is what people will remember AJ Thakor for. This yacht meltdown that he had that led to him just going fucking wild and free with his cock out there in order to, I guess, win the dispute somehow. It's craziness. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Can you guess the emotion I'm feeling right now based on my face? Is it painted all over me? If you guessed refreshed, you'd be correct. It is refreshing to see a horror movie that finally lives up to the hype. I just got back from seeing Hokum and I really enjoyed it. Going into it, I saw all of the stellar reviews saying how great it is, And surprisingly, it didn't tiptoe over the edge like a lot of horror movies love to do, where they just slap, scariest movie ever made, hope you brought your diaper, you're gonna be pooping, it's turbo extreme spookiness, that kind of thing, like Longlegs. And I know I've spit on that a lot, because I think it is just the perfect example. I think it is the epitome of this overhyped, exaggeratory marketing that horror movies are really leaning into these days. Longlegs was just but the advertising would lead you to believe that it's scarier than hell itself, that it was opening a fucking portal to the underworld or something. And a lot of movies now have been doing that pretty routinely, and it's just become a big pet peeve of mine. It is just so fucking annoying how just generic horror movies now just lean into this marketing of, you're gonna fart with fear, you're gonna be sucking your thumb for the rest of your life thinking about this movie, it's gonna traumatize you, don't see it, it's too scary, that kind of shit. I'm ranting about that again, can't help myself. The point is, Hokum didn't have that around it. The reviews were just extremely positive about how well shot it was and just how great it was at being unnerving and intense, and how well Adam Scott played his character here. And all of that I agree with. I think this was a really good movie. And interestingly enough, Hokum is... we're going to get into some spoilers here. I'm not going to do like major spoil... Well, maybe I'll do that. Spoiler warning. I don't know how deep into spoilers I'll get, but in order to talk about some things, we got to get into spoilers. Spoiler warning. The movie revolves around a witch that is supposedly trapped in the honeymoon suite of this very peculiar hotel. And they make that pretty clear early on, and in the advertising you can see that there's a supernatural element to this horror movie, but what really surprised me is that that's not the meat and potatoes here. This is actually more of a murder mystery than anything, with supernatural elements that are thrown in, like woven throughout it, really seamlessly, and it's great. It's like a really good marriage of murder mystery plus just genuinely good horror. Like, it does rely on a lot of jump scares, but they didn't feel cheap or anything. It actually just complemented the entire atmosphere they built up of this murder mystery really well. So I thought that was very cool. They introduced some interesting characters. Adam Scott plays a writer who's a real asshole. And you spend most of the movie kind of rooting against him. You're like, okay, when's the witch gonna fuck this guy? And by the end of it, you're like, oh, please, I hope everything works out okay, that kind of thing. They do a good job of making you care and fleshing out these characters. Even like a wacky guy in the forest named Jerry, he gets quite a bit to do. He's a cool character. It does a lot that I didn't expect it to do. I was expecting, based on the previews, or the trailers and the reviews, it would mainly just be like a horror movie about a witch, that kind of thing, just doing like creepy witch shit. But it's not. That is definitely there, and when it's there, it's done well. They do try and put a different kind of spin on it to a certain degree using the folklore, which I appreciated. It's not the most unique thing you'll ever see when it comes to that, but it's done effectively. I also really appreciate that there's no stupid characters, per se. No characters are making, like, really dumb decisions. Like, there's even a moment where they basically do like a video game puzzle, like some shit you'd see out of like Resident Evil or something, where Bowman, Adam Scott's character, has to brainstorm and come up with a good plan on how to utilize a dumbwaiter without just trapping himself and basically game over there. And the solution was really creative. I just appreciated that, because usually a lot of horror movies rely on characters being super stupid. Here, not so much the case. That being said, there is something in the very beginning of the movie. He is writing a story, and it is reaching its conclusion. And there is a glass bottle with a very important item inside. And the character and a child that's traveling with them are in the desert, and they reach their destination. But then he realizes he can't open that bottle to get the piece of paper inside of it out. So his plan is pretty morbid. He believes the only way to open it is to break it on the skull of the child. So he was going to bash his skull with the glass bottle in order to break the glass to get the item out. And I think that's just a little silly. And this is something kind of important to the film because it shows Bowman's outlook. He has been through something very traumatic, so he views everything as just having bleak endings. And that's a point he makes to a waitress at that hotel while he's drinking. He's describing the ending of that story, and she says how bleak it is, and he's like, yep, that's how everything goes. And this is a perspective that he has carried his whole life after that incident that happened in his past. And even at the end of the movie, as things change and the ending of this book maybe gets altered in certain ways, it is still reflective of his outlook, and that's why it's something that's kind of important to the overall film. But even in the end, the solution of bashing the bottle on the skull is still the only thing that the characters thought of there. And I just thought that was really silly. Immediately what came to mind is, why the fuck would you decide that the only way to break that glass bottle is by killing your child there with it, breaking it on their skull? If that is let's just assume the sand is way too soft and there's nothing you can do to like stomp on it to break it because the sand would just absorb all the energy. It wouldn't actually like explode the glass. There's obviously no rocks around them because they were looking for a rock, couldn't find a rock. The skull is not the only part of the human body. Like, you could do, like, elbows, you could do knee. I feel like there's 100 other ways of breaking the glass there that doesn't involve just bashing someone's skull and to hopefully break it. So I had to just suspend disbelief there and just write it off as, well, it's because he wanted it to be a bleak ending, and that's why that's the only solution that he could come up with. But I feel like when he was talking with the waitress, he made it sound like it's the only logical one, too. Thus, everything has to be bleak because it's only logical that it's all bleak, that kind of thing. When really, if you just think about it for a handful of seconds, you can come up with multiple other solutions. Like, fuck, you could have someone hold that glass bottle and then you kick it. Like, there's a bunch of ways to break it. Like, genuinely, a bunch of ways to break it that aren't that one. So that was the only time where I was like, okay, that's a little silly, that's a little stupid. Everything else the characters do, I think, is very smart. And I know that actually flies in the face of some reviews that say that the characters are really dumb. And then they point out things that genuinely I feel like they didn't even watch the movie. So like one of the things is, he didn't even try and break any windows. He's in the honeymoon suite, which is at the very top of this hotel. And the windows are completely fucking boarded up. There's only one that's accessible that we can see in the film that has some holes in what's blocking it, and he looks through the window. That's how he sees, like, Jerry's there. How's he breaking that? And also, even if he did pull it off, then what? It's abandoned. Everyone's out because it's closed for the season, so then what? It wouldn't do anything. Everything he was doing, I think, made sense in trying to get out there. He tried the door. The little secret door, even started unscrewing it using a knife. He used the dumbwaiter to try and see if there was a way out through this secret basement. He then used the manual pulley system in order to ring the bell to try and get someone's attention for help. Everything he was doing felt pretty smart in trying to get out of there. Like, I don't think the characters made standard shitty horror movie character decisions. I actually think for the most part, it was pretty sound. I don't have any complaints in that department at all. The only other complaint that I have is that I do think that when they showed the witch, it wasn't really creepy. It was a little silly. Like, all the scenes with the witch, like, creeping up and doing, like, freaky shit, I thought was good and unnerving. But then when they just show you the witch and she's taken prisoners, it takes all of the oomph out of it. It's no longer scary, and then there's like CGI demon things as well, and it gets just a little wonky. So I didn't think that was overly amazing there. I think it was better when they weren't just showing you the witch outright or anything like that. But yeah, anyway, like I said, I enjoyed Hokum, and I do think it lives up to the hype, where it's very realistic hype of, this is a good horror movie that has very interesting shots in it, which it does. It has some really cool shots in this film. I think they did a good job of keeping things very interesting, especially during some of its tension-building moments that they do break that tension with a jump scare, but I think they kind of earned it with what they were setting up for the most part, so I don't have, like, an issue with that. Like I said, I enjoyed it. That's really about it. So yeah, we're talking about something very serious today. Throughout the video, you're going to see my shirt changes. It's not some kind of like crazy, wacky, magic trick from America's Got Talent or anything. I actually filmed this video earlier this morning when the story first broke. It's the killing of Alex Preddy in Minnesota at the hands of border agents. And I made the video, but I was pretty heated and I wanted to kind of simmer down and take a break, so I went out before posting it. I just got home, and now even more angles and videos have been released that show beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is a 100% unjustified killing of an American citizen here. And it seems like the execution stems from them finding out that he had a gun on his person. His Second Amendment rights. In all of the videos that exist, there is not a single moment where he is reaching for the gun, brandishing it, threatening with it, or anything at all, and we have video that shows the entire interaction from start to finish. His name was Alex Preddy, a 37-year-old nurse who worked in the ICU at Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement outside of a couple of traffic tickets, and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his life being shot multiple times by these agents, all because of him exercising his Second Amendment rights, which again, he wasn't trying to use as an intimidation tactic on the officers or anything like that. When they were beating him on the ground, pistol whipping him on the ground, they happened to see that he had a gun, apparently. He wasn't throwing it at them as like a threat or something, or brandishing it or anything. He simply had it on him, which he was well within his right to do, and he got murdered for it. This is completely unacceptable, and the fucking drones that are somehow like parading around like this is some kind of victory or something is sickening. It should be viewed as treasonous by any real Americans when you see this footage. And they had the gall to say that Alex Preddy was like the instigator, labeling him a domestic terrorist I saw from a couple of places, claiming that he approached these agents with a 9mm. He approached them with a gun looking to start shit. But that is not true. In all of the videos you see, he has a phone in his hands. Not a gun in his hands, he has a phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is blatantly obvious what they're trying to do. And it's something they've been doing a lot recently. Trying to tell you that what you're seeing isn't real. Trust their words, not your eyes. That is completely fucking outrageous, and people are willingly doing it. That's the craziest part. There are people that are like, oh, I saw he had his phone, but if they say it was a gun, well, that must have been a gun. I cannot believe we've reached this level of brainwashing. There are so many angles of this, and in every single one of them, you can see he has his phone in his hand, and at no point during this interaction did he ever, pull a gun on them or anything. And in fact, in one of the angles, you can even clearly see that the agents actually took the gun from him prior to him being shot. You can actually see what looks to be one of the agents disarming him, taking the gun out of its holster and running away with the gun prior to him being shot. And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear that I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. So he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back.
Honestly.
Just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did. That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right there. He has his phone in his hand, and then with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
In this section, you can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
The fuck, people? The fuck is wrong with you? Honestly.
I'm gonna stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights, and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone if you actually think this is a good thing. All you care about is just like sucking wiener from the authorities now all of a sudden. You care more about just being on a team than you do thinking for yourself. It's fucking tragic. It is embarrassing. This is crazy now that I'm seeing people justify this guy's murder because he had a weapon. Wake the fuck up. This is America. You can carry weapons. I sometimes carry a gun in public. I have friends who every day carry. It is your right as an American to carry a firearm if you so choose. That is not grounds for a murder. And based on all of the video footage, all of the available evidence, this guy was not brandishing it or anything like that. Thus, he wasn't threatening anyone or about to shoot someone with it, so they had to kill him to stop him. That doesn't seem to be the case. They're now just using the fact that he had a gun as a justification to kill him. That should be extremely alarming to anyone who cares about 2A. Like, again, him having it should not be an issue. And any real, actual American, like a real patriot, should be arguing for his right to carry, because it is something that we have the right to do, and that should not be a justification for this man being killed by these agents. This point that they're trying to beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the only people being arrested and targeted by ICE are rapists and pedophile illegal aliens, which is just not the case. There definitely have been rapists and pedophiles that have been snatched up in all of this, and those rapists and pedophiles that have been caught and taken away, that's good. They shouldn't be out there breathing the free air. Great. But that's not all that's happening here. You could also right now march into the White House and arrest everyone in the White House, and you would get a ton of rapists and pedophiles. Why isn't that happening? If the goal is getting rapists and pedophiles off of American soil, thrown in the slammer, taking them away from society, why is it only just walking through the fucking streets of Minnesota trying to do it? You would get significantly more rapists and pedophiles if you took ICE and brought them to the White House. An administration is actively covering up a massive child sex trafficking operation and letting tons of evil people get away with this, tons of clients. So if the goal is to get this kind of evil out of this country, why would you not start with what is provably a spot that has so many of them? Also, that belief of like a secret pedophile ring was a very popular one among Trump voters for the longest time. And now that it has been proven beyond a shadow of a doubt to be real, legitimate reality, they are now just ignoring it. They have been proven correct that there was a huge pedophile ring of these powerful politicians, but because some of their favorite politicians are potentially wrapped up in it, they just want to drop it and forget about it. Absolutely unhinged, by the way. It's crazy. So many people for the longest time were adamant against like government surveillance and Big Brother watching them being a huge concern. Now, plenty of people are welcoming it with open arms and a huge smile on their face. For the longest time, people would be preaching about the importance of the Second Amendment and gun rights. And now, even with this, they're saying, well, he had a gun, which means that's an executable offense. So it seems like they now no longer believe in Americans' right to own guns or carry guns, which was a core component of like the right for a long time, where there was like this big fear about they're coming for our guns. And now the same people that were arguing like to protect that are now arguing against it, saying, well, this guy deserved to die because he had a gun with him. It's a fundamental right of Americans to have guns, gun ownership. You can carry them in public too. Like that, you shouldn't be killed for that. And in the footage here, it doesn't seem like he was brandishing it or anything. And also, the same people that only like a year and a half ago were constantly telling you to question the government, that you can't trust anything that comes out of the government, the authorities always lying to you, are now just willingly, blindly, unquestioningly following anything authorities tell them to believe in, and shut out any and all thought and just have the hive mind think for them. It is crazy because it seems like the only actual belief of some of these fucking brainwashed drones is relentless cock gobbling. All they want to do is swallow boots and penis from the government. So if the administration or the news, which they used to hate the news, but now that the news just parrots points from big government that they like to clap their hands at like seals, they now just trust all of it all of a sudden, even though there's been no big change with these mainstream media outlets, by the way, that they used to not trust only a year and a half ago. But now, anytime they hear something from the news or anything that comes from the government, they will just immediately accept without a second thought and then attack anyone else that is saying differently, or even just probing them to maybe think a little bit more about the narratives. Keep in mind, the government themselves are currently not even complying with their own laws that Trump has signed, like the Epstein Transparency Act, where the DOJ is still putting up a fight and are over a month late to compliance with releasing the Epstein files. They are still fighting tooth and nail to not release them, and even recently, only a week ago, outright said maybe there's no court that can force them to order this. They didn't even say maybe. I gave them a very charitable thing right there. They actually said courts can't force them to do this, and that if they don't comply, there's nothing anyone can do. They can't be sued. If the DOJ doesn't comply, go fuck yourself, pussy. That's basically their sentiment. They are not complying with their own fucking laws, and yet people are still willing to overlook that in order to just keep, like, playing for the same team. It's like it's a competition to see who can think the least and who can regurgitate enough from the hive mind to be, like, the biggest super fan of their side. It's fucking despicable. It's actually crazy. This is real sheep behavior. I know a lot of these people like to say sheep, sheep, sheep for the longest time, but now they are actually the epitome of that. Here's just a little thought experiment if you can break through the programming for a second. Imagine what's happening in Minnesota was happening under Obama or Biden, where there were masked agents that were constantly surveilling you, and even at times asking for your papers, your documents to prove you're an American citizen, constantly needing to provide your private information to these masked agents. And these agents also had killed 2 American citizens. What do you think your response would be? Would you be like, oh yes, please, everyone needs to comply with this. This is good. This is what I want. This is what I look for in Obama or Biden. This is what I'm happy about. Would you be as excited then as you are now in that scenario? My guess would be probably not, because you would rightfully view this as an infringement on your rights as an American. Your Second Amendment right, where apparently even carrying a gun now is a crime punishable by death. Like, this isn't something anyone should be championing for, but because it's become such like a team-focused sport, people delude themselves into thinking that they have to support this, and thus they will abandon all of their beliefs in order to stay on this side. It's crazy to me. I truly don't even know what the solution here is, because people are just willingly, on their own accord, no longer trusting what they see and what they know to be true. They would rather just have the government tell them what to think and what's true. So that way they don't have to do any level of thought for their own. How do you fix that? I genuinely do not know. I have no idea. I don't know how you can watch this footage and multiple angles of this situation and still come out trusting the government's word on the series of events that unfolded when you can yourself watch the footage and prove them false. What do you do to someone that just refuses to at least try and see things clearly? I don't know, but it's fucking tragic, and it's only getting worse. It is so fucking out of control. I had to yap about this. I've been actually fuming all day. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Since the day I was born, it was clear to everyone, my parents, the doctors, that I was born to be a gamer. I have an entire channel dedicated to non-stop gaming, Moist Critical Gaming, best gaming channel on YouTube. And I started to ponder recently, is there a way to elevate this experience of gaming? Something we all take for granted. And got me thinking, because realism is something that's very important to a lot of games, but games are somewhat limited in what they can make you feel, right? Because they're a game on the screen. Yeah, they can kind of scare you with jump scares, but you'll never get like that terror of feeling like you're actually in danger. You know, it's not Ready Player One where if you come in the game, you come in real life. And it got me thinking and stinking, is there a way to set something up that can get that kind of experience where, like, playing Counter-Strike, you can, you know, feel the recoil. You can feel when you get shot within reason, not actually like, you know, you get shot in the game and you get shot in real life. Not to that extreme. And I had remembered a while ago, I'd actually seen a couple of people experiment with something like that. Most notably, the guy who created the recoil machine. This was a viral video a while back. I can't find the original anymore, but he set up a recoil machine where you would obviously feel it, and it's fucking amazing to look at. And he's not the only one that set things up like this. I remember someone did something similar with a desk where, like, if a grenade blows up, the desk pops, that kind of thing. So I thought, why not combine all of these ideas, creating the next evolution of realistic gaming experiences for a first-person shooter? So we started kicking around the idea with a friend of ours who's an engineer, who thought he could make it happen, so he did. And I think the results are pretty great. Alright, here it comes. See, that's how games are supposed to feel. Oh wait, I'm on SSG now.
Yeah, you're getting big shots. Oh my god.
Yep, I got that too, by the way. Alright, give me the auto again. So this is one of many features. So instead of having like the recoil machine that's blasting your shoulder and destroying the setup, I wanted something that was somewhat functional. So having recoil on the sniper in particular, it was set up with a hydraulic blaster that when you fire an op or SSG or the auto, God forbid the auto, you go on a whole roller coaster there. That turns this shit into a Sibian sex machine. It would then blast your chair. So you'd feel the recoil, basically. Another thing was flashbangs. Flashbangs we had a massive light set up, so the flashbangs would blind you IRL, so you'd really be mindful of trying to avoid flashes in game. He also set up a hydraulic system for damage, so if you took a lot of damage, you're gonna know because the desk fucking explodes like it just got hit with dynamite, like Wile E. Coyote got the plunger out and just exploded the desk.
Right. Bus driver, move that bus.
Cowabunga.
I knew that would be it. Imagine you're watching Long from B and you just hear tink, 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 tink. And then this.
And then you hear your teammate explode IRL.
You hear somebody just scream. Oh, it did fuck up the bottom.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. Big hole in it.
Yeah.
So cracked the corner too.
Yeah.
There's also the tack vest. I don't actually know what this is called. This is just a piece of equipment that already exists that he found and decided to slap it on to see what that feels like. So it's like something for your wrists and your chest. So when you're shot in the game, it'll like vibrate or somewhat like indicate through pressure where you got shot. It's a nifty little thing, but it's more of a novelty than like an actual realism thing. But the hydraulic systems to the chair and the desk were fucking extraordinary. It really amplified the stakes, and the flashbangs were legitimately debilitating. So, naturally, after making sure everything worked, we took it into ranked. It's been a while. I'm home.
Oh, there goes my Dust 2 rank.
Does SSG make it go off as well? This is just going to be a dead round. This is just me on haptic feedback playing Counter-Strike. Oh my god.
Oh, we forgot to put pyrotechnics in. Heated seat would be
the chair lights on fire when you're in a volley.
Heated seat would actually go ballistic.
Oh, is that like that new show, Heated Rifle?
Oh! If he peeks, man, I tell you.
You're racking up money for that op.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you shoot?
Never shoot that shit. Oh!
My team just called me out, by the way.
What did they say?
He said, move up, bomb. I had bomb. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, yep, I do it to him like that.
He's just winning the game.
Yeah, I just do it to him like that.
That's crazy.
It's no big deal, though. I mean, it's no big deal.
Alright, so what are you thinking? Well, you didn't die, you don't have to pump it up.
No, not yet, I don't. That table bounce almost got me killed, though, I'll tell you what.
Oh! Flash out!
Those are actually so great. Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, I got it.
What a shot! 8 shots.
I'll go in the hole.
Because he's immersed.
Yeah, it's the immersion, baby. Yeah, better. Matt, you might just start climbing today. I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna tell you something you don't want to hear, but I'm kind of doing it to him.
Is this enhancing your immersion? You feel like you're in the game?
I do.
Like you're locking in more?
Yeah, it's like I'm at the optimal distance, 10 feet away from the screen. I got my haptic feedback in my hydraulic chair.
Charlie can just see a pixel move a little bit and he shoots. He can't even make out the full screen.
Oh my god.
We gotta take those. We gotta take those. Shots fired. Shots fired.
You almost threw it at me. I almost threw it at me. He's pushing. Oh! Okay.
Now we gotta go up somewhere.
Oh, he died. We gotta go up 5% on each.
Crank me up.
Yo, can you grab Bob and come along with us?
If this guy gives me another order, I swear to God, what a douchebag.
Actually, the nicest person I've ever heard.
Legitimately, this guy's
hasn't ripped a single slur at you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Okay. The tape held!
I think it pushed the monitor down. Like,
yeah, it did. It definitely did.
No, that timing is so sorry.
Oh, you're just like, he didn't hit you with a sniper.
Yeah, I got lucky that the Molotov cooked me a bit first.
You want to go?
Yeah, you can crank me up. I got it up again.
10 more percent?
Yeah, give me 10 more. Give me 10 more. I'm ready. That's fucking eagle work.
Playing in an AMC IMAX theater there.
Oh my god, I'm so bad at people peeking now. Holy shit, that was terrible.
You ever played during the Case opening frenzy a couple months ago?
Nah, I didn't actually play.
Just a ridiculous.
Oh, what a shot. Oh boy. Yeah, that was. I mean, once that desk jumped, I no longer had my aim on. It's weird how that works.
That sounds like a skill issue.
True.
You know what they say? War is hell. Oh, you're lucky now.
I can imagine this solo on that already.
That's so fun.
Oh! Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, you got lucky again?
Yeah, I got lucky that he chipped me first. Well, actually, I hit myself with a grenade first. Alright, we can crank the power up again.
Alright.
Alright, much better. Is he watching Cat?
Oh, you got him! Oh! He's back, baby.
I'm back. They actually thought Swope would stop me. Watch this. Imagine though. Just imagine though.
It looks so funny. How much explosion.
When this gets to like 100, my bucket hat's gonna fucking fly off.
Oh, a little bit of a lag spike.
Yo! If only he knew how effective that flashbang really was. I'm not gonna. This ain't gonna get in the airport.
See, oh yeah, what's that gonna do for him? If he flipped backwards. There's no shot he flips backwards.
He's sumo squatting.
Yes.
Long push. Oh.
I can't
Smoke's B. Hard copy.
It sounds like I'm.
Oh wow. Oh wow. You got him. Oh, I didn't even see him cross. We won that game, by the way. I certainly cooled off after the desk kept blowing up multiple times and the monitor got all cattywampus and I was 20 feet away from the table. But, you know, it's an experiment and we did end up squeaking out the W. Matt then hopped into the hot seat. Didn't go as swimmingly. I will spoil a bit for you.
It makes me jump every time.
You should ask your teammates on mic, like, do you guys have your desk at 30% or 40%?
What's the BSI on your chairs?
Alright, anyone want to start the next game here?
Yeah, let me give it a try.
Give this one a whirl.
This is crazy. This feels just like how I set up at home.
With your wrist weights.
Whoops.
Now try leaning back.
That's much scarier.
Feels good though.
It gives you a little whiplash.
You're a pee-hole kind of guy?
Not normally. I just found a grenade, so. Oh, there they are. Oh, Von Winkeldorf got me. Oh, glass cannon up.
Here we go. Top time, baby. Show them what you're made of. Give them a little warm up. Yeah.
It really makes you flinch.
Yeah, they heard you buy that off. Now they're afraid.
My team has no comms.
Oh!
You ripped it off.
You gotta hit your shots, man. That won't happen.
There was a brief moment where it was
just hanging from
it was deciding whether. Oh, is it stuck in the table?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my god. Oh, it's on the table. Oh shit, that gets the blood pumping. All right. Don't you shoot that.
Oh, they're voting to kick you, man.
Shoot them all. Oh.
You alright?
Okay.
No, they voted to kick my How about we go into a death match or something?
Well, we have no choice now.
We're all just two. Ready up.
Oh,
that sounded
that one.
Yeah, that one's definitely.
That one got
it. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's gonna get me up in the morning.
You know what we should do?
Oh my god!
Damn right I hit it. I don't miss these shots. You saw me in the ranked game.
Oh my god! I'm cooking it on.
I'm online.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you know I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it.
At some point you can't even get back down, it just keeps you on. Got him?
Oh man, you're cooking.
You just get used to the motion, now your aim's fine.
I'm like getting seasick.
Alright, crank it.
Yeah, I think we just, let's max it out and let's see what it looks like.
Do you want me as the guinea pig when you max it out, or are you?
Yeah, you're already there.
Well, I think he's gotta change a bunch of settings.
Alright, here we go.
Alright, get in there.
You got it.
God, the platform.
You need to scoot forward.
You
can chase off and hop into the
I'm in.
That's it. Alright, maybe I just way too much.
Wait.
The auto's the one above it. You know, like a crazy ride.
Alright. that looks about right. That's about right. Yeah, I hit that wall pretty good. Yes!
You should have.
Do you want to try here? Sure.
Oh yeah,
there we go.
That a boy.
Oh.
He doesn't know how close he was.
Does he grazed him?
Alright, do you want to turn the desk back on?
Almost down.
Oh, good shooting.
It's that easy. She's not even zoomed.
Okay. I love the stance that we have to take.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh man. It is like a sumo squat. I'm about to do some big shikos lifting my legs. I had it squirting. Alright, do you want to get the desk going again?
Yeah, I'd say let's turn the desk on, let's crank it up a bit, and then I think we just finish off with
That will be the end of it, because it's gonna
blow everything off. So you can, yeah.
All right.
Flash yourself for a good mesh.
Yeah,
you can't see the table coming.
I'm gonna do what Matt said: flash and then grenade. But I'm not gonna auto as well because then I'm just gonna probably kill myself.
Right.
All right.
I'm gonna flash in the corner.
Flash out. Jesus. Well, the monitor's okay. Overall, this is what engineering is all about. We asked a question and found someone far smarter than us to invent the answer. And I really like the answer. I think there's even more potential with this idea. This was just round one of the concept, and I know it's a concept that's been explored by others in different ways, also using Counter-Strike. This is just our entry into it, and I want to see maybe there's even more fleshing out to be done. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah. There is huge censorship going on in gaming right now. I'm sure a lot of you saw Steam a few days back announced that hundreds of games have been pulled from their catalog because of the efforts of a group known as Collective Shout. Collective Shout is an organization that has been forcing payment processors to bully platforms into removing games they deem unfit for sale due to the themes around them. And for Steam's case, they targeted hundreds of adult games that featured, like, rape and incest. And a lot of people were pumping their fist like, yeah, that's good. How could you possibly be mad at that? Less degeneracy and disgusting shit on the platform. This is a big W across the board. It's not censorship if it's things I don't like being taken down. Obviously, like every weapon out there, this is only going to be used for good. Clearly, they're only going to use this power to take down very bad, gross things. Which is the most low IQ take you could ever have. Collective Shout, just yesterday, has now also gone after itch.io, and they have removed every single not suitable for work game from their platform. Not just rape and incest games, all adult games. We have de-indexed all adult NSFW content from our browse and search pages. We understand this action is sudden and disruptive, and we are truly sorry for the frustration and confusion caused by this change. Recently, we came under scrutiny from our payment processors regarding the nature of some content hosted on itch.io. Due to a game titled No Mercy, which was temporarily available on itch.io before being banned back in April, the organization Collective Shout launched the campaign against Steam and itch.io, directing concerns to our payment processors about the nature of certain content found on both platforms. So this is the playbook here. Collective Shout is a very powerful organization who somehow has a lot of leverage on payment processors. I don't know if they're just over there giving them perpetual wet willies or they got some serious dirt on like the upper echelon elites in the food chain at the payment processors. Like they got proof they're in the Epstein files or some shit. But they have got these payment processors by the nutsack, and they are squeezing the piss from their balls. So now the payment processors are LARPing as the moral authority on what people are allowed to spend the money they earned on. So they're making these sweeping censorship changes to Steam and itch.io. Steam, they made it very easy for the public to not make a big stink about it because they went after a very low-hanging fruit target that most people aren't going to be upset about. Oh no, you lost all your rape and, incest games. Boo-hoo, call the fucking wambulance. But what people don't realize is that is clearly just the first step here. Collective Shout has now already taken that, which hasn't even been like a full week, and it's translated it to wiping all adult content from itch.io, a totally separate platform using the same methodology of having the payment processors threaten to leave them. Censorship is not something that is a good thing. This is not a positive thing. Yoko Taro also came forward saying, like, this is pretty bad stuff, that other countries can now limit everyone else's free speech. He's right. That's not great. You don't like to see that. And let's go ahead and extend this to its natural conclusion here. As Collective Shout becomes more and more successful at censoring games, other organizations will spring up and do the same for things Collective Shout maybe doesn't want to see censored. Like, who's to say, with this censorship, now that it's proven that it can be done by having the payment processors threaten to pull out of these services, if you can bully them through the payment processors, you win. That's checkmate. Who's to say an organization doesn't pop up that wants to take away all kinds of LGBTQ representation in games? And now that they have a proven formula to follow, they could easily spring up and be probably very successful. Another organization could come about where they believe that M-rated games just shouldn't exist. Games should be focused purely to appeal to a younger demographic. They shouldn't be deep, thought-provoking games. There should be no violence. There could easily be a very puritanical organization that comes forward making similar pushes for censorship. I don't know how delusional you have to be to think that somehow this is only ever going to be used against bad things. It's not. And it's already extending way beyond what it started with for Collective Shout. They started with a very easy win on a genre of games that most people aren't really going to miss. And they have already extended that to just broad adult content from another platform, itch.io. And as they continue to be more successful, more organizations are going to follow that blueprint, follow those footsteps, and be successful as well, censoring other things that maybe Collective Shout doesn't want to see censored. It's going to just be fucking pandemonium, because it is clear now that these platforms are willing to go belly up, roll over, and suck the fucking schmeat of the payment processing cartel that shackles them. These payment processing patriots, who all of a sudden care so deeply about morality, are able to get these platforms to censor themselves at the behest of the organizations that are strong-arming them. It's absurd. And it doesn't stop there. If you do any amount of research on Collective Shout, you'll see that it's not just like adult games. They also went after Detroit Become Human and Grand Theft Auto 5 for absolutely fucking outlandish reasons. Like, this is actual horse hockey. And another scary fact, the article I was reading on stream, which I'm going to show you clips from so you can see about their previous attempts to go after things like Detroit Become Human and GTA 5, that article that I was reading then got taken down 8 hours after stream because Vice deemed it was a little too controversial, because the article wasn't super favorable to Collective Shout. So Collective Shout not only has pull in censoring games, but it looks like they can even take down some articles that are a little, harsh on how they're going about their mission or what they're trying to do here. In other words, it seems virtually impossible for Steam to host any adult games depicting child abuse. Rather, Collective Shout may be targeting popular video games that depict children in scenarios where they face distress or harm, even if these depictions are intended to encourage concern and care in the player. From there, the organization may be describing these titles as featuring child abuse. In 2018, Collective Shout encouraged its supporters to sign a petition to ban Detroit Become Human for sale in Australia, claiming the game features child abuse and violence against women. The petition focused on an abusive father's violent behavior towards his housekeeper and daughter in the game. This dynamic, core to the character Kara's story arc, is intended to encourage empathy for the abused woman and child. While it's unclear whether Collective Shout is actively targeting Detroit Become Human in 2025, the removal of such a game would be akin to artistic censorship of material discussing misogynistic abuse against female family members. Targeting the game, in other words, could be considered anti-feminist in intent. That doesn't really make any sense. In 2014, the organization called on Target to remove Grand Theft Auto 5 from store shelves, sharing a petition that claims the game encourages players to commit sexual violence and kill women. Collective Shout described GTA as if it were a misogynistic funhouse, stating the game lets players enact their fantasies of committing extreme violence against women, including punching women to the point of unconsciousness, killing them with a bat, gun, or machete, running them down with a car, and setting them on fire as they continue screaming. What world are we living in? What? So that all this is only reserved and acceptable if it's men. Like, if you're killing men with a bat, gun, and machete, running them down with a car and setting them on fire as they scream. These arguments are so weak and flimsy, and I think just downright detrimental to what they claim their mission is. This would basically, like these two things in conjunction, would make it so like most games won't even put women in there. So let's take the first example about like how children in like distress and harm is something that they would target and try and take down. It's why they went after Detroit Become Human. Let's extend that scope. Things like Limbo, Last of Us, Out of Sight, like these games where there are kids present and they do go through like hardship, that would be removed under their guidelines here. In Detroit Become Human, it's not like they're trying to glorify this type of horrible thing. It is used as a way of showcasing how bad a situation is and getting empathy from the player for what is happening to these characters. And yet they want to take it down, even though it is used to deliver positive messaging to the player. It's like they don't want any deep themes in their games, and not only that, it's like they don't want women to even be interactable in the games. So also something that wouldn't fly under their protocol here would be things like Tomb Raider. Any game where a female is leading it wouldn't really be possible because the women in the game are going to go through distress. Like Lara Croft goes through a lot worse than what they listed for GTA 5 being a misogynistic funhouse. Lara Croft gets killed in so many different ways potentially if you fail certain things. She's constantly being hunted, hurt. It's all like pretty much no game with a female character in it could be made if Collective Shout continues to gain this much power. It's a fucking absurd notion here. God of War, the new God of War, those games couldn't be made because Kratos' son obviously goes through a lot there. That would be a child in a harmful and distressing situation. It would be poo-pooed by Collective Shout. They would banish that shit to the Shadow Realm. Like, their rules on what is and is not acceptable are just unhinged. Again, this would fundamentally, like, scrub women from video games. Like, I don't know why they're not grasping that concept. They call GTA 5 a misogynistic funhouse because you can hurt women in it and that kind of thing, which you can also do to men. But the issue is exclusively because women can also be hurt and killed in GTA 5 just like the men can. It's not like GTA 5 is telling the player, you have to go commit these sexual violent acts against women right now. We need you as the player to score 100 sexual violent crimes against our women in the city right now. Go out there. That's the quest. Go fucking just slap 1,000 women for maximum turbo gamer points. Like, it's pretty fucking crazy. So basically, if you are going to have women in the games, the only way I see that even be possible with Collective Shout's, groundwork they're laying here, the way I understand it, is if every female in the game is immortal, God mode activated, and uninteractable outside of dialogue and cutscenes, but the female character also cannot go through anything distressing or deep, basically has to just be like a completely flat nothing burger of a character. Otherwise, it could be like too much harm that they faced or something in the game. It just seems completely antithetical to what the mission they claim to have is. Again, with how they have targeted games in the past and what they're currently doing, it feels like most game companies, in order to play ball with these demands, will probably just elect to not have female-facing games, like with a lead female protagonist, and they will probably ensure that the female characters that might appear in the game don't play a big role in it because they never know what Collective Shout might have an issue with. And since these games' budgets are so bloated these days, I don't think they'll be willing to take any kind of chances, any type of risk of their game being just like wiped off of like the biggest fucking gaming platforms like Steam. So they'll probably just elect to play it safe and have any female characters just in the background with a really insignificant role. Because, again, there's no way of knowing what Collective Shout's going to try and spin when it comes to these games and these characters. Like, again, Detroit Become Human. All of that they listed there as an issue that was literally in the game to deliver messaging on how unacceptable that shit is. It was used for empathy, not a glorification or anything at all. It was actually delivering a message that really feels very in line with what Collective Shout claims to fight for. It is completely out of control. And let's go ahead and just continue to play a little here, a little theater of the mind. If you can successfully bully payment processors, and it's reported that Collective Shout is doing this by constantly phoning them up with like 1,000 employees or so. I don't know if that's all confirmed or not. But if you can get 1,000 people together and successfully have these payment processors threaten to leave some of the biggest platforms for gaming, think about what kind of power you can control with these payment processors. If you can just have them like puppets on your strings, that is so dangerous. There is no amount of mental gymnastics you can possibly do to conjure up a justification for why a payment processor has a say in what you can spend your money on, what they will permit you to spend your doubloons on. That is a bad direction for the future, which obviously extends far beyond just video games. This is a much bigger topic, a bigger issue than just gaming. If payment processors now going to step in and basically be like the fucking, lacrosse house party guy who's like, who do you know here? No, you're not allowed in. When you're trying to spend your money on a product, we've got a huge problem. Just play with that possibility here for a second. Like, let's say you want to buy a dildo or something, right? You want an adult sex toy. Well, what if the payment processors deem those to be obscene? We will not support any businesses that are selling these adult toys. Consumers shouldn't be able to buy these. Okay, all of a sudden you can't buy those? That's been fucking wiped out. And let's take it to something that's not even sexual. Let's say a katana or something. I want a katana for my room. I really liked some of the blades from One Piece. It'd be really nice to have a replica blade. Well, turns out the payment processors deem those to be a little too dangerous and threaten to pull out of any websites that are offering katanas for sale because those are some very scary, lethal weapons. So, can't buy those anymore. It's a big issue. Payment processors should have no say in what you spend your fucking money on. Of course, that doesn't apply when it's like you trying to buy something highly illegal. I get that. But things like this is absurd. Like, this is completely preposterous and out of control. Anyway, I just had to yap about this a bit. That's really it. See ya. Did you see that Midwest safety video? The simple traffic stop turns into citywide chaos. Okay, I'll give it a whirl.
On May 14th, 2025 in Willoughby Hills, Ohio, an officer is on routine patrol when a dark blue Subaru with expired tags passes by. But this routine stop is about to escalate far beyond a typical encounter, putting multiple lives at risk.
Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm shaking up.
Okay, were you in your car?
Yeah, I was in my car. Go ahead.
Traffic stop. Planet Fitness parking lot.
Oh, nothing good ever happens at a Planet Fitness. Uh-oh, this is about to get crazy. I already feel it. The title already told me, but now that I see it's at a Planet Fitness where the Genesis is, we're cooked. Where was this? Doesn't say. I think it said at the beginning, but I already forgot. It's in Ohio? Okay.
Wait a second, it's tempting. Howdy!
I know I'm expired.
Yes, sir.
I'm homeless with the cat in the car right now.
Okay. You got your ID on you? Yeah, it's just expired by, 3 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, we're home. I'm homeless. Been homeless at that time. Yeah, I'm trying, hoping we can shower.
Where's that?
Planet Fitness. My brother's going to send me a screenshot of his QR code. Hopefully get us in there to shower.
All right, I appreciate it. Do you have your insurance with you, Mr. Montgomery? You got your ID with you, ma'am?
No, my ID got stolen.
What's your social? What's that?
Talking to the cat.
Oh. What's your social, ma'am?
I don't know by heart, but I can get my...
This seems so polite right now. How does it go tits up?
Where I'm speaking with you, Mr. Montgomery?
No, man.
Okay.
I don't have no weapon. I mean, well, a pocket knife.
The cat's not going to jump out, is it?
Yeah, he will.
Can't find your social right now. We'll just go with your name and date of birth.
Stacy Montgomery.
I'll be back with you in a minute.
For 42-year-olds, that don't know the social. She's 42 years old. She's going to have social. She's hiding something, or she's got warrants or something like that.
Hey, just keep an eye on them. All right, male driver's the listed owner. Still working.
That's not the most unbelievable thing in the world, not knowing your social by heart. I could definitely see that. I'm sure there's plenty of people that don't. I don't think that's that suspicious.
Dangerous.
Did you find her or no?
No.
So she got the social? She found it?
Timu baby no money.
I'm going to look. I'm going to try finding her.
You able to find that social?
He does kind of look like him.
There's a cat in the car. Is that going to be a problem? I don't know who she is yet, so I'm still working on it.
Why don't you keep looking for your social, see if you can find that, okay? So we can get yours.
Hello?
Mom,
hey.
I need you to send me a picture of my insurance. I'm pulled over right now.
Why'd you get pulled over? Speeding?
No.
Oh, okay. Hold on a minute.
I haven't even been told.
She hasn't been able to find it?
Okay, hold on. I hope it don't hang up.
You haven't been able to find it, ma'am?
Oh, not yet, sorry.
Does your phone work when it's not connected to the car?
What do you mean?
Like, if I ask you guys to step out, will it work while she's outside the car?
What do you mean ask me to step out? What did I even get pulled over for?
For the expired license plates, which you said you were aware of?
Yeah, and I'm gotta get that fixed. I understand
Yeah, no problem. I can't find her information, so that's why I was going to ask you guys to step out of the vehicle.
You see how our car looks? Like,
yeah, I see.
Come and go.
The car looks to be in good shape. What do you mean? What's wrong with the car? A little bit of bird shit smudged here, but that's nothing. That'll buff out. do you mean, man? The car's fine. Why are you saying it like that?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Because of the tag?
What's that?
Because of the tag?
Am I illegally allowed to ask you to step out?
Me? No. Her. I know you can tell me to step out.
Yeah, I can tell both people.
Yeah, but you're asking me.
They're acting kind of fishy. Location. Right now, I'm asking, right? In a nice, professional.
I'm kind of feeling like all these cops are here for what? Like, what is going on right now?
Well, I have a backup officer, and
there's 7 cops here.
There's not 7 cops. There's 3 cops and a ride-along who's a college student. So 3 cops, not 7.
Yeah, but I don't even know what I did.
Okay, you're not wearing your seatbelt, so I'm allowed to identify you.
What what the hell is a Terminator? Is that the spike strip? Or what did he do? He just drop a bomb under the car tire? What is that? I'm assuming that's a spike strip, right? Fuck is a Terminator? A Claymore! Yeah, man, just deployed the tactical Claymore here.
I'm allowed to identify you. It's buckled behind you. You gave me a name and a birth date, ma'am. It's not coming back to anybody.
Well, I don't know why. That's who I am.
Well,
That's who
most people at the age of 41 would know their social security number.
Most people work, and I don't.
I'm asking you both to exit the vehicle. Roll the window up and exit the vehicle.
Roll the window up?
Yeah, so your cat doesn't get out, dude.
What I'm saying, why am I being asked to remove myself from my home?
It doesn't matter. It's still a motor vehicle, okay?
Yeah,
I know you're sleeping in it. I understand that you're telling me you're homeless, but it's still a motor vehicle. I can ask you to exit, which I'm doing that right now. So right now is me asking. So I'm asking you to exit the motor vehicle so I can figure out who she is. I'm going to have my partner over here run his canine around your vehicle.
Just do.
Okay? That's why I'm asking you, okay? But I need to identify who she is, okay? You're not helping your case right now.
Is that his mom?
Ask, okay? I don't want to get to the tell, and I don't want to get to the make portion, so I'm asking you. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to be cool. Get her car.
Oh, did he just dodge the Terminator? He outsmarted him.
Got flat.
Well, look, that vehicle's taking off.
Bye-bye, Planet Fitness.
It's running on flats. It went over the Terminator.
We're gonna have to swing Squad 2 around. I think I heard the lunk alarm go off in the Planet Fitness. Throw him in cuffs.
It's going towards Lakeshore. Westbound on Lakeshore. Come on, get in there. Going through the construction zone.
HQ, can you find me the biggest man in the Planet Fitness? I want to get him on the horn. We'll get him involved. Holy Jesus. Good, the officer's really going in. Right through the road work.
Right, shotgun and Lloyd, runway short. You ready, buddy? Wycliffe, if you got anybody near Lakeland and Lloyd, they're coming up southbound on Lloyd. It's running on at least one flat. God damn it! That's in grand.
Squad 2, break off and pull that guy over. Hit him with a pit maneuver.
Going over the railroad tracks. It's losing a tire.
Uh-oh, the Terminator's taking its toll on that tire now. Oh, shit. Damn, the officer's growling at him. He's getting feral.
Can you advise Willoughby, just in case it continues east? Throwing out the windows. Throwing something out the window.
It was a banana peel. It didn't work. Try the green shell.
Coming up, that's running right now. Continuing eastbound past real time.
Oh, God.
He's throwing drugs out the window.
He's throwing all kinds of trinkets out there. Oh, God. Holy fuck, he threw the whole sleeping bag. Now, that was an innovative strategy. I haven't seen that deployed.
Bliss, Oak Ridge.
This is like fucking Diddy Kong Racing right now. Holy. That's a big-ass sleeping bag, too.
More stuff out the window.
Oh, God, Jesus. The Jan Sports backpack as well? This guy's dumping all his loot. No shit, right by the Chick-fil-A. Man, this must be a bumpy-ass road. There's a lot of shit jiggling around here in the cop car. Also, what the fuck was this attempt here? This has to be the laziest deployment I've ever seen of a spike strip. Hopefully he's in the right lane going super slow. What happened? Did he, like, yank it too far back, maybe, and I just missed it? Nope, he just runs up and just plops it in the right-hand lane there. That one never stood a chance.
Into the Lowe's parking lot. You ready, buddy?
Oh! I smell a pit maneuver. Yep. They had a bunch of open space. Oh, fuck, he's still cruising. Oh, there goes the whole tire. I lost him. I don't know where he is. He vanished. He must have picked up some active camo.
Ryan, I lost it.
Behind Lowe's.
Dark blue. It's only got 3 tires now and damage.
Damn, he actually vanished.
Okay, he's almost up to 84. Something like that. My speed is at 50.
Come on. Jesus Christ. Willoughby, get out of the way.
I have a female on the phone if I'm going to do it, but went northbound on Rush. Alright, just there. Still northbound Rush.
Who's Willoughby? Is that another officer that got beef?
Isaac, let me get around you.
rival department. Yeah. What are they blurring?
They're both currently smoking meth in the vehicle, I can see.
I thought maybe he was like gearing up to throw a big dildo out there or something. Ah. That's, huh. Wow, they're giving it one big hoorah.
Right behind him. You ready, buddy? You gonna get that, man?
Tactical meth deployment.
Bye. 361.
We got more spikes. You can get them out.
Almost. That was a more spirited attempt, at least. Oh, fuck. Jesus. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little worried that he hit somebody. Does everyone walk away from this okay? Because now he is fucking zooted off his gourd now. So now he can't even stay in the right side. The meth powered him up. Yeah, it's like the goddamn star in Mario Kart. Was he actually looking to carjack there? It didn't really seem like it.
Downtown Wilby. Let him go. Let him slow down, Sean. Let him slow down, Sean.
Sean! Hit the brakes, bro.
Just back it off and turn your lights off so he slows down, and he's doing 70 on one wrist.
Crossing there, you know.
Alright, let it go. Basically, you can advise Menor. He's coming into their city. He's going 60, 70 through Vine Street here. We're going to let him go. He was throwing out numerous baggies. There was a whole book bag he threw out. And
that was a very responsible decision right there. Because it was getting very dangerous.
Just drive, dude!
Why are you yelling at him?
Alright, I lost up at Johnny Cake.
What did he do wrong? He's stressed out. Got a fucking maniac on the loose. You got the methed out marauder just fucking pillaging the city here on the streets.
Searching for them, the suspect seized the opportunity to make multiple carjacking attempts.
Oh, he actually... What the fuck? Oh my god! Damn, this guy's actually fully unhinged. What the fuck? Him and his girl were actually going to carjack them. Damn!
911, where's your emergency?
I just witnessed a car slam into another one, and now they're getting into another person's car. They're stealing her car.
What kind of car are they getting into?
It is a white four-door small sedan. I cannot see the make or model.
Wow, the title did not lie. This is chaotic throughout the entire city. And it all started over like an expired tag and asking for a social security number that she forgot. It turns out they stumbled across like an actual madman. And they left their cat in that car, by the way. So they carjacked this and left their cat in this car that they have just crashed into another vehicle. I feel so bad for the cat. I hope the cat's okay.
Car are they getting into?
It is a white four-door small sedan. I cannot see the make or model.
Sean, we just passed it. Looked like it crashed into a house.
Just give it back there inside the house or no?
They took my car. It's a 2018 Nissan Versa. License plate.
All right, they just took a
2018 Nissan Versa.
Wow.
It's white and it went eastbound from this location. I'll give you an address here in a second.
Walked out of the car and I stole my mom's car. They hit this house and I'm trying to get them to answer the door. Our house is not hit by a car.
Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm shaking up.
Okay, were you in your car?
Yeah, I was in my car. They
Okay.
made me get out.
Do they have a gun or anything?
We don't have a crowbar.
So they turned right on 306.
Holy shit. So this guy was actually gonna fucking beat her to get the car. Yeah, this guy's hopefully going away for a long, long time.
Heading south.
Chester Township as well. Contact you.
Oh, they got it.
You got it?
They're on it. Looks like they're going to Chester. They're all the way at 6 and 306. You want me to keep heading that way just in case they wreck it out? All right, I'll keep heading that way and I'll scan them and I'll see what I run into. All right, we're going on a field trip. Yeah, you write your 15th paper today about how you almost lost your life 16 times in the car. We jumped this bitch twice.
What are you What? How you almost lost your life 16 times in the car? What are you talking about, bro? That's not what I'd want to hear with the person who is still currently driving me. You telling me you almost got my ass killed 16 times today? You don't have control of your vehicle like that? You're not that guy? Bro, drop me off. I'm not on the force. I don't need to be doing this. I've got the data I need for my paper. Let me out. Wait, the RGB keyboard goes hard? It does go hard. I think that was a little ballistic. Yeah, he's got the fucking Corsair.
Your life 16 times in the car. We jumped this bitch twice. It sounds like someone's chasing it right now.
Kirtland's right behind it. They're going into Chesterland right now.
I don't know how they got this far on 3 tires.
I don't know where they're going.
Yeah, I don't think they know either, but...
Every freeway we were waiting. Who chases and doesn't go on a freeway?
Right. Is this it? Let's go!
Here we go. Big deployment. Oh, there you go.
25's got a hit. 25's got a hit. I think I only had one successful hit on the driver's side.
Unfortunately, you damaged your car a little bit. I hate to say it. I'm just.
Did they get him or no?
Mechanic, so he said it's smoking, so I can't imagine it's gonna last too long.
Willow doesn't have an ID on the driver. Does have an ID on the driver. We're gonna have an egg rock.
What? Did the officer... Didn't mean to click there.
They hit this house.
Damaged too long.
The officer, like, swerved out of his way to hit the spikes.
Willow doesn't have an ID on the driver.
What the fuck, man? Why did he do that? The cop literally went out of his way, swerved to hit the spikes. What was the point of that? What did he think it was going to be? Like a speed boost or something? Like video game rules? Like it's F-Zero GX or something? Oh, fuck yeah, boost pad. Too many tires. True. This is an unfair chase. I have 4. He only has 3. It's dishonorable. I'll take one out.
We're gonna have an egg rock. They just got me with spikes.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
899, I just got hit with the spike. I'm dropping out.
Picking up the bags and stuff I found up here.
Damn, he got us. This guy's good.
Yeah? What'd you find?
A knife.
Okay, you tell me where it's at and I'll come get it, okay?
We were just walking. We found a purple knife.
It's down there on the sidewalk. I'll show you exactly where it is. Okay, I appreciate it.
Give me off, please. Okay.
Man, it's like a citywide scavenger hunt with all, like, the drugs and knives and shit that he threw out of the car.
Traffic's light and we're down to about 35. He is going left to center without any traffic in front of him. Everyone once in a while, Mike, he's driving left to center, just like he's trying to go at a car, but he's always pulling back off.
Alright, if he's going left to center, shut it down. We know who he is.
Coming up to Giant Eagle here, shutting it down. Yeah, he just pulled into Giant Eagle, Mike.
Alright, see you again.
How long has the chase been going on for? I feel like this has been a really long chase. Starting to get to nightfall now.
Trying to carjack somebody else, it looks like.
Oh, he's actually going for another carjack. Holy shit.
Alright, got a sheriff's car now on the lead. Tried to carjack another car, Mike.
Alright, keep calling it.
They're still chasing him right now as we speak.
Check your pit certified. You get into that parking lot, do it.
Okay, I will do it.
Off-roading.
He's trying to carjack another car now at the gas station.
Oh my god.
Don't get out of the car.
This is the most successful carjacks I've ever seen in a chase. This is number 2. And he almost had a number 3 earlier. Holy shit.
Don't get out of the car.
Oh, okay. 10 rounds.
Oh my god.
One at gunpoint, one on foot.
What seems to be the problem, officer? What's the charge? Enjoying a jack? A succulent carjack? Ah, that was uninspired.
Don't tease me.
I could have done much better with that one.
We're about to die. Hey, watch out. Hey, relax, man. Relax. I ain't have no chance. I came out here and tried to do the right thing. That's a fact. I'm homeless as shit. Hey! I just want to speak to you.
Yeah, what's up?
So, listen, please let me kiss him.
I can't do that.
Yes, you can.
I can, but I won't.
Brother, you carjacked 2 cars, attempted to get a third, threatened to beat a woman with a tire iron to get the car.
I'm dead anyways. I'll be dead in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Alright, butt in first. Swing your feet. Time, but shit, it's gonna be, what, Willoughby?
We will like the car.
Female was driving?
You alright, ma'am?
They don't let me kiss her?
No, sir.
Why?
She's in a different car. Different traffic stop, but then he crashed into a car in our city and carjacked the car. What's your girl's name?
Stacy Montgomery, my wife.
Okay.
Hey, this is so tight.
Okay, we're gonna switch it off.
Ma'am, sit up. Hello? Sit up, ma'am. I need you to sit up. Matt!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's awful. Nah, I can't watch that. They actually just did all the drugs in their car during the chase. Yikes. No, she didn't. It was actually her just faking it. That's a big brain strat. Because they blurred it and shit, and I was like, oh, it must be real. Oh. Damn, they got some fucking strats.
Hey, she go dig.
I can't believe you got that far on those rims. I mean, that's absurd.
The car was janky as hell, too.
That's my... Fire's my relative.
Oh, yeah? According to her, she says she has stress-induced seizures. We just checked her out. She's totally fine. She said she's cocaine a half hour ago. She's conscious and alert. Okay? This is that stress. Yep. That's jailitis. Yeah.
Jailitis, huh?
Fake seizures for... The last thing I want to do is 40-minute ride back and she's flopping around back there like an ass.
So, what were you guys throwing out the side of the window?
That's good.
Any guns?
No.
So it was just drugs?
No.
So now it's not drunk. No, it's hey drunk. I said whatever was in the car. Just random.
Our fire department.
Jesus Christ.
She doesn't seem like.
Yeah, I'll be like I said. I'll be right behind you too.
How you had $8,000 legit money and nobody want to rent an apartment to you in the hood?
Logistics. That's what it is. What's the longest pursuit you've done?
That one.
Really?
Jacob Montgomery, 32 years old, faced charges brought by the Willoughby Police Department for multiple felony offenses, including aggravated robbery, grand theft of a motor vehicle, and vehicular vandalism. Separate charges were also filed through the Willowick Police Department, including failure to comply, obstruction, vandalism, tampering with evidence, possession of drugs, and multiple traffic-related offenses.
I saw
the
littering
Ohio
in
Adult
there.
Parole Authority later confirmed that Montgomery was currently on parole and had an open burglary case through the Ashtabula County Prosecutor's Office. The female passenger, Stacy Camplees, was not on parole, but was also connected to the same open case. Camplees, 42 years old, was identified as a passenger in a vehicle connected to an incident involving aggravated robbery with a weapon, robbery, grand theft of a motor vehicle accident, and vehicle vandalism. She was taken into custody.
Why does it say free text? What is that? Is that a charge, or is that like a placeholder? Like boilerplate shit? What is free text? Some lorem ipsum. Yeah, I guess. Maybe that is just bottom text, I guess.
During the investigation. However, the prosecutor determined that charges were not warranted. In a separate incident reported by Willowick Police, Camplees was later booked on charges including possession of drugs, tampering with evidence, obstruction, and possession of drug paraphernalia, and was cited for failure to wear a seatbelt while in the front seat. She was later transported to Hillcrest Hospital for evaluation, where medical staff assessed her and determined that she had no injuries, despite her apparent seizure-like behavior. Once medically cleared, she was returned to the Willowick holding facility for booking. Jacob was taken to another hospital and then transferred to Lake County Jail, where he was ordered to remain in custody and was not granted bond. Following the vehicle's recovery, officers located drug paraphernalia, including a glass-smoking pipe and materials commonly associated with narcotics packaging. They also observed white powder residue throughout the interior of the vehicle. Officers also located the cat concealed under the driver's seat, buried beneath various items.
Oh.
The cat was removed and transported to a veterinary hospital for evaluation before being transferred to animal care services and is not suspected of wrongdoing. For privacy purposes, we are not identifying the cat.
That's cute. What an adventure that was. Wow. So she got off very easy, which I'm very surprised about. She actively kept going in the vehicles he was stealing during the armed carjacking. Wow. They really took it easy on her for that. Under duress, maybe? I guess, but they didn't say that. Probably because he did all the assaults and he was driving. Yeah, but she also saw the carjacking and then still got in the vehicle. Like on her own volition, walked and ran into the vehicle. Like, if I watch someone steal a car, I can't just, like, sprint to it and be like, alright, here I come! Or at least I didn't think I could. I thought I'd get in trouble for that. They got Crack Septic Eye. He doesn't even look like him at all, but that's a great name. I feel like you just had that one in your back pocket and needed something almost close enough to use it. That is a banger name. That is definitely a banger name.